I am really tired today, but everything should be going pretty good. It kind of sounds like I'm clipping a little bit. I feel like I'm always fighting with my mic over 5,000,000 things, but I'm figuring out surely but slowly. But today I thought it'd be nice to, well, work on the actual ghost town itself. And for anybody who's curious, the song already playing in the background is once again from the Helsing soundtrack. And it is Clunky Piano Song. Though it's from the unreleased recording album. Yeah. I'm going to switch this down to a gray. Actually, I'll make this a little bit quieter. Last time I didn't even realize that it was overpowering my voice. But yeah, just was thinking about what does the ghost town look like? And if you've ever checked my banners on social media or checked out the Ghosttownmettie Discord server, you'll see that I kind of already have a style that I go with when it comes down to what it looks like, but I wanted to think about like actual layouts, right? We know it's coastal, and so the idea is I want a few things that we're going to do. So we're going to work on mapped districts. Whew. You gotta see how fucking shitty my handwriting is. Districts, culture, overall aesthetics. And yeah. The main thing we're going to be focusing on today, right? So, first off, I want to start with the general idea. If you do not know what the ghost town is, it is the place that I originally came from, that I then have had to take over and rule due to a certain somebody, which is Chrysos Fortier. If you want more information on my lore, it is indeed in my introductory video, which I do believe you can find as a highlight on Twitch, or it's on YouTube. Yeah. So let's start off with, I'm actually going to start off by setting up a perspective ruler. And that's going to define our horizon line. Now, something really handy about Clip Studio Paint is you can just use this as a cheat when you're doing architecture, for some of it. So it's going to automatically create straight and diagonal lines. Oh my god, how did it glitch out the bed? And so right now there is one vanishing point. I want to change one like this. Interesting. Add vanishing point. I'll just do like this. I guess we're choosing one vantage point. So then there's our horizon line, which is this. And we can start making buildings. And I'm going to start off by just trying to get the idea of a district down. One of my biggest architectural influences, actually, is Edinburgh in Scotland. However, I want a little bit more variety than that. Okay. So this is just how I'm going to generally be forming buildings. We're probably going to just be starting off doing a very simple street. And this is really good if you're doing like your standard city. However, actually, what I want to do is just use this as a basic idea. Because if you ever look down a street, you'll notice not everything is completely linear. That's one of the reasons too. Let's switch this from all layers to only the editing target. Nice. This is going to be a bit of a tutorial because if you don't know anything about designing architecture or working on buildings, then this can be beneficial for you. And so right here, what I want is a building with a curved jutting angle. And that's the thing is, when we are working with the city, usually there's a lot of architectural differences. The time period in which different areas pop up, the type of cultures that belong to it. And so just doing some rough sketching, thinking about all these different concepts is what I'm going to be focused on mostly today. And for me, I love when there's overhanging towers, spires. And this is a pretty old town. It's been a port town for a very long time, but I'm not going to be focused on necessarily the port area right away. I think it'll probably be a... why don't we start with affluence, right? Which is going to be the more wealthy. It's going to be higher class. That way, you're going to see the most variation, the most modern sort of designs, or necessarily old wealth mixed in with newer stuff. Because usually the trendsetters for the day and age would be focused on what is the newest and coolest, what's trendy, what's hip. And it's gonna look like a whole lot of nothing at first. And, well, I was deciding what music I wanted to set up for this stream. I was actually looking at the soundtrack for A Witch's Tale, which has very, very, very classic, spooky Halloween type of architecture. And so I'm gonna add a little bit of curls, a little bit of spookiness, just to make it a little something special. This right here is a spire roof. So I'm just adding little curves to show that there is roof support. Curving up. Alright. Especially being a ghost town, I don't want it to be just a simple medieval town that's just been lived in this whole time. There's been spirits that have gone wild, spirits that have caused problems. So there's going to be interesting rebuilding, extensions, and all these different things. And that's something to consider when working on the entirety of the ghost town. So let's start with this. And actually, I'm going to get rid of this. If you ever want a sort of hack, like an easy way to get good at perspective, I actually recommend playing games that force you to look at everything in lines of perspective, right? That's something that making something and playing Minecraft has actually benefited a lot of artists I know, because everything you see, you get to see exactly what the perspective was for it. All the different ways the horizon lines lead up, all these different things. And here, I'm actually going to make it... I love latticed windows, so I'm going to do that. Which is, usually it's made out of cast iron rods that are welded together, which create this cool sort of diamond shape. And it's okay if you make mistakes, because actually erasing mistakes can help add a proper edge to things, or even erasing lines. If you are ever working without pen pressure, that's usually a key trick. When I used to do a lot of drawing on my phone, that was kind of my go-to way of handling a lack of pen pressure. Because if you've ever looked at the prices for like Apple pens or any of the pens you can use for devices and such, yeah, they kind of cost an arm and a leg. Okay. So there we go. This is going to be at the corner of a building. And something I want to take in consideration too is gutters. Ghost Town is a place that is not free of rain. Definitely not storms, considering it's a coastal town. Most of the time, it's going to be overcast. I'm going to start off by actually continuing the roof. Deciding the design on that will be interesting. And it's funny, I said affluent, but it's kind of giving shaman vibes. I'm not somebody that can actually visualize in their head, so It'll be the first time of me seeing any of this, and letting things just flow. It's always kind of the fun things. I know a lot of artists who kind of get caught up in their head of, oh no, like that isn't what I envisioned, but let yourself flow freely. Let your brain kind of fill it in for you. How much rent would I have to pay to move into the ghost town? It's free. It is free for everybody. It's affordable housing. Also, good to see you, Stinky. Welcome in. We're currently going to be designing districts, maps of the ghost town, and also just assigning some architectural choices. Currently I'm going real spooky vibes, but yeah, it's free to live in the ghost town. Because it's kind of just where spirits need to go. Though it's encouraged to leave eventually. It does have docks, so if there is ever a point where you decide to sail away, that is completely okay. The point of here is just to be able to relax, be able to enjoy yourself, and when it's time, you can move on. Hell yeah, I'll let my work on Skype. No? Hell yeah. Yeah, the whole point of the ghost town is to be there for the people who need it, especially those who are troubled. Because it's also my way of penance to the world to try and do my best by others and be there. Regardless of the skeletons in your closet, as long as you aren't an asshole, you are always welcome in the ghost town. Though, I mean, maybe limited in small amounts being an asshole, because it's hard to be perfect all the time. In fact, actually being perfect at any point is kind of impossible, but it's important to do your best. I'm gonna switch this over to brick. Alright. Kind of like these curves. I'm probably going to make this go out like this. And then have this be open so there can be a window here. Nice. I think I'm going to set up a different, originally I said this was going to be affluent, but I think it might actually be, I think I might turn this type of architecture, including this building itself, into more of a marketplace. Kind of giving alchemist shop vibes. That's what I'm getting anyways. Alright, let's pull this down. Ooh, wait. Let's have a little bit of a shack in the back. Then I'll add a fence. Yes, it's coming together. I want the ghost town to be continuously changing too. New upgrades happening, new pathways opening it. Kind of a very mysterious place. Easy to get lost in if you don't have your wits about you. Alright. I'm going to add a little bit of a scene foundation that raises it up a little bit. I always find it really cool when buildings have like, actually I kind of want to do that, have like stairways that go down. And so you can see like the foundation exposed like this. Alright. I'm just freestyling, doodling freely. And feel free if you want any adjustments done, be like, hey, try this. Because I'm just doodling whatever architecture ends up coming out of my silly little hands. In fact, actually, I'm going to erase this. Have that kind of just be attached to the building. God, I love art. I'm somebody that I have very, very, very immersive, very visual, very distinct dreams. And so it's a lot of my stories and the locations that exist in them have come from dreams, my attempts to replicate it. So it's amazing how much of my actual architectural designs are influenced by that. So it's interesting what the subconscious decides to throw at you. It's always really funny when people have just like really basic dreams where it's like nothing necessarily interesting happening, just like stuck at school. There's a ton of those like that. I always find it funny. It's whatever your subconscious wants to bring into focus, and I think it's because I'm a big nerd that it's like, have you considered this sort of environment before? But you ever have those like movies or like comics that are like, whoa, this location just speaks to me. I have a lot of those. One in particular that actually influenced me a lot was actually 오자마자 도레미. Me and my sister grew up watching it. And if you look at my architectural designs, it's like, oh yeah, that's very clearly an influence. I think I made the stairs too damn big. They could be breakneck stairs. I think I want to have an overhang. Like the doors pushed back a little bit. Yes. It's funny. When I was showing the comic I'm working on to some of my friends, they're like, holy fuck. You put in way too much detail in the background. But I'm like, really? I'm type of artist that I can't spend long on anything ever. And you can see, like, in my art, it's always sketchy. It's always very rough. Even my model that I have right now, if you look closely at it, you're like, oh my gosh. But actually, one of the things that I actually really like in VTuber models is when they're a bit rough. Not all that perfect. I remember the first time I saw a model where it was very clear, like the sketchiness of it was actually Nina Kosaka of Nishi-sanji, and I saw her model, I'm like, whoa, that's actually really beautiful. When you look even lightly on the surface, you can see the awkward brush strokes and stuff, and I like that. It brings it character. Some people are very, very firm about, no, I need clean line art, I need all of these things, but definitely could not be me. I like rough. Kyu Hayashida is also one of my biggest artistic influences. And if you've ever read Dorohedoro or Die Dark, it's like, okay, yeah, no wonder you like it sketchy. But it's kind of industrial too, the way she does things. I'm a lot more fantasy about it, but the cool sort of rusty machinery vibe she gives, especially for Dorohedoro, I admire it immensely. Truly a talented artist. I think probably when it comes down to my art and how I handle things, the main influences that are clear as can be are actually probably Kyu Hayashida, Junji Ito, definitely, Kentaro Miura. I think those are like the main ones. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else that it's like... Oh, probably also 70s animation. The like rough lines. I like that. I like sketchy styles. Though I'm not limited to that. I think it's hard for me to find an art style I dislike. I'm not the biggest fan of like average anime common style that you see in like what's like that really popular Sword Art Online, like that sort of like very same face and all these different things. Like I appreciate it and I've watched a lot of shows with that, but I like when it's a little bit more unique than that. But if a story's good, a story is good. And if a story's shit, it can still be fun to watch. Alright. I want there to be a fence where people aren't falling off. Something I particularly love too is tiered cities, where there's stairs always going up and down. Always like that. But houses or towns on like hills, mountains and such are always so cool to me. Being able to look down and see how the city flows. Grid areas are just so uninteresting. Why not make it a bit more... Why not have streets bend? Why not have streets go up and down and all over the place. I always like that a lot. Maybe like this. And then I want another... I'm probably gonna put a house in the foreground, like maybe right here. Build it up. Do a very similar sort of edge to the house. What is this called? Where it's like the corners of the roof that sometimes go up? I feel like I knew the word for it. But I think actually I might have known the word for it in a different language. I don't know if there is one in English. Alright. The spine of the roof. That was something I thought was really cool when I was in the UK. I love all the slate roofing, but trying slate roofs would drive me crazy. Because, like, my favorite things about them is, like, the moss and the rough textures and the individual bricks, bit by little bit. So it's like, having to draw all of that. I simply do not have the patience. But something that, like, there's a lot of trade-offs when it comes down to whether you're a sketch or, like, a line artist versus a block color. Like, usually what you see with concept artists is usually they're, like, a lot more painter types. And then it becomes a lot easier to trick the eye into believing that there's way more detail with that sort of thing. Just very slight brush strokes all of a sudden can make so much more feeling in a place. However, for me, that type of art is actually my enemy. Well, maybe one of these days I'll have a dedicated trying to learn how to paint stream, but for now, no. No such thing will be occurring. Alright. I think I'm gonna put some market stalls over in this area. Actually, I just was scribbling that to get an idea, but I can make that work. Classic sort of canvas on top, swoops down. There we go. I've been playing, when I'm not streaming, I've been playing a bit more Veilguard. And I've been considering whether or not to stream Veilguard, but I don't know. I don't know. For some reason it doesn't feel right to stream Veilguard. And also I need to give a break to my voice because I have been overexerting it for a ton of different reasons. But I've been playing a lot more Veilguard, and especially some of the markets in Treviso is so... I really like the design for it. I'm very glad I got the art book for it. Alright. So some sort of cloth. I want it to be... I want it to be a bit more ragged. Make it as spooky as possible. And as I said earlier, anybody can be a citizen of the ghost town. There's rules, just like how there's chat rules that I have, but if you need a place to go, there is one. And the main things, of course, here are spirits, but it's not limited to just ghosts. And, of course, my fan mascots, the Batoyan, are bats. So, if any of you guys ever want to make Ghost Town characters, Ghost Town whatever, that would make me very, very happy. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to do this. I want to be able... I kind of want to make an introductory video because there's an intro to me, right? As a VTuber, as a streamer that I have up on my YouTube. But what about an introduction to the ghost town itself? I mean, it isn't my name. It's like, okay. So, but what about the town, though? What about the town? I'm gonna make a little cash register. I want to feel like it's from a lot of different eons. I want there to be gothic influences, but also a lot of medieval influences. So I think this is going to be the more modern district, one that has been more built up recently. Much more inspired by the Gothic Romantic era. But also a little spooky. Cliché spooky. Alright, just a second. I'm going to switch tracks. I wish I had more tracks on this computer. I was looking at, like I said earlier, I was looking at little, Witch's Tale, that's it. However, I couldn't find anything that necessarily loops well. Like, for instance, here's Baba Yaga's theme. And I want something that can loop pretty good without... I'm gonna let this on for now, but it like fades out at some point. It's like, oh. One of these days, I'll just make a whole soundtrack for this. I mean, on my SoundCloud, if you've ever taken a look, there's a lot of soundtracks that I have made for different projects that I never finished. Alright, just a second. We're zooming in. I want to make this be like some sort of dried herbs, something. Some sort of herb shop. I always find it really cool when they have dangling ones. I was watching some Chinese food tour the other day, and he goes to like a indigenous, like mushroom hut village, and it's so cool. And he even gets to see how they like dry certain things up in parts of the house, and oh my god, I just love that channel so much. But I love seeing parts of the world. Life is too short to only live it within your own culture, your own environment. Of course, traveling is expensive, so why not live vicariously through media out there that can take you places? Ho, I like how this is coming out. Alright, there's a cute little market stall. And I actually want this to be open. You know how sometimes there's like little sitting areas? Like there's probably like a table in here with benches. It's nice and cozy. Like you can get some of the food you want and sit down there. Since it's open to the public though, the question is this an individual homeowner who owns both of these places? Or is it a shop, like a diner or something? It'd be kind of cool to have it be a restaurant or something. I keep changing what I want it to be. I'm like, first I was like a wealthy location, then it went from that to marketplace. I wanted this to be an apothecary, and now I'm like diner. And I'm doing this line just to know where the story begins, because this is technically 3 stories. This is the attic, second story, first floor. Should I add people in? No, I'll do that last. It'd be kind of cool to have a bustling market, but I'll put it in after the fact if I decide, ooh, this place does look desolate. A version of each one where it's like, oh, this is it populated, this is it empty. That way people can get a good idea for space and height and... Something I find really interesting is, I believe that for me, the ghost town is meant to be like, not just ghosts or spirits, and I've talked about this before, but I wish in English we had a proper word for it, because in Japanese there's like ayakashi, yokai, mononoke, and in like, the word for demon actually was supposed to refer to this in Greek. Entities that are not physical, right? And that includes also fae too, or she, S-I-D-H-E. In Gaelic cultures as well. And us Anishinaabe usually just call those sort of things monadol. So, and that can refer to a lot of things, whether that's ghosts, banshees, goblins, oni, things that don't belong to the physical realm of existence, or maybe they used to. I love when, like, spirits can manifest out of feelings. A spirit of envy, a spirit of damnation, or just abstract feelings. A spirit of what it feels like to miss home. A spirit of companionship, maybe. Oh, welcome in, Mr. Jack. Mr. Jack the Demon. Hell yeah, I hope you're having a lovely night as well. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm always glad to have people in. I hope you're having a wonderful night as well. Currently, we are working on some ghost town design. I'm just rambling away. It's good on my end, thank you for asking. Of course. Here in the ghost town, we always want people to be living well and thriving. It looks very lovely, thank you. I'm sketching out and I'm thinking of different things, different choices I can make. And right now we're working on like a more market area. So it's gonna be fun. We're going to do different districts. We're going to be also thinking about different designs. Because I do technically have a fan mascot, but I don't want people to be limited to just that. Whatever you want to be, you can be here in the ghost town. That's what I want to be the focus. A nice, charming, a little bit haunted, a little bit messed up, but overall, a nice dock town. That's something that I am dreading though, is I've had to draw docks several times, both for the comic I'm working on top of some other concept art I've worked on. And oh my god, having to draw docks going out into the water just drives me crazy. But my two enemies in this world are drawing straight lines and circles and ovals. You have an amazing model as well? Thank you! I made it myself, so I always get a little bit prideful hearing that. Thank you, thank you. I'm grateful that I've been able to work on so many things like that. Rigging, though, is kind of a pain. Eventually I'll get better. And I'm also happy because I can make new outfits whenever I want. But I'll get better at rigging eventually, but Live 2D might actually be hell. Especially if you're trying to use the free version, which I do, because, save money when you can, you know? So, just how it goes, But eventually, I'll become the master at it. I'll become so godly at Live 2D. Alright, I definitely want there to be a building going up here. Now the question is, though, should I make it short or should I make it tall? Alright, if this is the first story, trust me, making a 3D model is way harder because you have to mess with bones. Oh my god. I've had fun making myself just a 3D model, no rigging. And there has never been a world where 3D bones has never given me a headache. 3D riggers are gods to me because, like, I can work with Live 2D. That's fine. 3D bones? No matter how many tutorials I watch, I feel like just crying and causing a fuss. It sucks. I have major respect for those who work in 3D though. 3D animation, 3D rigging, also making 3D models, because it also takes way more time. And then trying to make sure the polygons fit well, and then having to map the textures on properly, and then making it more convenient in certain ways. Yeah. I have major respect. I do like a lot of 3D models as well. They're very cool. But I don't know if I'll ever get one, but I love them a lot. Alright. I think I kind of want this one to have like an upper entrance, but kind of want there to be very wide, tall windows. Almost like a series of doors that people can walk out of. I shall keep you company. I like your vibe. Thank you. I'm glad you do. Of course, if there's ever a point where you're like, actually, Mettie fucking sucks. Fuck this guy. Fuck this ghost. No worries, no worries. However, I'm always grateful to have people hanging around. I should actually... The other day I made a Discord on behalf of some of the people that are following me, and I gotta actually send a message in there and be like, okay, I'm live streaming right now, because a lot of them do get upset when they miss my stream or show up late. So just a second. I should actually be responsible for once instead of just treating this like a casual hobby. Alright. Oh god. Actually, you didn't see that. Oh wait, no, it's... Alright. I mean, it couldn't have given anything. I mean, you can literally go to my Discord server whenever. Alright, updates. Sorry for the delay on drawing. And let me know if you ever want the music changed. It can get pretty repetitive, but I wanted something easy. That link did not send properly, whatever. Whatever. It's okay. One day I will actually get my act together, but for now, I think it's because I'm really focused. When I get in a creative mood, it's like hard to function properly, but it's pretty common. The other day I was watching the documentary on Hayao Miyazaki and the creating of Boy and the Crane, and just seeing his own experience creating that movie, I'm like, oh, I understand. There's this, just seeing all the different storyboards he tossed out, all the ways that he was just so purely focused on his work. It's always interesting when you have like something that you're working on and you all of a sudden your quality of life tanks because it's like, no. Almost like you stop being a person. It's really interesting. I do not like how these windows are coming out, but I can fix this. I promise, I promise, I promise. We're going to add more of an edge to these. Actually, I think I gotta drop this lower. I think that's one of the problems. I'll figure this out. I love the music, thank you. Patchstones! Hello! Where we shopping in this town? We're right now at the markets. Also, I'm glad you like the music. It's from A Witch's Tale for the Nintendo DS. It's Baba Yaga's theme. There's other tunes I like from it. But, yeah, we're currently working on the market district, actually. I'm gonna type that up here. Not type, I'm writing this. And feel free to, at any point, if you ever want to doodle like your own little guy who shows up here, you can do that. Market district. Nice. But it's wonderful to see you, Patchstones. I hope you are doing well. Also, the pictures you sent into the Discord are so gorgeous. I'm like, I wonder if I'm getting this across well. But like, genuinely, they made me so happy seeing them. You're actually really talented as a photographer. Thank you, I'm doing well. I'm glad you are doing well. If Patchstones ain't doing well, then I got a problem with the world. I'm still using my phone. Hell yeah. Well, it's amazing how much phone cameras have like upgraded. Just like back in the 2000s, even a nice camera was like, shit. I need a camera. Eventually, I believe in you, Patchstones. And when you do, I'm gonna be cheering you on even more loudly. Nah, if Medi isn't doing well, the world ain't right. No, that's very sweet. I feel like almost always I'm struggling, but fuck it, we ball. The days I've been like taking off from streaming, I've been just like over at my friend's place, just sleeping on their floor. And they have like this like homeless encampment across the street from them, and I was just watching these people like laughing and having a good time. And it made me just really happy seeing, you know. So I want like, no matter how bad your life is, like, there's a way to always laugh, to smile, to find a way to make it through. Fuller sleeping is goated, coldest place ever. True. I love sleeping on the floor, but I'm somebody too that like, I prefer also hard and like firmness because it helps with like back pains and like other discomforts. So like, I almost always am sleeping on the floor or something like hard. Like I have a very thin futon. Yeah, even in the dark, the small moments can shine. Exactly. And like, I've had like, whenever like things really hit the fan, you're like, oh fuck, like no matter what, it's not about dreams or big things that you want to accomplish or anything. It's literally about living well. I've never actually slept in a futon before or a kotatsu. Really? I think that's what it's called. The kotatsu is usually one of those warm tables where they have the blanket over it and then they have a heater in the center. I have been able to use one once and it was really fun. But my futon is really, it's a very cheaply made futon, so it's really, really thin. But it's kind of nice because like sleeping on the floor, like it's important to have sheets because no matter how much you try, you will shed skin and oils in your sleep, so it's important to like wash like sheets. And so I have a cover on my futon that I then do the laundry for. So it's more hygienic than just sleeping directly on the floor. Of course, if you have like hardwood floors, that's fine too. I'm always really envious of when I see videos of like different cultures that have like very solid like woven beds. A lot of times it's just made out of wood or bendable like thatch. Sometimes it's bamboo and I'm like, oh, that looks so good. That would save me. When you lay on the floor and your back just like cracks really efficiently and it's like, okay, this might actually be what I need. But I love... There's so many different ways to sleep. Alright, now how should I do the windows up here? I definitely need to fix this. I think what I'm going to do... I said I was going to raise this and then drop this lower, which is what I'm going to do. There you go. Nice. Bring this down. Hell yeah. That looks better. I think it was just too high up because there needs to be actual adequate flooring. So the way I had it before, it was just pretty much almost immediately just like windows or like, I think you can call them slats when it's not necessarily there's glass in between, but just segments that are boarded together. That's something that's nice about having a sketchy style is that you don't necessarily need to go in to do like very specific details. It's about capturing the vibe. It's about making the eye auto-fill it in to the point where it understands what you're trying to do. Which is something I like greatly because I'm an impatient drawer. Artist, I should say. Technically, I don't think drawer is a real word. Word? My gods. Alright. I kind of want to have a little bit of an arch leading into this. Let's do a narrow window. Do something very gothic. Which means like a little design up top. Usually gothic windows have like the trifoil, the trefoil, quatrefoil. So when there's 4 of them, it goes in like that. But I could just have it be thin. I don't know why I love arched windows so much. I think it's because of my love of medieval design, and usually because of like the effect, like shooting arrows out of them, they usually have like a very thin sort of arch, and then they have like a wider one that you look out of to help bring in as much light as possible, so it looks like this. But I think I'll probably do it like this. Ooh. Do not mean to rotate it. Fuck it, we spin you on your side. Alright. And then, because I am a sick freak, I'm gonna put, once again, latticed windows. I don't know why I like it so much, especially if they're slightly off-colored and they are, like, iridescent. I love windows like that. I love being in rooms where the windows are, like, colored, like stained glass, and then you get to see the light come in, and then it causes, like, a beautiful pattern to show up on everything. It makes it really fun to kind of paint scenes like that too, because then you focus on like all the different colors reflected and everything. Alright. You know, it actually kind of cool. I'm actually going to turn this into a pagoda. I was saying like here there can be like eating things like down here where it's like kind of open. Arched, but I think I'm gonna actually add one up here. Almost like it's an outdoor eating area. Which means I gotta add the under section. Actually, am I doing this at the right angle? No, I have to lower this. The pain of doing perspective, it's like, wait, something's wrong with this. This cannot continue. There we go. Now that's better. Something I like about the Baba Yaga's theme, which is what's playing right now, is it kind of sounds like hotel lobby, but a little spookier than normal. I don't know why I get that vibe. Like, you should be, like, waiting for something, like, sitting in, like, one of those sort of, like, outdated chairs, just like, alright. Looking at your watch being like, I'm waiting for somebody here. When are they gonna show up? And I'm gonna add a little bit of a design to this. Once again, I think when it comes down to the market district, some of the key points is spirals, points, and a lot of arches, and it's very strong with this. I want to feel like there's a ton of different arches leading to different areas. And it also feels that way in the architecture, as if little sort of like pixies or spirits of small sizes can just zoom in and out. Like, this is technically a fence, and I need to figure out a way to make sure that you can tell what is whole and what is actually the structure itself. One of the problems I have with my art, though, is as soon as I color it, it's like, oh god, this made it look worse. I'm like, no. But that's a good way to define, like, what is empty space and what is, well, structure. Alright. Making a post here. Something too is, should I keep this just foundation, or should I have this be... Ooh, a way down into the sewers would be cool. Like a grate. A grated door. When I was in France, I was in a historical region where I got to see a lot of grated doors that led down into who knows where. I think that's so cool. I know one of the other streams I was talking with, I do believe it was Faded Restart, about there being an abandoned mines. So maybe underneath the ghost town there's a giant cave system. I think it might have been last stream I was talking about too, there being a giant abyss somewhere in the ghost town. That'd be nice. Nice, a giant abyss to throw people down, if need be. Alright. I'll fix up the grate later, but I'm going to mostly be erasing things to get the effect I want across. If you're curious, no, I do not have any references up right now. I'm just freehanding this entirely. There's a rough gate. I need to add a place where the door handle can be. I'll clean that up later. I'll clean that up now. Nice. It's all coming together. Something too I want to do is I want to think of a design or motif for the ghost town. Now, originally when I was alive, it was Côte d'Huile, which means coast of oil, because of how many olive trees and various oil-based crops that it would grow. So, I also need to focus on the farmlands that would be outside of the walled area as well. And think of, if there was a motif, right? What would it be? And considering olives, maybe, actually, file, new. Let's do just a simple square, symmetrical. Yes. And I'm going to use big brush. Not that brush. This brush has a bit more pen pressure to it. I'm gonna zoom out. So if this is a place that specializes on oil, probably one of the main things then would be We could do an olive. Something like this. I don't know what olive leaves look like. Leaf shape. This will be useful because then we can use this reoccurring. Would you be willing to share your story with me? I'd be truly grateful to hear what inspired you to embark on your journey as a streamer. As a streamer? So, since I was younger, I've always been creatively inclined. I've always written comics. And I've always really loved playing games. But it's something too that I also love making music. I love working on pretty much everything. However, it wasn't until my health started to collapse that I considered streaming. The first streamers I really got into actually were VTubers. And so when I found them during the pandemic, which is common for a lot of people. And then when my health, because I used to be a caretaker, live-in caretaker for an older woman, and I would have kept doing that if my health didn't decline. Now I suffer from something called conversion disorder, which causes me to black out frequently, on top of having a problem with my immune system due to hormone irregularities. And I can go on about all the different health things I struggle from, but I lost my ability to have a place in life, really. So I really got more into streaming, and this year I've been really a lot more focused on it. Especially May, I've been really focused on it because there's not really much I can do in life anymore. I'm very isolated, and, you know, it's also a way for me to share my love and be able to be there for people. I've had a lot of people die in my life, and also, obviously, as a ghost as well, I've had people die in my ghostlyhood. So, being able to be there for people for however long they want me to be in their life is incredibly important to me. So yeah, that's roughly my reasoning for embarking as a streamer. Not the most lighthearted story, but yeah, that's my reasonings. But I'm very grateful for it. So for the people that I have been able to meet on this, and be able to talk to, I cherish very, very much. I love my fellow people a lot. Especially in this world, it's important to be there for each other. I want to see what project people are working on. I want to help support them. I want to help cheer for them. Thank you for telling me your story. As long as you try hard and keep your dreams alive, you can do anything you're minded to. You have to always believe in yourself. Exactly. I always love the line from The Cat Returns, when Baron says, "Believe in yourself, and no matter where you are, you have nothing to fear." That's something too, like I was talking earlier about, you know, you make the most of your present. No matter where you are, you're always going to have yourself, so try and find the beauty in things. It's okay. Don't feel pressured necessarily about dreams or accomplishing things per se. Just take a moment and breathe. Appreciate what's around you. Allow yourself to fall in love with things beyond, you know, just romantic love, but appreciate a bug on the sidewalk, a leaf you see on the ground, just the way the sun is shining up the area around you. That is how you are going to be able to find happiness. That is the way you're going to be able to feel fulfilled. Because unfortunately, there's no guarantee that you'll be able to always be able to do what you want to. Sometimes things that you care about will be ripped away from you, and that's okay. Because that's not all that life is about. Alright. I think I'm going to keep it really simple. I think this is probably going to be the reoccurring motif. I'm going to write this over on the side. And this will make it extremely convenient when we're doing closer details. Motif. Ooh. I hate... It's funny because no matter how I write, I cannot make it look good on this program. I give you a follow. I would love to watch more of you indeed. Thank you! I appreciate it, Mr. Jack. I'm always, always, always grateful to have people around, and if you ever want to, I have Blue Sky and Twitter and also a Discord server up. And so if you ever want to help share projects or want somebody to help share your stuff, I would love to. I love supporting my fellow creatives more than anything, so if you would like any boosts or anything, just let me know. Obviously I don't have the biggest following right now, but I cherish everybody who comes into the ghost town immensely, and I want to see everyone thrive. Alright, I'm so glad I got that motif done. Now, I can start adding it into different designs. Especially now that we know this, the flow of this shape is going to impact everything going on. Street designs, building designs, textures, tiling. One of my other big influences I have is actually, well, I've talked about Edinburgh being one of my favorite places. Like, it's what got me into sketching architecture. However, one of the things too that I really love is Moroccan architecture as well. You are such a dear. Thank you. I try to be. Because I mean, it's hard not to care about people. I'm such a... I spend a lot of time worrying about people and trying to give them as much as I can. I mean, there's a reason why I worked as a... Literally, if my health didn't go down, I'd be working as a living caretaker. I want to take care of people. I want to be able to help people. I love being able to be there for people. I mean, even to this day, there's been times where, like, I've given people directions. I'm like, oh, did they get there okay? That's a nice goal. Thank you. It's important to have goals that can keep you grounded, keep you centered, and keep you on the right path. I'm Anishinaabe, and we have this idea, this way of life, where it's walking the red road, where it's trying to pay attention as best you can to the things around you, trying to appreciate all these little things, trying to figure out why and how they work in the world. And that, by living that way and thinking of what's around you, you're naturally going to find your way no matter what. Find your way of living. And I like that. For me, from what I've seen, how I've walked, it's about supporting people. It's about caring about them. And I feel like most humans in general do. Humans are a social species that, you know, it's amazing how blindsided. No matter who you are, you get tunnel vision. And by seeing people's life experiences, by hearing their stories, you'll become more whole than you could have ever imagined without them. And I think that's awesome. I have much love in my heart. And that's just how it be. Alright. So far we've gotten this tier done. I could do more windows. I could also start working on houses back here, which is for some reason what I'm being called to right now. And that's the thing I like about the ghost town too. Sometimes in real life, the place you call home isn't going to be a home. Maybe the place you live at is uncomfortable hell, so we're making a place to be there. I'm very aware of people around me than the general public. Yeah. It's something that, like, being able to be aware of people around you is nice too. And everybody has their limits too. Like, something I specialize in is being able to... Well, I'm very, like, up to date in a lot of, like, world affairs and stuff because I'm very, very interested and I care about that sort of stuff, but... Like, I care for the well-being of the general public, but I do tend to prioritize my friends and people over others. Yes. I think that's something too, is also you have to know how much to handle, right? Because sometimes you're just a little guy. There's this one quote of, you can't one-way your guy out of systemic problems. When you're looking at a lot of global problems or a lot of the general public, you can work hard to try your best to help people, but ultimately you are one person. And if your limits, for whatever reason, is just being there and taking care of your family, then that's okay. Being there for those you love is important, and that alone can be difficult. Even trying to take care of yourself can be difficult. There's all sorts of things that try and get you. All sorts of boogeymans just waiting to just grab you and make your life living hell, including your friends. And everywhere worldwide is struggling with money issues and trying to make enough and trying to afford all these sort of things that are necessities. So, unfortunately, we do not have the luxury of being there for people in the general public as much as some people would hope. That's okay. We all have our own lives, our own stories, our own fates and paths. And being able to be there for your friends itself is a really good thing. The amount of people I've met who just ruin their friends' lives just for the hell of it, and it's like, what the hell? Why are you doing that? Stop. How is that fulfilling? I don't get it. But, I don't know. It's not that I lack destructive tendency, I think I'm just too tired to. I've lived too many years. I'm tired. I do not wish to see people harmed, I've seen enough of it. I just want to be there for people. Make a balcony overhang, I think that'd be cool. Something to like, for them to hang their laundry on. Maybe this is like one of those upstairs apartments that you see for markets, or maybe the person who owns the shop below owns it. Alright. I could do double doors, or I could do a door off to the side. Do a door off to the side. That? There we go. I don't know if I like it being the same height. No, it's fine, it's fine. I want there to be stairs going up. We need more tiers. This city needs to be tiered. Alright, let's do stairways. Something I really do like about streaming too is like, I look after my friends, but something too is like, I like being able to have people, well, it's really fun seeing who decides to, for some reason, show up to the ghost town and whether they stick around or not. Because there's so many different things that can cause people to stick around or even just be there for a brief bit. And it's really cool being able to see all these different people, all these little things that they cherish, things that they want to talk about. I think that's really cool. I mean, already I'm like, whoa, whenever I hear all the different places that people are already from. I do believe 87 followers on YouTube and I think 46 on Twitch, which isn't a lot. But because it is a small number, when people show up, it's really, really cool to get to know them, to be able to learn more about them. And I think even if I were to get up to having like even 1,000 viewers at a time, I'm definitely going to be the type of person to notice every single username I can. Remember my regulars, remembering people who would hang out. But I have a pretty good memory when it comes down to people. One of my friends that is actually looking to become a VTuber sooner than later, they have kind of the memory of a goldfish when it comes down to other people. I think it's really funny. A lot of times I'll be like, oh yeah, we talked about that earlier, and they're like, what? No, I don't remember that at all. It's like, no, I'm not trying to lie to you. This like actually happens, and then I'll tell them information that there's no way I would know it, and they're like, what? I feel so bad because I'm like, I'm not. This is like, I promise, I'm not trying to be weird about this. This is just genuinely what we talked about earlier, please. But it's always really funny too, and it's something that like, I don't remember opening up to you about that. I'm like, okay. No worries. Something I've noticed ever since COVID hit is a lot of people's memories have unfortunately gotten way worse. But stress, trauma, illness, all of that can cause memory issues. So please take care of yourself. Please be patient with yourself. And if you're also having memory issues, keeping notes is a great way to try and keep track of things. And if you have an amazing goal for sure, thank you, Mr. Jack. It's the least I can do for the world. Life is tough. I wonder how many people I'll eventually get in here. I really can't imagine having many people, but it's funny. The other day, or was it yesterday? I got a comment on my most recent VOD I put up on YouTube. And they're like, oh my god, I love your model. And I was like, oh my gosh, thank you. Like, I try and respond to every comment that somebody leaves because, you know, going out of your way to leave a positive comment, I mean, it's the least I could do to respond in kind. And it was so cute seeing, they were like, oh my gosh, like, I know you're gonna get big one day, like, and like, you're so welcome. And it's like, oh, getting big one day? What do you mean by that? Because I don't know, I'm very content. I'm easily content. Me waiting for your friend to become a VTuber. Well, hopefully sooner than later. But it's been months of them working on their model design. They've only gotten like the bare minimum down. I was working with them earlier. You will for sure find people. Trust me, all it takes is time. It does. Like, that's something too, is like a lot of like, when you are working on becoming a streamer, a lot of it is just going to be, well, 1, how much do you stream? 2, how much do you put content out? And 3, how many different social platforms you have. So doing all of that, and so then the amount of times you do that where you upload something, the more chances somebody's gonna find you. It's one of the reasons why my YouTube channel has been doing way better, because of I do weekly covers. On top of, sometimes I do also post other content there, and so like it's not surprising I have more viewers there because there's just more to see. That's something that, one of the most important things if people really want to get big fast, or even necessarily just build numbers up, is to stream every single day, even if for just a little bit, because a consistent stream of content is good. There's the algorithm and all these sorts of other things. So it does just take time. Of course, there's also quality too. You have no idea who's going to show up to your streams or why. One of the reasons I love playing fantasy games, and the main thing I play, is because as somebody who loves dark fantasy, you're probably going to be more inclined to appreciate my content, because that's what I mostly focus on. That's what my stories are mostly about. So all this content is for. On top of that, you could also do comics, post them online, post music elsewhere, and also do collabs with other people. There's a lot of really cool things. But I used to be a business major who used to be really obsessed with the ideas of marketing as well, so I really do like studying the VTuber industry as a whole, because it's really, really interesting. Oh, I really like how dirty this window looks. So, little by little bit, I'm going to keep streaming and supporting people around me. And if I get big, then I get big. No, not really the end goal for me, though. Not even necessarily for an income, either. No! But, no! What the? Why is this the username? It's so funny with these bots. Alright. You are banished from the realm. Be gone. Nice. Something too, I was talking earlier, is I do kind of want to try making a webtoon eventually, but ooh, I'm so used to standard comic format, it's like I don't want to have to. Please, scrolling format comics scare me. I mean, I do like, I've read some that I really like, and I think that there's a lot of benefits to it. It's just overwhelming. There is a lot of VTuber out there. Some nice, some rude, some that like to cause drama as well, so you have to be careful as well. Yeah. You know, something too is like making friends that are VTubers or like interacting, collabing can be risky. So something too is like being able to know and watch them for a bit won't always keep you safe, and that's one of the reasons too why like I'm very open about like people being okay if they stop being fans of me or whatever, because like in general, like I think it's healthy to be able to admit you don't know this person too well, that there's going to be problems, and maybe you see a part of them where you're like, wait, I don't really like that. I don't like that statement. I don't like that sort of thing, and I think that is healthy. That's a healthy way to live. All this sort of VTuber dramas that's been coming up recently, it's like, oh. That's one of the things, like, I do eventually want to be clubbing with VTubers more, but I have no idea. The one that I'm working with right now is my friend in real life, one of my D&D players, so that's something that's nice too, is having a friend that you know pretty well that can then join in, but oh, God knows when that's going to happen. But it can take time. I'm very much a speed artist. Like, I try not to take too long on my pieces. It's one of the benefits when you're working with comics to be able to do panels really fast. But for him it's taking a lot more time. He's taking a lot more... Well, I mean, I've been working on VTuber designs since 2021, and I have like a giant catalog of them, of like variations that I've made for myself. However, it was actually Ghost Town that came about in a really interesting way. One of my favorite bands is The Specials, and they have a song called Ghost Town. I'm a nice VTuber, and yes, I'm a VTuber as well. I'm just a little insane, that's all. Well, I'll have to check out your stuff, Mr. Jack. Also something too is like, it's okay to like collab with people and just see them like as colleagues. I know other people have talked about this too, where it's like sometimes like a lot of times when you collab with people, you don't necessarily know them too well either. So just making sure they don't drag you into drama is nice too. But I'm very much I'm never going to cause drama, though I will stand up for myself and other people because, yeah. But I will definitely check you out, Mr. Jack. Actually, I'm like, wait just a second. I'm curious. One of the times, oh my god. One of the times I got, the first time I ever got raided, I didn't even, like, they showed up to my stream when I was playing Elden Ring, and, and I didn't even realize that they were a VTuber, and then they raided me, and I was like, what? I was like, what do you mean? And it's funny because for me, I just, like, I try and treat people as equally as possible, so it's always, like, funny. Mr. Jack the Demon VT, let me see. Indeed, that's how I see it, but I like to befriend other VTuber and there's no need to do that. Yeah. I think I have a weird relationship with friends where, like, I don't know how fully to I don't know when to call somebody a friend, though I'm always happy to, like, have friends. Whoop! I'm on your channel right now, I'm taking a look. No ads. Oh, your model is so cute! Oh my god, I love it! Holy crap! Oh my gosh, that is so nice. Whoa. That's so cool. I love it. If you do want to collab, let me know. I'm always up to collab with other people. That's so nice. I love it. Yeah, but if you do want to collab or if there's ever any game you want to play, just let me know. I cuss a lot, though. That's fine. I may be, like, a very, like, polite individual, but I never rage, though. Hell yeah. I'm a very polite individual, but having a foul mouth is something that I am known for in a lot of cases as well. Though it's kind of weaned down the older I get because I don't have it in me to be upset anymore. But I do cuss a little bit, but that's definitely not a problem. So if you do ever want to do a collab, I would totally go for it, Mr. Jack. Or if there's especially a game, because I don't know, I'm still very new to doing collabs with other VTubers. You see, I'm not good with English. When I was little, my mother told me to watch TV to learn English, and so she put on Family Guy. That's how I learned it, cussing. That's awesome. But if there's, like, oh, what sort of games can be played with? I don't, well, I mean, I'm always up for Elden Ring Night Rain. Family Guy? That's so awesome. If you don't mind me asking, what's your first language, Mr. Jack? Honestly, goated to learn. I mean, it's pretty useful to know it, though. Especially in this day and age, it'll treat you like all the different slang ways they happen. Yo, did I hear Night Rain? Yes. I'm always up to play Night Rain. That's something, too, I was considering, like, asking Discord and being like, hey, would anybody like to play Night Rain with me? You and I get canceled the one time I let... Because something, too, is, like, it's always funny. Puerto Rican / Romania? Whoa, that's awesome. It's a cool mix. I'm Anishinaabe and then white American mixed. And so I know a decent amount of Anishinaabemowin, which is technically my native tongue, but I'm fluent in my first language technically is English. So awesome. I'd be so down. Hell yeah, Pet Stones. Who up night raining? Who up raining their night? It's something too that I see so many games that it's like, I kind of want to try playing this with other people, but then it's like, ooh, but who though? I may be a bit rusty, that's okay. I've been playing Peak, hell yeah. I've been seeing people play collabs of it and it looks so cute. I definitely want to play collab at some point. New update came out today? Ooh, what's in the new update? So fun of an area. Ooh. New Mesa area? Oh my gosh. Maybe I should play that. That sounds so cool. I definitely want to play Peak at some point. I've just been like mostly just focusing on solo stuff in my projects. I love Night Rain so much. I have so many hours on that. Hell yeah. We can play Night Rain sometime if you want, Mr. Jack. And something too is if you ever want to message me on Discord, what's my username? It's not Ghosttownmettie. If you do ever end up playing, let me know. I'd be so down to join. Hell yeah. Have it on the PS5 though? They don't have crossplay yet. Maybe... I wonder if they're going to add crossplay. I don't know if Night Rain is going to add crossplay. I hope so. I have a lot of friends who mostly are console players for those sort of games. They need to? They do. I need it, I need it. Hopefully they add it soon. They just added duos, which is nice. Yeah, they did add duos. I'm gonna make this a big door. Big wooden door. There's so many games I want to play. We'll duo until Jack can join? Hell yeah. But we can totally play Night Rain together. I need people to Night Rain with, who open raining their night. Ooh. This door is kind of looking crappy, but that's okay. Alright. I don't really advertise. Patchstones, join us in the streaming ring, I believe. I understand. I've just been getting more into advertising or mentioning it. You should, though. That'd be cool. I think streaming is a lot of fun. And I love chatting with you. I feel like a lot of people would also enjoy chatting with you, too. Oh, wait, I really like this. Making this little circular balcony. I'm cooking, I'm cooking, I'm cooking. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, it's coming together. Because I'm usually chilling in streams of others, and some find it rude, so I don't really mention out of nowhere unless asked. I understand. It is, like, considered rude, but at the same time, this is a safe space. It's like you have to gauge the vibes. And also, just to let you know, Patched, I love seeing your photos, but if you want to ever talk about streams that you're going to do in the Ghost Town server, feel free. It is completely okay to self-promote and advertise in there, because I want you guys to thrive. I'm not really good at art, but I can make a really great hangman. Nice. I love doing art. Haha, nah, you guys are just gonna have to catch me. Alright. I never posted on I love. I rarely do that either. I was literally, how long was I in? I was in, I think I had already streamed for at least 30 minutes, if not an hour, by the time that I sent in the message into the Discord, and then I never post that I'm live on any social media. I gotta start doing that. But I'm just like, no. I just want to stream. But something too, though, is like, I'm slowly making this less of just a hobby and like actually something that I'm really working on. But overall, it's like, I still can't stop treating it like, alright, let's do this, I guess. Without worrying about, you know, building numbers. Making that too dark. I want to make another doorway back here. Like this. I think that should be good. Yes, there we go. And then at least I'm going to shade this to make things more defined. But I would like to catch one of your streams, Patchstones. Quite a few people in the Ghost Town are also streamers, which makes me happy. I like seeing people working on things that make them happy. And streaming can be nice. It's definitely also a way to practice socializing, also a way to practice speaking, voice acting, and music. There's so many different ways that it can lead into it. for me, I didn't even realize I really was going to get into voice acting until so many people, especially in my Pillars of Eternity streams, were like, whoa, wait, you voice act? And I'm like, what? I'm just doing silly voices, what do you mean? And they're like, no, you gotta. And then I've been having a lot of fun. I've been actually putting in a lot of voice acting auditions. And I was like talking today with like some of my friends about it, where like, I really like doing it, but like, I don't expect anything out of it. But it's just a fun challenge. But I really like putting myself out there and saying like, alright, let's see how this goes. But I'm luckily somebody too that like, I don't get upset when I fail things. Because everything's a learning experience. And that's something too, is that when you see all the auditions that go on, sometimes it'll be over like 200 auditions for one role. Like, even if we all had an equal chance, that means there's a 0.5% chance of me getting it. And like, I have a pretty decent mic, but maybe I'm just not what that person wants, and that's okay. Actually, I may take some really late photos, so you may see them like, ooh, ooh, I'm going to be so excited. I don't think like messaging on Discord will get it across how happy I get when you send those. They're so cool. You reminded me when I brought up my photos. Hell yeah. God, I love seeing your photos. The compositions are always so nice. What you decide to take photos of, like, they always come off very, very beautiful and impactful. And they're always like very, very simple things too, and I really like that. Simple moments made to feel quite beautiful, and I love it, I love it, I love it. Actually, I kind of want to... Alright, there's an overhanging balcony up here. I've slowed down with my art. Gonna make some narrow windows like this. I wonder how long it's going to take me. I think it literally may take all stream for me to draw the market district because I'm going so slow. That's okay. I'm chatting, I'm thinking. Also thinking about a lot of things I want to do with, like, I definitely want to make a YouTube video about, like, introducing the ghost town and, like, introducing all the different, like, main entities that exist in the ghost town. That way people can be like, ooh, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Ooh, look at that little guy. Or, like, all these different things. Of course, you aren't limited just to that. Whatever you want to be, you can be. But, yeah. Indeed, as long as you are having fun, that's all that matters. Hell yeah. Ain't that right, Mr. Jack? I don't know why I keep calling you Mr. Jack. I can call you probably Jack? Nah, Mr. Jack feels nice. I always think about when my viewers, Cotton Kisses, came in, and I always say Cotton Kisses, and they're like, you always say my full name, it makes me feel fancy. And I'm like, oh, you deserve to feel fancy. I like calling people by their full names. I think it's funny. But also, I don't know, it feels very respectful, and I like that. Anything is fine, no worries. Alright. Good to know, Mr. Jack. Alright, we got 2 market stalls. I mean, I could put a fountain in the center. My enemy. For my comic, I was drawing this fountain, and it took me, I redid it like for 6 hours. Like, I'm usually a fast-paced artist in general, or I try to be, especially when I'm working on my comics. And oh my fucking god, it took so long for me to get that fountain right. But it's fine. I've gotten better. It's always about just trying to get better through trying it and forcing yourself to do it. I don't know why, like, circles and ovals are my enemy. I can't do anything right with that. Which is funny, because, like, when I was younger, I used to study Korean a lot, because I wanted to apply for a position in Korea. And I have a lot of Korean influences in my life for various reasons. However, like, so I'm like, I was talking yesterday about that, but so, like, I used to study Korean, and if you've ever seen Hangul, like the script, it's very, like, straight lines and circles. And my handwriting was fine for that, but outside of that, like, absolutely not. I'm much more a rough sketcher. But I also mostly write in cursive, too. I'm very old-fashioned that way. Me with my ink pens, my cursive. I love writing in cursive. My friend today came over and was looking through some of my notebooks just because they were bored. And they found my old Japanese studying notebook and they're like, holy fuck. Because it's like almost entirely in Japanese and then it's just really fine cursive. They're like, how did you do this? I think it's really funny. However, that does not translate to a digital platform at all. I cannot have my lines look okay, but that's okay. It feels very, very different to do traditional art versus digital art. Alright, very basic. I want to make it more interesting. I could add the town symbol, actually. I did just make one. Something made out of stone. Maybe wire. I'm gonna make it slightly at an angle just to make it a little bit more interesting. I'm glad I actually put on the Baba Yaga theme. I love this song. God, I love A Witch's Tale, though. It's one of my all-time favorite games. It's very, like, classic sort of spooky vibes. I love the architecture for it. You play as a witch named Liddell. And you go... You're like... She's kind of like a snarky sort of brat, but I love her a lot. And she ends up wanting to become the best witch, like the greatest witch of all time. So she steals like a cursed tome and then ends up getting trapped in like this nightmare realm. And it has a lot of influences from Alice in Wonderland. And it's really, really interesting. I love the art design for it and the music. Alright, we got a little bit of a fountain. No. Definitely want to add another market stall like right here. It's so cool. I love art so much. Regardless of how much experience you have, regardless of what you're trying to do, I mean, just the fact that just with a few lines you can make something resemble something out of reality, like even a stick figure people can identify and you can make them, like, it's a way of conveying feelings, intention, all these sort of things, and like, that's actually fucking magical. That's so fucking cool. I love it. Like, it didn't take me long at all to, like, make this little stall. Is it the greatest market stall? No. But all of a sudden, you're somewhere else. You're seeing something you've never seen before, and you might have seen a market stall before, most people have, but never in this layout, never in this location. And then people who are, like, very, like, immersive, easily immersive, like, all of a sudden they can feel what sort of breeze, they can smell whatever the stalls are selling. There's a greater context that all of a sudden you are put in, experiencing something entirely new, the first time. I think that's awesome. That's the coolest thing, even like with writers and content creators in a lot of ways, being able to show people worlds that they've never seen before. All the possibilities that you never thought could exist. Maybe possibilities you did consider existing, but never in this exact way. I like that. Oh, nice. Alright. Wait, I want to bring this down a bit more. Something, too, that is important when you're drawing, is to zoom very far out, and then also zoom a bit more in. A little change in view does a lot. Alright. I definitely want to also add crates and different things, but I'm gonna add some various materials here. I think I'm gonna probably put a bowl with miscellaneous goods. Doesn't have to be super detailed, just enough to make you kind of fill it in. Something that looks like something. Twigs, maybe. Maybe tools sticking out of a container. Maybe it's wheat, oats, some sort of grain. My tat's done. Ooh, hell yeah, Mr. Crazy. Send to the pic and Ooh, alright. I will definitely check Discord then. Also, good to see you, Mr. Crazy. Oh my god, that is beautiful. my gosh. That's stunning. Your tattoo artist did a crazy good job. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. That's so cool. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Wait, actually, I gotta start doing this more often. I said I was going to start every single time I start stream posting the Discord link, but Mr. Crazy Tattoo is gorgeous, so I'm going to send that in and pin this message. Because, holy crap, that's absolutely stunning. I've been thinking a lot about what tattoos I want to get next. This is so cool. Hopefully that is pinned. Okay, it is. Nice. God, that's so gorgeous. What a... Also, the way that it, like, flows over your shoulder. God, that's so cool. I'm so glad you were able to get that tattoo. It's really stunning. That's something that I absolutely love, and I think we've talked about this before, but tattoos that, like, flow over different body parts. I've been thinking about that a lot. Like, because I want to get something that kind of fits into... like, not just being on one part of the body, like, as its own solitary thing, but really, really flowing with the rest of my tattoos. This fucker said I have big tits for a man. How dare he? I mean, you've got pretty nice pecs, but it's really, really funny saying you have big tits, though. You have impressive pecs, but big tits. God, that's really funny. Did your tattoo artist say that, or did somebody else? That's really funny. I love that. At the very least, I feel like most people enjoy a pair of decently big tits, so... I mean, probably a compliment, even if it didn't come off that way. Maybe also a bit of sexual harassment in that case, considering... Oh my gosh. That's really funny though. Alright, I definitely want to finish adding... Wait, maybe I should do... I was gonna put another window here, but what if we put a sign? This is supposed to be a market. And sometimes you have markets where they like have a post that go, I'm already dedicated to this. I'm like, sometimes they have a post and like a sign that dangles down, and I'm like, nope, we're already doing that. Alright, now what is this place? I do not know. I always love in video games when they have like really like basic symbols on top. Like if a miscellaneous sort of goods store has like a scale on it. Or like just a bag with coins. We could do... I said originally that it was going to be like an apothecary, so... I want like some sort of text... at the top. Just as squiggles, and then... let's do... kind of chunky potion bottle. What that? Is that a potion bottle, or is that something else? Nah, close enough, close enough. I don't have to be picky about that. Though I am going to straighten out this post a little bit. Base where it connects up. I must take my leave for now. Have a lovely night, everyone. You too, Mr. Jack. Thank you for coming by, and it was really, really nice talking to you. I definitely want to check out your stream sometime. Maybe eventually do a collab, but always, it was nice having you here. You're always, always welcome back. And I hope you have a wonderful night as well. Alright. Oh, it's coming together. Moving very slowly today, but that's okay. How should I make the window, though? I could make it lower. And then I could make it... I said I was going to make this area very, very arched, so let's bring this down. Nice. So far, so good. Now, should I add depth? Honestly, wait, no, I have an idea. I want to do... what is it called? Well, I mean, there's this fence here, so I also take that into consideration. I might just do another thin window like you see on this side. Maybe another one. Maybe 2 in a row. Like a very thin M. Like this. Nice. Alright. Enough of Baba Yaga's theme. We're switching over to another background song from Witch's Tale. Let's do Between Doors. This is one of my favorite songs to even play on the piano. I love this song. It's slightly different than this, though, because I figured out the composition myself. And if you've ever heard somebody try and replicate a song that they've heard on the piano, it's usually not 100% accurate. Also, let me know if my voice is actually peaking, because for some reason I keep hearing it peaking through the mic, and I don't know if it's real or not, because it doesn't... None of my, like, stats I have, whether it's through OBS, through my Go XLR, is saying that it should be high enough for that. So I don't know what's up with that. Latticed windows. Nice. Latticed windows? Latticed windows? One day I'll figure out how to say that. Actually, I want to kind of make this back wall just pitch black. Door handle, usually it's a bit closer to the ground. It's coming together. I always find it incredible when there's like background painters for like animes or like animations in general, and how they're able to do like a super detailed, beautiful background in such a short amount of time. It's like, oh, how you do that? Because it's one thing if it's like sketches, right? Like what I'm doing here, I could be doing a lot faster, but when it's like full watercolor painting, it's like, oh, how do you do it so fast? I love saying when artists kind of like reveal, it's like, heh, so this is actually how I do it. I'm like, oh my gosh. However, I found it's really hard for me to replicate things that other artists do. Naturally, there's some way that people are inclined to draw things. The way they do lines, the way that they lean towards things. And you can see that also in like animations, like some episodes you're able to tell who was working on certain key cuts. It's easy, just splash water on the colors and then boom. You got me there, Patch Stones. Unfortunately, I have a skill issue. I simply cannot just splash water on the colors. I love that. Patch Stones, when they splash water on the colors and they're like, alright, look at this, and it's like the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life, and I start crying. I have like a weird religious experience because of how beautiful it ends up being. I always find it interesting when people have stories about having a religious experience looking at art, where they're like, I believe in God. There's a lot of people I know who would talk about that. Like, not even necessarily like they have a religion, it's just like they feel divinity all of a sudden. I'm like, whoa. That's pretty cool. But I think I'm too demonic to feel that way, maybe. Who knows, maybe Patch Stones comes with the watercolors, I'm like, I see God now. Ghosttownmettie to Angeltownmettie. Heartbreaking. I don't know why I'm talking about this. Alright. One of the habits I have, and I don't know where it came from, but I love using little lines to like make windows and different things feel rough. When I was watching Chinese food tour the other day, he went to like this chicken place, this like roasted chicken place, and oh my gosh, like it's like there's like a whole living center or like living compound behind it, and there's like this huge courtyard, and there's also like a rice paddy behind it, and they even get like snails from the rice paddy below, but it has like this really like weathered sort of white stone walls that is like has the paint peeling, and something about the vibes of that place, I've shown it to like almost every person I've seen in the last month, because I just keep thinking about like the way it looks, and I think that's one of the reasons why I do these little like line hatches. Right, I'm back. What have I missed? I have drawn more, and I have also rambled about a lot of things. I don't know what I've been talking about. I don't know. I was talking about night raining earlier, and also... Oh! Mr. Crazy got a fucking awesome tattoo that he sent in the Discord server. It's really, really cool. And then was talking about how the guy told him he had big tits for a man. I thought that was really, really funny. What else? I'm working at the market town just a little bit more. Little by little bit, I'm adding more details. Also, Mr. Jack decided to take a leave for a bit. Yeah, what else? Massive gazongas for a muchacho. Yeah. Yeah. Patch Stones is right. In other terms. So true. So real. I saw it and it's fucking awesome. And hey, nothing wrong with big eyes for a guy. Hell yeah. I think it's awesome. And sometimes you just gotta have big pecs, and I love that. I respect people who work out a ton to get like a really nice body that they like. I am sickly, so I simply just stream and draw. Actually, I gotta see it now. You haven't looked at the tattoo? Oh my gosh. Beautiful, beautiful tattoo, but I understand why that person said that to him. Damn, that is sick, isn't it? That's so cool. I was gaming. It's so cool. God, I love tattoos. I'd be raging while gaming. Hell yeah. You guys looked for me initially. I saw through the grapevine. And now you have seen it. I'm really glad that people have been using the Discord and liking it. Because something too is like I'm always interested in what's going on with you guys and I love supporting you guys, and so it's cool seeing you guys chat and seeing what you guys are up to. And now we get to see Mr. Crazy's awesome ass tattoo. Of course, share whatever you feel comfortable with. If you guys get a tattoo and you're like, oh, I like it, but you don't want to share it, no problem, no pressure. However, if you do, I'm always so excited. I love seeing pictures, I love seeing tattoos, I love seeing art. If you're working on music, working on streaming, always feel free to share it. I love seeing what you guys are up to. Alright. Actually, I kind of want to put up flyers. I want there to be like kind of a poster board here. You know when you're like playing a video game and then there's like, oh, there's quests up on this like poster board where there's like missing, or ooh, there's an event going on at this place at this time. That way if anybody at the ghost town wants to put up anything, they can. I want to have a bunch of places that have that too. I think I'm gonna have to, it's really funny, I was like, I'm gonna do multiple locations, and then I'm like, I've drawn this much, and then I've drawn this simple motif. So it's like, Also, let me know if you want the background to not be gray. I just have it as like a medium gray, by default, because it's useful when you're doing like colors to see and make sure the lighting is okay, and then also, it's useful too because I'm not blinded. I have almost all of my devices in dark mode. And sometimes when I like have the background as like completely white, I'm like, ugh, put that away, put that away, put that away, put away, put away. That's also one of the reasons too why I've been, to help avoid my summer seasonal depression, I've been like hanging out with my friends a lot because their apartment has, like you cannot hide from the sun. Once it's like daytime, it is like, even without a light on, the whole place is lit up because they have such tall windows because it's like a pretty old apartment. And it's like a studio too, so it's like there is only light. And so then it's like I'm forced to be put into the sun. And which is good if you struggle from, if you're struggling from mood problems. Please remember, if you are not feeling good mentally, if you're struggling with anything, please take care of yourself. Make sure to be eating properly if you can. Make sure to be, you know, maybe go on some walks, maybe go and sit out in nature if you can. do things that make you happy, and also maybe put yourself by people who kind of force you to stay distracted, people that you trust as well. And of course, if you want to hang out here, I'm always grateful to have people here. On my 5th Pringles of the day, hell yeah. Pringles, yummy. I was eating, oh my god, I don't know if you've ever had Munchos, but they're like the most evil potato chip variation. They're also my favorite though, but they're like demonic almost, because they're just so messed up. If you guys ever want a virtual walk, I can VC my walks through the park. That's so sweet. I love that. Just seeing your pictures alone make me so happy. Walking through parks is so nice. Before I was prone to having blackouts, I used to do that a lot. Patchstone scheduled VC walk through the park would be really nice. New event added. Of course, if people want to. That'd be really nice. Whatever you decide to share. But I love being out in nature. I love animals, I love bugs, I love mushrooms, I love moss, I love lichen. And something too is like even like built up parks. I love the architectural choices they go with, the layout of the parks. I even love like big boulders, lakes, rivers. I don't know. I think I love pretty much everything that can be out in the wild. I'm connecting these buildings and having another arch. But I don't know how to make there be an implication that you can walk underneath it and all the way through. Hee hee. And a little window. Nice. Slowly but surely I am getting there. That's something I always try and do when I'm working on comics, is I really want them to have an idea of where it is. I always love comics though that like do the bare minimum, where it's like just like 3 lines in the back room to dedicate that there's like a wall and there's a ceiling there, and they'd have like the shittiest chair ever, and I'm like, this is so beautiful. One of my favorite examples of that is there's a BL series called, the English name is his favorites, but what is it? Daihonme, something Daihonme. Oh my god, what is it? Just a second. But the art in it is so simple. It's one of my favorite examples of like simple styles that I absolutely love. Daihonme manga. Aitsu no Daihonme. Aitsu no Daihonme. It's such a goofy ass comedy series, but the way they do backgrounds for it is so simple. Like the school is literally like this. And there's like a clock up here. And there's like square doors. It's like square windows, and it's just like in the background, and it's like it does what it needs to. I always look at like very simple styles and artwork, and like especially for comics, and I'm like, god, I wish that were me. Not that my art is super detailed, it's just I have to put in a lot of line work because that's what satisfies my brain. The pain of having a huge inspirational boost from Kyuhei Ishida and Kentaro Miura. But hey, sometimes that's just how it is. I always recommend people try out new things with their style, but it's really funny how no matter how many times I try and like explore with my style, especially when it comes down to backgrounds, it's always the same thing. Even going far back to when I was like really young, the sort of ways that I draw windows, the way I draw my buildings, like in general, like there's a reoccurring trend somehow. I don't know, it's really interesting. The look into somebody's mind through their art is always so interesting. And some people are also really good at replicating other people's style, and you get to see their influences. Interesting enough, one of the things that people have picked up on is if they've watched... Ooh, who's that? There's a character designer that very much inspired me, but it's specifically the way I draw eyes at certain angles that people were like, oh, that's definitely it. Character designer for... Katsuya Kondo. I do believe, let me search that. Katsuya. Sounds right. Katsuya Kondo. Yes! No? Maybe. Is it? Wait, let me see. No. Oh, please. I do not want to give false information. Tetsuya Nishio. That's it. Tetsuya Nishio. Tetsuya Nishio-san. Tetsuya Nishio. Yes. Yep, that's it. Yeah, so whenever somebody's looked at, like, and it's interesting because, like, they don't immediately clock it at first, but when I show them certain films or, like, animations that he's worked on where he was the character designer, they're like, oh, I get it. But almost all of my favorite series that I've gotten addicted to have been done by his work, including the song Hoseki that I sent earlier into the Discord because I sing it on karaoke. The anime that's from, he did the art or the character design for it. And I don't know, like, it's not fully apparent in how it manifests in my art entirely, but there's some moments where people are like, wait, I see it. Betty, you sly dog, I know who you've been inspired by this whole time now. So it's interesting seeing that. Of course, some people don't even clock their artistic inspirations too, because it's not that I did it purposefully. Sometimes things like that just come about. Well, actually, Tetsuya Nishio, there's several shots in animations where I just love how the eye is captured. Because it really, like, the main thing about eyes that I like to focus on is there is an orb inside of your head. And, like, I don't know if you can notice it with my character model, but I want to make sure that it feels like the eyeball is indeed an eyeball. And not a lot of people think about that. Of course, style choices, you know, there's sometimes the anime eye where it's just like two lines like that and it's like that. But something too is like when you think about an eye, like it's an eyelid, right? And then there's an eyeball. And sometimes, like, I know for a lot of people who have very Eastern Asian or even indigenous North American or indigenous just northern people will have this little like gap in between their eyelid versus their eyeball, and so you can very well see that it is indeed an eyeball. So thinking about how it's circular is a really big thing that I think about when it comes down to eyes, and so it causes this like effect. Of course I should be working on this background, but I just need to ramble about eyes for a moment. And so like this is just flesh. And so, like, it's very interesting. Of course, this isn't my greatest work, but it gets the point across. Think about how it's an orb. A circle. Yeah. And then think about how the eyeball will naturally curve over it and then down. God, I love this song. And something, too, is then also the angle of the eye. Yeah, whatever. But Tetsuya Nishio, a lot of the times where you see his, like, character work, his character designs, it's something that he's very conscious of. I like that. Especially living in a digital age where you get so much access to all different types of art and media and lessons, and it's really cool seeing all the different ways people approach and what they focus on. With any craft, too. Because hell, even like knitters have their own specific styles and quirks. I just got rid of a lot of yarn today. My friend came over and I gave him some of my crocheting needles and then also a lot of yarn because I don't get around to knitting all that much anymore. But I'm excited to see what he decides to make with it. He's very much a 3D craftsman. He works with clay. He works with all sorts of interesting things. I'm very much more of a 2D person, but I'm not limited to that. I've been wanting to, well, one of the things that I was considering streaming as well is I have this really nice doll, like ball jointed doll that I have, and I want to make more clothes for him. So like a sewing stream. But the interesting enough, the only reason why I am kind of on the fence about it is I didn't realize this when I bought him, but there is a website that I got them from, a Korean website called Dollmore. And because I wanted a doll based on therapy and something to like really focus on creating for, and the doll, interestingly enough, is so detailed because it's 1/3 size, like 1/3 scale, so it's a third of like what he would be like as an actual human. So he's like he's 60 centimeters tall, which is crazy tall. And he actually, the modeler who made the doll gave him a modeled lower half, so he actually always has he came with a pair of undies, because if you didn't wear undies, that is something I could not show on Twitch and YouTube, which is, I think is crazy, the amount of detail that I put into that. For me, it's completely unnecessary, but I mean, for those seeking realism, I mean, Dollmore does have that. The laughing. Yeah. But, so I have to be careful with that. I have to at least make sure that he has those. Well, honestly, he has like a pair of briefs on, but maybe I'll make him a pair of boxers before I ever do a stream where I make clothes. Or maybe I'm just making clothes and I already have the pattern set up. I love sewing. And also embroidery too, I love that. That's the way that I mostly do art in a 3D sense. Especially embroidery. I love embroidery. But it's also my way of venting my frustrations. Like, I'm not somebody who can get pissed easily. But when I embroider, I break so many needles. So, I don't know. Alright. I'm trying to think about how I want to do this. I kind of want this to be a balcony that has like an eatery, so like tables on top. Slowly working our way at this marketplace. What if I make this really small? Like there's a really small inner arch and then it goes over like this. I don't know if I like that. Whatever, I'll keep it for now. I'll figure it out later. God, sometimes when I hear this song though, it just makes me want to play the piano. I love playing the piano. It's probably the most satisfying instrument to play. Feeling your fingers trail across the keys, hearing every way it rings. But I love piano. I was talking today about how if I had to be limited to only one genre of music to like listen to for the rest of my life, it would definitely be classical music. But specifically waltzes or nocturnes. Ideally both, but those are probably the things. It's always interesting hearing what sort of music genres, if they had to be limited to just one for the rest of their life, what they would choose. My sister would choose R&B, probably. Old style stuff, like Motown type stuff. Classic is pretty common though, especially for my older friends. Alright. I really, really like how this is coming out. Market district. Oh, to be marking your districts. Oh, to be selling goods. I think probably what I'm going to do is I'm going to do like sample shots like this, where this is only a small blip of the market district. But I want to like do this for all the different districts that exist in the ghost town, and then I'm going to think about how a map would fit. Because getting down the architectural choices, all the stylistic choices, thinking about, you know, would be here, pretty cool. Oh, hell yeah. It's always a good feeling when you look at your art and you're like, oh yeah. Took a long time to feel that way about my art, But sometimes I really do accomplish something that I'm proud of. Artists are always hard asses on themselves though, regardless of if that's musicians or standard artists. And of course everything's gonna have flaws, especially if you're starting out or this isn't something that you're used to drawing. And even like seasoned artists will have problems with their art. That's okay. If any of these areas look confusing on like what's close up, what's pushed back, I'm definitely going to be adding shadows at the very least, like at least grayscale shadows if I do not color it to get a better idea, but... Oh yeah, I forgot. I was making the stairway going up to another tier. The city. Okay. I definitely want to put a building up here. Ooh, wait. I could just make that the next tier. Like that. And this will be a stone wall. And instead of having it be stone bricks, I think I'm going to have it be when you use just like naturally formed, like naturally shaped rocks, and then you usually put in, what is it called? Plaster? No. Mortar? No. Well, bricks and mortar? Is that what it's called? Well, whatever you put in between bricks or stones to make it stick together. That's something I always find really interesting when you actually see people making, like, natural stone walls. I love when you come across old buildings still made like that. It's a fun way to find how, like, just naturally forming geometry can fit together really well. Something too I like about working on this is I really want to get more into developing and posting more about like the lore of the ghost town, but also I want to help people feel more at home here. You know, ghost town may be in the name, but like what does that entail? I do have a little bit of lore out in my intro video, but being able to see the ghost town, be able to immediately be like, wait, I want to go shopping there. Wait, I want to be a ghost hanging out there. Wait, I want to be a bat hanging out there. Or maybe you just want to be a normal human guy who walks up. Maybe some sort of fantasy creature. Maybe you're like, I've really always resonated with elves or dwarves, and I want to be a dwarf hanging out here. But I still want to be alive, and that's awesome. There is a type of culture, like internet culture, but also like beyond that as well. If you do not know what it is, called Yume Joshi and Yume Danshi, Japanese term for it. And it's pretty much for self-inserters, where people who make their own character that represents themselves and puts them into content. One of my good friends is, he's a well-known Yume Danshi for Monster Hunter. It's really Monster Hunter Rise. What it is. I think it's rapid morph and then a number afterwards. You ever see his Monster Hunter fan art? But it's really cool seeing how people can envision themselves in a greater reality, being able to make themselves walk through the streets, whether that's through writings or drawings or just even daydreaming. I think that's really beautiful. Especially because when you are a streamer, there's bound to be some sense of parasociality that people have with you. And you know, it's okay that there's probably a version of me that lives in people's heads that's not reflective of the true me, right? So being able to make people feel content in how they see the world, how they see me, in a way that is of their own creation, but does not bleed too far into reality, if that makes sense. Cotton Kisses, hello! Welcome in! Welcome in! We are doodling. I'm working on the ghost town right now. Oh, I'm so happy. I thought I'd have missed it. No. Luckily you did not. Always good to have you in. Currently, we're working on the market district, but we're going to work on more stuff eventually. So, I don't know why my OBS keeps saying chat pause due to scroll. No. Yeah, let me drag this all the way down. Please stay. I just finished studying, so I'm going to doodle too. Hell yeah! We can be doodling together. Also, that looks amazing. Thank you. I'm having a lot of fun with it. Right now, I'm just slowly doodling in all these rocks for this rock wall. Also, feel free. I know you wanted to also make a ghost town insert. So I want to also work on making the ghost town, but also eventually I want to do a stream that's dedicated to just like doodling different species and like options and like different entities that exist. To usually draw structures, I've never drawn a building in my life. I do. I draw mostly people, like, however, like if I am out in public, I'm drawing structures. It's my favorite thing to draw. It's the most exciting thing to draw. I think drawing people is a lot more challenging for me. While with architecture, it's very satisfying, comes about naturally. But I actually originally, when I was younger, I wanted to be an architecture major. I love, love, love studying architecture. And, you know, I obviously, like, I recommend trying out different things. If you want to try drawing a building, I would love that. Different species would be so nice. I've done so much research into a bunch of different creatures, but I haven't decided on any. Oh, I believe in you. But if you ever want to try cotton kisses, I can always give tips on it as well if you want. Wanted to be a research scientist? Hell yeah. I support. But I found out that it may not be stable. Yeah. Getting a grant for what you're researching is difficult. There's a few different occupations I really want. My ultimate dream job is being an arachnologist that both has lab studies and field studies. So it's something, but that's something too, is that there's no way I'm going to get funding for that. It'd have to be for a university, and even then, who knows if I'd get any things. In parallel lines. Alright. Cotton, one of the tips that I have as well is, if you like to play games in your free time, one of the most popular games that overall is actually, obviously it doesn't have to be limited to this, but if you are somebody who enjoys Minecraft, become more conscious of how everything is a grid. Look at all the buildings and what you're working on, and that'll naturally help figure out, oh, that's how Horizon works, that's how that works, right? And something too is also based on what you have, it will, like, what software you're using to draw, there will be a lot of times there will be tools in place. Like, let me open up a new canvas. Paper. I'm so bad at building Minecraft. That's okay. Just, you know, looking around, realizing how things are, and you start to realize how everything fits in. So, in Clip Studio Paint, there is a perspective ruler, right? And so that is the horizon line, and then you can set up a line to draw perspectives, and you can add more than that, but as you can see, I'm going to just doodle some things. So you can do straight lines, or you can do lines at an angle, right? And so this is going to set up the perspective. And so then you can just even practice using these sort of tools on whatever you do. I'm more of an expected builder, like you make the base, I make the suggestions to enhance. Hell yeah. And then you can just work on it like this, and this is also a really good way. Almost every drawing application has a tool like this, and then, you know, this is using one perspective, but you can set up a second perspective line, perspective ruler, like, and you can use an angle like this. And I don't know why it's been glitching out. Usually you can have it so that, like this, and then you can, like, have it follow, like, fuck. I don't know why it's glitching out today. Usually it says add vanishing point, fix vanishing point, add guide. But in general, you can just usually start building houses like this. Then you can decide all these sort of things. I only ever draw on my phone in a mobile app, so mine has a less reliable version of that. But that's something to help start with it, right? And then figuring out perspectives, where there's a will, there's a way. Exactly, exactly. And I used to draw a lot on my mobile app, so that can help too. And then, of course, like, references and stuff. Because, like, when I started out, I didn't even realize, you know, usually doors, the doorknob is a little bit lower. Usually, you know, it's not halfway up. Usually windowsills are a bit lower. And like when I first started learning architecture, I chose a city and just practiced drawing that architecture specifically. And now it's hard to tell, but for me, it was Edinburgh in Scotland that I started studying originally. And so like even just like practicing with things like this, like you work on a mole app, but that's okay. Like if you find a way to make it work, that's can help you. Or just pulling up pictures and like just realizing like, okay, taking a moment being like, okay. So that's how that's being done, right? So you'll figure out little bit by little bit, like here's just a standard house using these perspective lines. And perspective lines are difficult, but something too is like, I'm freehanding this. I started off with just this basic guide and then I immediately threw it away. Like, let me show you what I was working on before. That has nothing to do with that. And so you just naturally just work on getting used to it and maybe just sitting and drawing something. But it's okay if you don't like doing architecture, but find some place you find truly beautiful and practice. LMA threw away the guide, literally. Because for me, I realized, well, one, I wanted it to feel organic. When you look at cities in real life, they're usually not all drawn with the same perspective in mind. Like, the angle of this building, it's like tilted like this, right? The angle of this building is tilted like this. These are two very different perspective designs. So for me, I used to use the perspective guides and also like try and figure that out way more. And it's really, really useful if you're in a city or something that is a lot more block formatted. However, with a lot of cities that I'm inspired by, they do not follow those rules at all. They're more natural, more fluid. They're going to have circular cuts. They're going to have like all these different angles. They're going to have small, narrow alleyways that twist and turn. And so find a city to fall in love with, find a house to fall in love with. I used to go on prestigeproperties.co.uk, which is like where you can buy castles. Don't think that I have castle money in that case, but I used to just look inside and just like steal, not steal, but I would like take some of the images from it and use it to practice because I'm like, I love these tall windows. And especially because like technically, when it comes down to even the ghost town, when it comes into the lore, it was originally called Kotuyud. My headcanon is now that he has castle money. I may not have castle money, but technically I do live in a castle. Because technically the ghost town is a fiefdom of mine, so you'll see it. In the original ghost town drawing I did, you could see it off in the distance. However, it's on a different computer that I have the file, so eventually. The Ghost Town City Discord icon is also technically that, but you can find something to fall in love with. Like, there's so many weird-ass old French castles that I looked at, and it's one of the reasons, too, that it's so cool. So, like, if you ever just want to look at really, really interesting places and layouts, you can go on to, and you can, of course, like, I filter it. I go down because they have, like, a ton of wealthy people properties. Like, it's so intimidating. They'll have ones where it's, like, there's no price listed because you have to be wealthy enough to not need to know the price. And I'm like, that's insane. I don't know if that should exist, actually. Like, that, what do you mean that you don't need to know the price because you can already afford it? That's scary. But I usually filter it by castles, and then I go to, or chateaus and castles. And then you can look and look around. Also, I just realized I have not been drawing. I want to be that rich. Wouldn't that be nice? No financial worries. You can just buy castles without worrying. That'd be nice. Me when I actually make the ghost town a true reality. Alright. I would need to make these lines thicker to make sure that people know that this is a difference. Wait. Kinda want... I'll just do it like this. Also, I've always really liked your art style. It's so consistent and recognizable. Thank you. It's funny because I try and experiment a lot, but then I kind of like... I mean, I still experiment, but it's still like I cannot stop with my art style. It's always... I'm very... I prefer to be sketchy. And I really like sharp angles. Like, I cannot draw circles or straight lines easily. So I'm like, okay, we gotta make this work. I'm trying to think about how I want this to be done. I'm going to actually... Is this the... I'm going to actually move the market district thing. I'm going to cut. Then I'm going to move it over here. LMAO, it's embedded in muscle memory, literally. So, like, artists usually have, like, some weird quirks. Like, no matter what they do, no matter how hard they try, there's, like, something that's like, wait, I know that style. Something about this is giving this person vibes. That's something too, is that, like, I always find it interesting whenever I try drawing in different styles, because, like, I'll simplify things. Like, I was working on doodling one of my friends' designs for their VTuber model, because they're slowly working on it, and I wanted to, they're like, can you please help me with some things? I said, yeah, sure. But they have, like, a very, like, standard anime style. And, like, my current model is, like, very anime inspired compared to my other stuff. Like, if you ever look at my, like, main OCs or, like, characters I have, there's, like, a variation in it. Like, okay, let me doodle them really, really quick. Like, my main one for, like, the story I love the most is very more, like, realistic, where I'm very focused on, like, how wrinkly his skin is. I know, like, exactly what type of nose he has, wide nostrils, kind of, like, a bit more angular. And I'm doodling this really, really fast just to get the point across. And, like, usually there's, like, a bit of a bump there, it goes down, and this. He always looks tired as fuck. But, like, the way I draw him is, like, very, like, what I consider to be very, like, detail-wise, very different from, like, how I draw myself most of the time. Because with my style, too, I wanted, like, my model, I wanted to be as easy to draw as possible because I have to draw thumbnails for myself alongside other things. So, like, I'm very... It's funny because, like, no matter how I draw, people are like, wait, I recognize that style. I'm cool. Really? I think it's because of the sketchiness, maybe? I don't know. The slight variations in the curves. It's so Mettie. Thank you. You and I'm Mettie. Like, for me, he looks quite a bit different from, like, how I consider to draw my VTuber style, because he's very more defined. I think about all these sort of, like, choices. Ugh, I'm not doing justice to him. That's okay. Doing a quick stitch anyway. This is my boy. My stinky piss boy. Drawing this really fast. Do faster. Love your stinky piss boy. Thank you. He's very funny. I spend way too much time thinking about this character and then never writing his story, but he has the most complex story of all my characters. Also, if any of you guys ever do art fight, reminder, I actually started doing it again this year. I'm curious. But you want to know more about his story? So I have a lot more art of him. He's probably my most drawn character. Okay, I will tell you. Okay, so every story I've ever written is, like, interlinked, including the first ever stories I've ever written. But this character's name is Benedette, and he is an orphan who belonged to this church of, like, this abyssal world. And it takes place in, like, a sort of fantasy series, but it's not a standard, like, Western fantasy series. It's very, like, a bit more Bloodborne inspired, a lot more, like, variant inspired. But, like, see, like, this feels like a very different vibe than, like, my current model, of course. And so when it comes down to, like, Benedette's story, so he was an orphan, belonged to this church. However, the church was extremely manipulative and was just using the kids as livestock and also tools for political power. And in this world, almost everybody has some form of sorcery or another. And so when Benedict grew up, he started to realize just more and more the perversion and problems of the church. I can't believe this is just a sketch of 3 minutes or less. It's so good. Thank you. I'm usually a speed artist. He always wears this big jacket that smells like piss. That's the reason I call him Piss Boy. But he decided to run away from the church and try his best to make it on his own. And so he ended up befriending a homeless man who took care of him. Piss Boy, yeah. And so then they're doing pretty good, but then the city decided to do a purge of all of the people, all the homeless people, and the guy he was staying with used to be a veteran, so like huge oversized jacket is what he ended up taking when his like adopted father figure ended up being like beaten to death. And so Benedict then started being on the run because a lot of places were doing purges of people, and so he ends up pretty much starving and then dying in the woods in an old battlefield. And then a giant like strange spirit decides to come by to him and decides to resurrect him and use him as a tool because they want to free another spirit from this academy. And so then that's when he meets his best friend. Dang, you didn't deserve that, King. Yeah, his life is rough because I struggle not to write tragedies, but he has probably the happiest life. And so then him and his like best friend Godfrey end up becoming like good friends, but his friend Godfrey is like very, oh my god, it's like, it's hard because it's like, how do I like tell this story? Let me actually, do I have any art that's saved on my, that's the thing too, is currently I'm just sharing my screen, but let me see. It's funny, I'm going to Discord, and because I send like images to myself to make it convenient, but let me pull up some of the character designs because that actually would have been the easiest. So there's one of his friends. Found his romantic interest, but that takes a millennia later. Alright, there's Godfrey. Build that boy up. This is Godfrey. This is who ends up being his good friends. And then let's pull up Benedict. Yeah. Yeah. So here's Benedict's character sheet. Let me see if I want to find a picture of him when he was a church boy. It's gotta be soon. Yeah, but it's pretty much like deciding what you want to do with the world, all the problems with the sorcery world. Oh, there it is. There's my original drawing of the ghost town. I found it! Turns out my archive I just fucking saved through Discord is saving me. There it is. Woo! Such pretty OCs. Thank you. I love drawing. This is the first ever drawing I ever did of the ghost town. Yeah, and this is like the castle up top. But I'm changing because if you know anything about ships, that's not how they work. This dock does not work at all. However, I do like a lot of the details. I definitely want to like try and replicate this style for like the most rich, wealthy area. But yeah. Yeah, so I like this weird ass hobble together. Don't worry, I know nothing about ships. Good. And this cool little lighthouse. But I can ramble on forever about the plot about Benedict. It's hard to put into words, I guess. Because there's so much that happens, and like the story I want to write is actually, he's the main character, but he's not, where it's a bunch of stories about other people who reach tragic fates around him, because he's kind of a beacon of bad luck, even if he means no harm or ill will. So it's like very much focused on the environment around them. Yeah. Let me see. I think I just want a picture of Benedict when he was a kid, though. No, I have a picture of him when he's older too. I have like a huge timeline and everything, but I get like really into writing stories. So like some of my friends who have looked at all the documents I have for this series, they're like, "Oh my god, you are on like Tolkien type shit." I'm like, no, I swear I'm not that addicted to working on these projects. Oh wait, here's Literally, I have too much, but I can ramble on. Yeah, documents. Here's a timeline of all the different stories. Well, I should say these red titles are just some of the key stories, and then this is like timeline. So these black lines are like time moving forward. First thing that exists was Memory's Earth. There's like also alternate dimensions, and then Memory destroys the Earth, and then the abyssal world begins, and that's where most of my stories take place, where there is no sky or light. It's an artificially created world. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. I go way too into different cultures and then languages, and oh fuck. This is like, it was funny, Mr. Jack was asking earlier, like, why did I get into streaming? And it's like, I need somewhere to put my creativity. I'm slowly, because I'm like, I just do a lot of work and then I never show anybody ever. But yeah. I'll go back to this first. You and I'm dedicated. I'm like, please. Alright, I'm still trying to find him as a kid. I know I have it. I think I've also posted it to Twitter. I mean, Tumblr too. I could just go to Tumblr. I never touched my Tumblr though. Please info dump. Maybe. Might actually be some token ass shit. Betty, were you ever planning to write a book? Yes. It's the comic I was talking about in earlier streams too, The Witch of Mirrors, is actually, wait, where's the timeline? It's the last series I currently have in the ongoing timeline. So I'm actually planning on making it go backwards, where it goes Witch of Mirrors, which is as far along in the abyssal world, then Bottom Pot Harbor, which takes place on just normal Earth. Kalinyak, Lahan Academy, which is the one Benedette's from. Dimity is interesting. I don't think Dimity or Agony will ever be covered, but those are the two first stories that I ever, like, really got into. Right, the comic. No wonder I was thinking. Betty feels like... Yep. And then I was also thinking about writing BL as well. So, I don't know. I'm very much a big nerd. But it's gonna bother me if I don't show Benedette as a kid, because I feel like it makes... I like putting visuals to shit. Ghosttownmettie at tumblr.com. I write too many stories. I'm also a Yume Danshi, so I write a lot of self-insert stories as well, and it's like, please. My brain be going non-stop. Oh, no. No. Continue with Google, I guess. When it's like, you have to sign up to Tumblr to see the rest of this. Fuck you. I don't want to have to log in. God damn it. No, this is too much work, by the way. Big nerd is an understatement. Yos. Yeah. That's something too, is like, for me, like, when people are like, oh, I need to pay you for this, or like, oh, can you help me with my lore? I'll like pay you back. I'm like, no, please. I'm like, I'm really, 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 really passionate about creating, and I love seeing people create. I'm like, I'm genuinely obsessed with stories and creation and writing and also making music, and starts throwing up. Do not look on my SoundCloud. I mean, you can, but I actually have a whole playlist dedicated to just, I think I have like 30 tracks dedicated to just the Kalinyach. I love self-inserting myself everywhere. Just yesterday, I started drawing a persona for a childhood series I watched, just because it would fulfill my childhood fantasy of how... I love that, I love that, I love that, I love that. Cut and Kisses, I understand you so well on this. It's so like, oh my god, I love that. See, I keep mentioning it, but I keep playing Dragon Age Veilguard whenever I like take a break at like my friend's place. And, oh my god, I love self-inserting so much. It's so fun. Also, it's very therapeutic. Oh my god, I love me when I see people create things. Yes. That's something too, like, there's a lot of things. Actually, interesting enough, the main series that I've like made a character for, so therapeutic, literally, is I used to romantically like self-ship with Nabirias Karuego from Marimashita Irumakan. So I actually have like I have genuinely over 600 pages worth of just written stuff, and then on top of that I have drawn an actual comic for it on top of like all this different art. And it's like, oh my god, it's like obsessive and like honestly a little scary, like what the fuck, but it helped me a lot. having somebody and like being able to see yourself in new lenses and being like all these different things, oh, it's so good. Allowing yourself to be more than just yourself, oh yeah. I recommend it. That's something too that, like, I've talked about this before on the stream, but I want the ghost town to be something where people can see themselves in this, live vicariously, imagine themselves as whatever they want, whatever species of entity, or just a human. Maybe if you just want to be an elf, a dwarf, a ghost, a banshee, whatever, from whatever culture you want, especially if it belongs to, like, one of the cultures you come from. Like, I want people to be able to see themselves in whatever form they want to be here. Feel comfortable. And hey, maybe they don't self-insert, but they still like to think about being in Ghost Town. Because it's also fun to talk about this place as a ghost town, too. A sense of community beyond that. You're so passionate about Ghost Town. It sounds so fun to be a part of it, too. Well, guess who is? You! Whoever wants to be part of Ghost Town can be. The rent, free. The food, free. The government pays for everything. Me! You, welcome in. Anybody, for however short or long they want to be. I'm making like a park up here, but I'm like adding way too many trees, and I don't, maybe they'll, this place makes zero profit. Yeah. Wealth in the way of kindness and thriving. Olive tree. I think an olive tree is kind of... Yeah. I mean, they can look like that. Close enough. Alright. Yeah. Up here are olive trees. They actually look pretty close to olive trees, so I did good. This place makes zero profit. It's kind of like... It's not communist, but it kind of is. In that way, because genuinely I like to think that in the ghost town, like, everything is just covered for you, right? And so if you're thinking like, why is it covered, why is rent free, it's because the purpose of this place is you have a place to stay if you want it, but also it's also a place where you can temporarily move on. Like, however long or short you need to be, you can be here to rest and recover. So in a way, it's almost like a therapy center that's covered by the government. So like, almost like free healthcare, but specifically for like recovery and like living and being able to make sure you're taken care of. And so then you can work on hobbies and different things if you so like. You can work on, if you want to work in the mines and shit, you can, but it's up to you. I know my dad has witchcraft books. I only wish I knew where they were, because then I definitely have supernatural creatures in them. Hell yeah. Also, something too is like, it can be fun to, you can either make up, there's a lot of mythology and also like fantasy things as well, where spirits or people can be based off of concepts, right? I mean, you're caught in kisses, so why not be something fluffy and comfy and like just the embodiment of like comfortable, right? And you can be humanoid if you want, like you could be, or you could be something like, for instance, caught in kisses, what if it's like something that resembles like a ram or like a sheep or something, so it is nice and fluffy, and you know, that could be an option. Or if you want to be like more edgy about it too, you could be like, I belong to this blood race and I had to flee from my family and I've taken refuge here, but they're still trying to find me. And so it's like a whole big plot line actually, where like I have to like try and get people who can help me and take shelter. We have to like reinforce the ghost town for this fight or something. I'm edgy and evil and my name is Cotton Kisses. Hell yeah. But if you want to be like whatever, like I love, like for instance, you could be like, I was talking about sheep too, like it can be nice and cozy and comfy. You could be like somebody who just has like a really beautiful place that's covered in like 1,000 different blankets and pillows, and there's hammocks, so if you ever get sleepy you can just take a nap anywhere. And maybe you have like a really like interesting like dumbwaiter or like a pulley, so that way you don't have to necessarily do a lot of work to like crawl down from, like maybe you live in a tower or something, and so that way you can just be like lowered and you don't have to like go down like 500 steps, but you still live in a cool tower. Like, it's up to you. There's so many there's literally almost near infinite possibilities. If you want to be something more spooky, you could be a ghoul. Of course there's the bats too. You could just be a bat person, have fun, or you could just be a little bat. It is ultimately up to you. be what you want to be. You're right, I could totally just make something up. You can. Or, for instance, if you have, like, a culture, like, if you know that, like, oh, wait, because of, like, really, or maybe, like, oh, I love Greek mythology, let me see, like, I like this, or maybe, like, your favorite plant. Let's say your favorite plant is Lily of the Valley. Why not make yourself a living plant? Like, you're a spirit of a plant. You used to be Lily of a Valley, and then, however, when you were trampled on one day, you ended up getting a human form, or a humanoid form. Maybe you're just, like, a little creature. Like, you don't have to be limited to things that exist in real life as well. Whatever you want to be, you can be. Your imagination is the only limit. And if you also want, like, ideas too. Ghost personas. I'm gonna make this like a greenhouse. That's what I'm trying to do with this. I have not been thinking. I've literally just been doodling with no thoughts, and somehow I've been making this, and I kind of like it, actually. But whatever you want. And then, of course, there's, like, standard demons, too, but, like, you could be, like... one of my friends who's interested in also being a VTuber actually wants to be part of the ghost town, like, with lore and stuff. I didn't even notice you're still drawing. You're so good at multitasking. Thank you. The type of, like, neurodivergence you have, which is, like, from what I've seen with other people with ADHD, I don't have an ADHD diagnosis, but I do have another neurodivergency, but I have to have, like, 5 million thousand things going on. Another person at Ghosttown? Yes. They have been considering actually being a VTuber and wants to be part of, like, the actual, like, lore and stuff. And, you know, like, I'm so many different things. My backstory is so funny. I can't believe I was able to summarize it so quickly in my intro video. But technically I am both a human ghost, but then I turned into a nightmare demon that is off of, like, a black dragonfish. So technically, like, if you ever look at my ears, they're webbed. So technically, if somebody was to call me a mermaid, that isn't entirely wrong. I mean, I still can turn back into my genuine nightmare form, but it's like... So they actually want to be something nautical as well, and so they've been, like, thinking about all the different options. But they are very, very into marine biology. They're very cool. And so they've been thinking about it a lot. They've been wanting to work on designs and stuff. And that's something too, is like, I actually am open to people also being a part of the ghost town too. Because I don't want to make a company because it's stupid. But I think even, like, if I have people or, like, friends or, like, even other creatives who are interested in this lore once I get it more established, and they're like, hey, would you mind if I, like, also, like, made my VTuber, like, have a self-insert in this world, like, I really like it, like, I would totally be up for that, because, like, not necessarily trapped by contracts, but, like, oh yeah, you like my lore? Yeah, sure, toss yourself in. That way there's still, like, this sense of camaraderie, and, like, this, like, sense of, like, you know, it isn't necessarily a group, but it is, like, a connection to other people that could be nice. I've been thinking about that a lot, but if you know anything about, like, more mainstream, like, VTuber stuff and, like, what's going on with, like, V-shoujo, it's like, ugh, you know. But people, like, a lot of VTubers still seek, like, help and, like, a community beyond, you know, like, of VTubers, a place of belonging. And I think that's, like, one of the best ways to handle that problem is, you know, just being there for each other, not having, like, restriction to money. Hug, V-shoujo crazy as fuck. Like, I don't want to mention it because there are, like, victims, and I'm not using this for, like, obviously, I'm not going to clip this or do anything like that, but it is, like, it's important. Yeah, I've seen a few VTubers groups, and they're always so nice to one another. Exactly, like, I always feel so heartbroken for people who, like, strap themselves to a company because they want to feel a part of something and be together, and it's, like, it's hard networking and talking to people, especially because it's hard to tell people's characters and stuff. Like, are you going to actually be just into drama? Are you going to cause problems? Are you going to be doing all this? But I do have interest in making Ghost Town be applicable to more than just myself. And more than just even people I know. I have two close friends that want to get into doing VTubing. One of them, I'm not sure if they want to be part of the Ghost Town lore. They're kind of in their own world when it comes down to everything in life. But if they ever wanted to, they could definitely get in. Ooh, I really like this sort of greenhouse. I kind of want it to be kind of cool if it wasn't just a greenhouse. Like, what if it was a fish hatchery or something like that? Just so it gets oddly specific. Alright, I think people are actually growing koi fish in there. Ghost Town koi fish. How, like, the ceiling is supposed to be like panes of glass, but I don't know if I'm getting that across well. I just want to, I just want the Ghost Town to be something where people can be there for support. For one another and different things. Life is too short, and I want to be able to be there for people. Especially if I can make a difference in people's lives, that's enough for me. Alright. And something too is like, it's funny I like talk about these things and it's like, okay, that sounds awfully ambitious, but it's funny because I was just talking to, like, I never see myself getting big numbers. Because, I don't know, I'm just happy no matter what. I just stream to stream, mostly. And I like chatting with people. I like rooting for people and seeing what's going on with them. And then if anything, you know, I just want to have a positive influence on people. And I also just want to play games. If people come by, people come by. But if it does end up becoming something where it becomes more than me, it becomes more than just, you know, some little ghost streaming, it'd be cool. Honestly, just even having people like be like, hell yeah, I'm part of the Ghost Town, makes me happy. The small, oh my god, it makes me so happy whenever I see people in the Discord server chatting. It's like, oh, I hope one day you blow up creating your full-time job, if not already. Thank you. Right now my full-time job is leeching money off of people, which sucks. The iridescent void is raiding with a party of 17. I survived the void and all I got was the sleep raid message. Welcome in, welcome in. It is good to have you in. We are currently drawing and talking about the Ghost Town. Currently doing a lot of town design and working on architecture sketches. Let me know if the music looping is too much, if you want something different. But I am here. It is good to have anybody in. Iridescent Void. Now that is a cool name too. Iridescent Void. So one that glimmers and sparkles. That's really, really cool. Or maybe not necessarily sparkles, but there is... And, like, there's a glimmer to it. I like it, I like it. The different colors. I like it. Cool name. It's funny, like, I'm like, oh, this is the market district, and then I proceed to just go way higher up. I'm like, I need tears in this place. I love that, I love that, I love that. All the different, like, I love when there's, like, alleyways that go all the way up and stuff. Like, when you can, like, really climb up really high and overlook things. It's so nice to find another non-binary artist. Hell yeah! I gotta check out your stuff, another non-binary artist. I love to support my fellow non-binaries. I love to support my fellow artists. I've been rambling a lot about wanting to support others. So, hell yeah. I gotta check out your stuff. I am very, very non-binary. And I love drawing. You're fantastic at setting. Thank you. I love drawing settings. I'm loving this thing. Thank you. I'm trying to like define a lot more of the Ghost Town because it is a place and also is like in my lore as well. And I want it so that like anybody who comes by can like have a place to be. I want this to be very, very comfortable. I want to be here to support one another. So having a place that can visualize and you can actually kind of see yourself walking around. Like, isn't that nice? I'm very skilled at people and lack in the setting background area. No worries. It can be difficult. For me, I just love drawing backgrounds. I was showing, I did my character model as well, but I was showing earlier too, some of my OCs as well. Most of the art I do, like my commissions are open for character art, though I rarely ever, like I'm not necessarily looking for it, but let me see. Yeah, I also do You and me both, except I'm not skilled at people, but you know, I only draw people. Your model is so cute. Thank you. But like, here's some OCs I was showing earlier. That's like my most common style. Godfrey, Benedette. Benedette's my main character for some things, and then Merce. So yeah, there's some 3 character models, or like not models, character refs that kind of like show off my own art. But I have been working on comics my whole life, even though I'm finally actually getting around to producing one that I'm going to release to the public. But I love drawing. I love art in general, but I'm excited. I'm definitely gonna check you out, Iridescent Void. Like, seriously. I love artists. Cotton Kisses is also a very talented artist. They were doing some drawings for me when I eventually unlock emotes, and oh my god, it is so lovely. Says Stu, you are talented, I say. As Margrave of the Ghost Town, I tell you now that you are talented, by decree. Unarguable. It is not up for debate. Yeah, but I love doing backgrounds. It's my favorite thing. But I have very, very, very visual dreams. I love settings. Oh, whoa! No, that's cool. Those are really, really cool emotes. Good job. Oh my gosh, the animation too. Those are nice. I have no choice but to accept this title of talent, but only because I don't have a choice. Hell yeah. Good. It's decreed now. You cannot take back. I'm excited for when I eventually get emotes. You are very talented, Cotton Kisses. No need to humble yourself. I mainly create PNGs? Hell yeah. PNGs are really, really... Animations are rough. I have 27 versions of my character. Oh, hell yeah. That's freaking awesome. I've been doing... Well, last art stream I did, I was working on like ideas for new character models I want to go with. But it's hard. I did 3 different. I did morning, I did breakfast, lunch, and dinner themed ones for some reason. Like, not that it's food, but it's just like what I would wear if I was going to go to lunch or dinner. I don't know why. Is yours a live 2D? Yes. I'm rigged it myself. It's very, very simple, but yeah. We're literally just talking about self-inserting ourselves into every series we know too. Hell yeah. Oh my god, I love. We need to... If you have like 5,000,000 variations of yourself, that's the move. Why be limited in all the different ways you can exist? It's so fun. I love it. Self-inserting is so fun. Especially all the different ways that you can see yourself, all the different ways that you can exist in a space. Especially if you put yourself into series, it's so good. Alright. I'm like, how tall should I make this? Like, I technically can't die because I exist in all these multiverses. Exactly. Live 2D is fun and the breaking is tough. I know. I made this with the free version, but luckily my model is pretty simple. It's something that's really beneficial too because I have to draw every single one of my thumbnails for YouTube, so having a simple art design, having a simple design is really useful. I've been trying to get better at live 2D. It's really, really fun. Alright, I don't know what I want to put back here. I could put more buildings. What? Don't forget a posture check. I just realized I've been kind of sitting with an awkward position. Alright, a little bit of a stretch. Nice. Live 2D is something that I really like working in though. It's really interesting. Meanwhile, my character design has rainbow hair. Hell yeah. That's something too, is that there's a lot of people who stream with really, really, like, also hydrate. You're right. I look over at my glass of water I haven't touched for the last... Ooh, it's almost 3 hours. I should drink. You're right. I love when people have really detailed designs. It's just for me, especially because I love drawing comics. I mean, if you look at my character designs and their outfits, they're simple as can be, right? I'm gonna drink water, but... Like, these outfits are very simple. Usually the most detail goes into the hair and, like, different things. But it's like, because if I have to draw this over and over and over and over again, I love looking at people's art. It's so nice. Me too, Patch Stones. And I love looking at your photos too. I gotta mention this again. Who would I be if I'm not complimenting my my ghost town citizens? I love complex art. I love simple art. Well, there's so many variations. There's so many choices to go with. Background settings, complex things. I'm still trying to figure out a lot of this though. I think this is gonna be mostly balconies for some reason. And I'm like, what if we put a balcony there actually? We need another balcony. Who would we be if we didn't glaze each other's work? True. I need to actually post my art someday. You should! I would support. If you are ever interested, no pressure whatsoever, because Discord stresses me out sometimes, but I don't know if it's still pinned, but if you ever want to join the Ghosttownmettie Discord just to like share projects and share your art, oh my god, I would be so glad. And then of course I have any social media too, like if you want to post on Blue Sky or Tumblr or whatever, like I support you. I didn't post my art for the longest time. Like I spent years upon years working on comics and different things, but I didn't post on anything. And then it wasn't until 2021 when my friends like, seriously, you need to start posting this stuff. Because I got really addicted to watching, interestingly enough, Marimashita Iroma-kan, the anime. And she was like, you draw so much, like there's people out there who would like your art. And then people ended up decently liking my art. I'm like, oh. So it's scary to put yourself out there, but I support you. When you start posting your art, I'm sure a lot of people will end up loving it. I believe in you. I believe in you, iridescent void. And I mean, you're already a streamer because you did indeed raid, so... And also you got those emotes. So, I believe. Also, sometimes having social media can be useful too, because when you post your art too, you can attract people to your streaming account. Oh, I just cracked my back. From, you know, your art as well. Though I get nervous doing that a lot. I've been streaming for a year now, and social media scares me, I know. But something too is like, I'm slowly but surely getting used to it. But it's like, ooh. It always feels like I have to reach a certain level of skill before I can post what I draw. But it's a never-ending cycle of never posting my art. Well, Cotton Kisses, you better start posting your art. It's so cute. I love your art. And something too is like, if you do want to even just share it with friends or even just like people, of course I'm always open to see art. If you ever even feel too nervous to like send it into the Discord or even post it anywhere, you can always like DM me if you so wish, because I do love seeing your art. And it's all about comfort. If I could just post to just my friends, I would be fine with that. Yeah, that's something that can be really, really reassuring. Because like, it can be scary with how faithful it is. Yeah, if you ever post it, I'd be so excited to see. See? I want the ghost town to be as positive a place as possible. I want people to be there for one another. Of course, your own comfort comes first, but know that if you do ever want to share it with people, there is a very small but growing community of people in the ghost town that are going to really like seeing it. And I love art. And I love seeing people progress too. Like, a lot of people are like, oh no, my art's not good enough. But it's like, you created something. You made something that nobody else has before. You have created an idea. You have conveyed feelings. You have conveyed something that nobody else ever has before. Like, skill be damned. Like, okay, so somebody's able to draw a really, really good apple in all the shines. I can share the project I'm working on since I joined your Discord. Yay! Oh my god, I'm so excited. I want to see. I will definitely look. I love. Hell yeah. I'm always happy to see people's stuff. Because something too is like, I used to be such a shut-in. That's one of the things that like I'm slowly but surely opening up more as I stream. Because I truly do love seeing what other people are working on. Let me know when you send it, because I will switch over to Discord and take a look. Last thing I had to switch over to Discord for though was looking at Mr. Crazy's tattoo, which is so cool. It's so silly because I'm active in R5. Ooh, I should follow you there. Is it the same name, Iridescent Void? I would love to. I did R5 for the first time in years this year. Those fossils. Avil, hello! Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Same name? Alright, I will definitely follow you on Art Fight. I really love doing Art Fight. But welcome in, Avil. So let me know if I'm saying that right. It's completely okay to be like, Mettie, actually, that's not how you call my name. Or being like, actually, can you call me Av or Vale? Like, I'm totally up for that. Follower goal met, 50 out of 50. Huh? Holy fuck, that's awesome. That's so cool. Whoa. Avil immediately got a reward? Okay, everybody pulling out the banners for like partying. We're like, whoa! That's awesome. Hell yeah. Holy crap, already 50. That's crazy. Oh. It's something too that like, I don't think I could ever be somebody that does not see individuals instead of just a number, because it's like, imagine like being in a room with 50 people. Like, in general, like usually classrooms are about, like if you're in like schools, like 30 people. So then 50? That's so cool. Seriously, I cannot thank you guys enough. Let me know if you guys ever need something. Of course, it is limited. I am just a ghost, but I'm always happy to support you guys. I'm always happy to make sure you guys are doing well, okay? That's so awesome. Holy fuck. Who'd ever thought me drawing my silly little ghost town would get me 50 followers? Also, thank you, Iridescence, for rating me as well. It's so meaningful. I saw the heart and then almost clicked on Cut, because like, no, not allowed. Going back to 49. In all honesty, it probably will go back to 49 sooner than later, but that's okay. I don't mind. The thing too is like I say a lot, like Ghost Town it's okay if it's a temporary place. There's docks here in this town. If you guys, for whatever reason, decide to head out, that is fine. Whether brief or long, I'm ridiculously grateful to everyone. And I want everybody to live well and thrive. Congrats, and I shared the art. Woo! Alright, rushing over. Let me take a look. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Oh my god, I love them. I love that. You using a simple template that you made to then be able to make them? That's so smart. Oh, I love it. Aww. I'm gonna send flame. God, that's lovely. Satin immediately showing up. Oh, I love that. Aw. You can definitely take pride in your art. Iridescent Void, that is really beautiful. Shh, you don't see me. Cotton. You are seen. You are seen. Points at you. You are seen. There's like a big red comedic sized arrow that just follows them. Yeah, but if you do join the Discord, no pressure to talk. It is okay if you're just lurking or if you forget to. And like, whatever you're comfortable sharing with, please share. I'm always excited to see what people are working on. I'm going to make this part of my ghost town lore. Like that one SPC, don't stare at me for too long. You like fade into the background too. You like the meme? The idea came from the cat girl character, who's my friend's character. She commissioned me for her Boba Cat character, and I was like, wait, that's a super cute pose. It is super cute. I like it a lot. It's so cute. I like it. I'm excited to see more of it. I love seeing art. God, that makes me so happy. Especially sometimes when you get a really good pose in, it's like, alright, I'm going to keep doing this. Also, to anybody, I apologize if I ever use the wrong pronouns, because in general, for some reason I default to just using masculine and feminine terms, just regardless of, like, how I actually, like, know people are. I don't know. Gender's a funny thing to me, but let me know if it does bother you. Let me know if there's any words or anything. I do not mind changing how I speak, because I want everybody to be comfortable. You mentioning earlier being a non-binary artist reminded me of that. I'm like, oh yeah. I'm like realizing I don't know anybody's pronouns actually of my chat or like anything regarding that. But let me know if it makes you uncomfortable. In my head, you guys are just cool entities. You're so okay with me. Do not care what pronouns you use for me. Okay. Cotton kisses is cotton kisses. They're just an entity. I never really cared what gender people called me. Hell yeah. Because, I don't know, especially because I see you guys mostly as, like, individuals, that it's like, okay. Unless you guys, like, your gender really matters to you, like, I'm going to respect that. Like, some people take a lot of pride in, like, different things, but whatever you guys want. What did Automod ban that? Full of non-binaries is fucking held from Automod? Excuse me? Knowing what I am for myself has been enough for me. Hell yeah. This entire chat is full of non-binaries. I use they, they, a pronouns and prefer to be referred to in a femme way. Ah, awesome. Yeah, Automod, like Twitch. There's things I like about streaming on Twitch, but Automod, really? Fae A pronouns are so cute. I've never gotten to use them before. That's so nice. Refer to in a feminine way. Okay. Let me know if anything ever bothers you and I will correct. Sometimes I catch myself slipping, but alright. Good to know iridescent void. Good to know, good to know. I love non-binary people. Heart. I'll fight Automod for you, Cotton. That's so weird. Literally full of non-binaries being like, why? That's... It's so nice to meet a fellow artist. Hell yeah! Alvel, if you ever want to share your art as well, feel completely welcome. I'm always excited to see other people's art, like genuinely. Of course, like I said before, no pressure to join the Discord, but that is there if you ever want to share your art. Ever's more comfortable. I love that. Like that's something too, I want to help support one another, especially on creative endeavors. Because, like, life can suck sometimes, but, you know, being able to draw, being able to write, being able to create anything, even just daydreaming, is one of life's greatest gifts. The world is naturally malicious and destructive. Over time, things will go away. However, that means that's even more a duty for us to just create things out of love, out of care. And that's beautiful. I like neopronouns for multiple reasons. One of the reasons being neopronouns scare people who hate they them pronouns into actually using they them pronouns because it's the least scary choice, literally. I always find it really funny when like people hate neopronouns. It's funny how much they do actually default to then using they them. It's a convenient strategy. For me, I don't really care what gender people refer to me to. If people see me more masculine or feminine, that's completely fine. I know for me, I generally prefer like they or it because I like being like creature. And I kind of like the idea of like not being limited to things that just refer to even just animals. I like that when it's just, especially it, I think it's fun. But he, she, man, woman, miss, ma'am, madam, creature, literally. Would be a creature. I shared on your Discord. Ooh, I'm excited, I'm excited. Oh my gosh, that is beautiful. Oh my gosh, that's stunning. Holy crap, I'm so excited. A big Modja project about your OC? Oh, I love. Wow, I guess, so beautiful. Well, since I'm a shapeshifter, it's pretty obvious I'm mostly indecisive. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, patched. Being able to shapeshift is always fun. For me, I have like mostly 3 versions of myself, because I have my black dragonfish self. What's the lore of everyone's personas? I'm excited. But let me see, because I have my nightmare demon form, and then I have me when I was alive as a human. Let me see. I'm just gonna share. I can pull these up actually pretty easily, just so people can get an idea, because we also have some new people here, and not everybody also has seen my brief lore bits in my introductory video. Also, no worries watching my introductory video because there it is, copy image. It's in black and white though. But feel free to share your lore, whether it's in the Discord or even in chat, because I'm interested. I love story. Because I have this form. This is black and white though, because that's what I used for my lore video. And then, where's my human self? Come here. I still gotta make a colored version. Almost everything's in black and gray. So, I'm very limited in my forms, but I like shapeshifter. Human. Like, I don't have lore, to be honest, I'm not the lore type. I respect. If you ever want to toss yourself into the ghost town and just exist as something that just came into existence one day, feel free also. And then there's just me. Though, I have 3 forms. Make up with something? Hell yeah. I did incorporate a raccoon there somewhere? Oh, hell yeah. Have you ever seen the anime that's like old, that's like takes place in like Wisconsin in America or something, or maybe in Canada, but it's like about a raccoon? What is that called? I haven't fully decided on the name, but right now it's Rollo. Oh, I like that. Rollo? I like it a lot. I love lore, but I also like when people can do without lore as well. I'm very much like, I need to put this in a context. I was once in call with some of my fellow creative friends back in the day, and I was like, I gotta think of a situation to like draw anything, and they're like, oh my fucking god. I was like freaking out. I'm like, I need to think of a situation, otherwise I can't draw. But that's like my weakness. It's my Achilles heels. Like, even in this situation, I'm like, what day is this? What's going on with this? What's the context of this place? Like, I can't just draw something to draw something. I'm like, I like stop functioning. Like when you put like, sometimes when you put a collar on a cat and they just like go completely immobile and just go stiff, that's like me when there's not a situation I'm thinking of. Ooh. Alright, let's see. My PNG for Twitch's lore is this. This is the most basic version. Name. Eolanthe. Nickname. Eo. Pronouns Fae Fair. Lore. Eo is an alien on the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy who was messing with TV tech when Fair accidentally turned into Earthling TV. Interest peaked, and after messing with tech, Fair figured out how to send image to Earth, and as such started sharing gameplay with Earthlings as it is lonely on the edge of the galaxy and the void of space. Oh, nice! The Iridescent Void got some cool lore. I love that. That's so cool. That's awesome. That's so creative. I love it. Being on the edge of the galaxy and the void of space. That's so cool. That's awesome. I support you. I like it also being on the premise of loneliness as well, because I feel like the ghost town kind of also fits into that. You being out in space, me being in a ghost town. God, that's so cool. I love lore, please. It was funny, I am doing voice acting for one of the people in the Discord for like his YouTube channel. Ooh, Discord my Discord version of O? Ooh, hell yeah. And so like Axel Derb is actually working on a Let's Play but dubbed version. So he has some voice actors and he hired me, or like not hired me with money, but like oh my god, that's so cute. I love this design, Iridescent Void. And he would message me and he's like, here's lore about the character because I know that you would really eat that stuff. I'm like, oh, that is true, I love lore. Fun fact, the accessories represent people who are either my friend or Twitch people who support me. That's so sweet. Oh my god, that's so cool. I love the eyes. Oh, I love it. What a cool maximalist design. I love the plushies on the keychain, the rainbow chain. That's so cool. That's awesome. I love the butterfly too. That's so cool. That's so freaking cool. And really thoughtful as well. But something that's really cool is when people go into like describing the like design and thought that went into what they've chosen to do, and it's like, whoa. Because for me, I'm like, this is easy. This is an easy design to do. I have a little bit of thought behind certain things, but Mostly my design is very, very, very simple. But seeing one that's filled with so much thought and love, I love it, I love it, I love it. I kind of want to actually have there be like an entryway down to a lower section here. Let me see if I can make this come across that way though. Wonder if I can make that come across. It kind of is. Not really. Close enough. I'm like, that doesn't look like it's going down like a stairway. And it's like, okay, who's going to be focusing on like this little patch behind this market stall? Like underneath this sort of balcony. It's not that serious, I promise. I'm somehow like in the mix of being a detailed artist versus of like trying to rush through things as much as possible. So it's really funny seeing what I get hung up on. Like nobody gives a fuck about that. Though when you're drawing comics, it's like really nice to try and cut down as much detail as possible, just because you're gonna have to draw a lot of it. But it's interesting. The main reason I started streaming was loneliness. My husband and I work opposite schedules, so it was often me and my pets alone at home. So most of my babies don't make good conversation. Aw. Well, I'm glad that you were able to start streaming. Being able to fight back loneliness is really important. Loneliness can horribly affect your health, and having pets can help you a lot. Art and having to give most of your attention to the bigger details and not the smaller ones. People won't notice, literally. But it's like, please, I need to spend way too much time detailing this very specific thing. That's something too that I always have to like check myself. And one of the ways that I like try and avoid from adding too much detail, especially if I need to work on like a lot of different projects, is one of my favorite manga artists is Kentaro Miura. So, and he died because of overwork, and like if you ever looked at his series, you'd see like, oh yeah, not surprising. Trying to talk to an axolotl is a very one-sided conversation. Oh, you have axolotls? Oh my gosh! Oh, I love axolotls. I personally have 3 cats and a Chinese striped hamster. Only one of the cats is mine, who is an orange silly little boy, who I love. I love all the kitties. And then my beautiful Chinese hamster, Jume, is a very sweet girl. Written with the Chinese characters for Vermilion and Fine Jade. Hamster? Yes, I got my hamster. I think I sent a picture of her in the Discord. Did I? I know I've sent pictures of the cats. Let me see. Pet pics. Also, feel free to send any pet pics you want. I sent cat pictures. Oh yeah, I did. There she is. I sent that August 2nd. She's so cute. She's so tiny. I love pets. I love animals in general. If you guys ever want to share any pets or animals, feel free. Of course, if you don't want to show them to the world, that is okay as well. I care about animal privacy as much as I do human, or entity, if you do not wish to be referred as such. I have 3 cats, 4 frogs, 3 toads, 1 axolotl, 1 Syrian hamster, ooh, Syrian hamster, 1 anole, 1 leopard gecko, and 1 husband. Sadly, all of the pets, I can't seem to get anyone to take the husband/silly joke. It's funny. I love that. I mean, sometimes based on what your relationship is with your partner, sometimes your partner does kind of feel like a pet. And sometimes that is literal when it comes down to certain matters, but I won't go into that. I only take dumb pictures of my cats, which makes me happy. Hell yeah. It's so funny though to get them where like their eyes are like flared up, or they're positioned funny, or they're like sitting like a weirdo. You catch them like with their tongue out and it's like really blurry and crappy. Like, I love that sort of stuff. My cat that passed away in May, I have mostly just goofy pictures of him as well. It's just a joke I make because people always tell me I have a zoo. I understand. If I could afford it, I'd probably be in a similar situation. I really want to have a snake and tarantulas. And then I also want rabbits and chickens and ducks and goats. So I understand. My elder cat passed in April. Aww. A month apart, but At least you know that somebody was mourning around the same time as you as well. It sucks losing a pet. And it's always like a gap in the space too that is just hard to fill up. That was Morrigan. She was 10 years old. Aww, she's still pretty young too. That's sad. I mean, 10 years old isn't too bad, especially if they have health issues. But all of my boys right now are 13. She got to be on stream though and was very beloved. Aww. I'm glad she can be immortalized like that. I'm glad she was able to be on stream. She was the front and it was heart related. Aww. That's rough. Something too is you can't help when animals have congenital like health conditions that they were born with. But you can help fill their life with love, regardless of how short or long an animal lives. Making sure that they don't doubt for a single moment that they were loved. Is that not the point of life? Then we got Hermes. Ooh. Is that another kitty? I love cats. And he's 20 weeks. Oh, he's still baby. He's an orange menace. As it goes, as it goes. My orange cat isn't a menace. He's just kind of a strange. I taught him how to do high fives though, so he'll be up. He likes to sleep on the back of the kitchen chairs with his armpits spread out. And then when he sees somebody walk by, he'll like get up on the edge of the the back of the seat and he'll start pawing, trying to get people to give him a high five, and it's really cute. My little sweet boy. My cat will question if he is loved when we pick him up and kiss all over his ratty face. It's okay, he purrs. My friends that I've been hanging out with a lot recently, they have this very like tsundere cat. And whenever you pick her up, she'll like meow and cause a fuss, but she won't try and get out of your arms at all. And then she'll keep like standing in front of you like, I don't actually want to be picked up, but also I really do. Cats are funny that way. Sometimes they don't like it, but sometimes they're a little fussy about it. When we picked him up, he wouldn't let me hand him to my husband for 10 minutes because he loved me so much already. Aww. I think Morrigan left a piece of her love with him, and that's why he knew me right away. Aww. That's so sweet. I love that. It's always such a good feeling when you feel just the immediate love. Oh, it's so nice. It's something that I feel bad for people who have never had a chance to own a pet and feel that kind of love. Of course, it's not for everybody. Some people are incapable of feeling love for a pet, and I respect that, but it's such a nice feeling. And they immediately light up and they're like, that's the one. That was me with my orange kitty, a Buxagon, which is a Anishinaabe, I do believe. Maybe it's one of the lower tribes, but it was something that one of my native friends told me to name him, which means wildcat. I wasn't able to own a pet until last year. Are you enjoying it, Cotton Kisses? Do you love your little kitty? Your cat? It's something that, like, it's amazing how life-changing it is. Like, whoa, now I understand why people own these. Severely? Yes. Oh my god, it feels nice to be able to live for something more than yourself too. Seeing some little creature, it's like, alright, there's my little boy, there's my little girl. Here you are. And then you pick him up and give him a little kiss. And even if animals don't, like my Ajume doesn't like being picked up, but she gets so excited when she hears me and I give her little treats, and she just like, she'll hang out sometimes and just want to look at me. It's cute. My dad was the one against it the most, but he's the one who loves the cat the most now, I swear. It's so funny when there's like the dad who like doesn't want the cat, or like the parent in general who doesn't want the cat, and then they end up becoming best friends, and it's like, okay. It's really funny. I love that stuff so much. It's like they have learned through experience that kitty is best. My other two kitties are Gaia, who's a 4-year-old, and Ramses, who is a 17-year-old, and my family cat from when I was a kid. I have known Ramses from the day he was born. His mom had him and 7 siblings under our stairs. Whoo, 7 kittens is a lot. Or his 7 siblings, so technically it's 8. I can't even imagine being a cat and having that many children. Scary, but that's so cool. 17-year-old Ramses. Aww. Oh my gosh, I love it. It's always interesting when cats kind of enter your life, especially if you don't like have barn cats or something, and then you like they end up having like kittens, and it's like, what? Where did you guys come from? Like, why did you think this was safe? And then it's like a gift kitten, and he's still going strong. Hell yeah! I hope Ramses can live healthy and strong for many, many years, as long as he can be comfortable and happy. I come downstairs and see piles of treats on the floor that my cat didn't finish eating. They feed him so many treats that we had to replace it with his kibble and not tell them. That's so funny. I'm glad that works. Oh my god, my cats are very, very picky eaters. You cannot teach them that something is something else. They're too smart. The vet loves / hates when he has his appointments because he's so cool and rare. But because he's constantly purring, she struggles to listen to his heart and lung. Wait, that's the cutest reason that that's a problem. Aww. I love that. Holy crap. That's so cute. He's too full of love. He's too happy. He's too joyous. I love that so much. That's so freaking cute. Alright, is the angle of that right? It feels off. Let me actually, I'm gonna push this back a little bit. I'm gonna push this also back a little bit. I feel like I gotta make this a little more angled back. I feel like that's the problem that I'm seeing. I don't know if I'm just being delusional with this. He literally purrs the second someone gives him attention. You would think we never gave him attention or something. I love that. Oh, that's so cute. He's so filled with love. It feels okay, but my eye's untrained in this. Alright, that's okay. Don't worry about it. It is completely okay if you're like, it looks okay. And maybe something too is when I start putting things in. I think the problem, I know what it is. I know what it is. It's the angle. It's this angle. It's specifically that second floor angle. I figured it out. And then also, it'll be a little more like this. I think that love is part of why he's still around. The most important thing for sticking around and living long, though it's not limited to just that, is a reason to live. In Japanese, it is called ikigai. I-K-I-G-A-I, romanized. And it's one of the reasons that people talk about why people in Okinawa have some of the biggest lifespans. And you see it with a lot of people, like, if people have a true dedication and reason to live, they will stay around, and once they lose it, it becomes their health deteriorates, and it's really hard for them to stay around. His reason is love. Ramses is so full of love that he can't help but want to stick around. Though, of course, cats that really want to live, sometimes their health takes them away. My cat guy is super funny. When we got Hermes, she would pin him and groom him very aggressively. Aww. That's very cute. She's like, that's baby. That's just a little guy who needs to be taken care of. I love that. Often when you get a kitten and you have like a cat with maternal instincts, and sometimes male cats also have maternal instincts, and they like start really grooming and looking after them, it's so cute. I love it, I love it, I love it. It's always a good feeling when you see your pets interact and they like already start looking out for each other. Even if it's a bit aggressive, it's still like, it's out of care, it's out of love. I love that. Oh, I love animals. Alright, I need more signs. Not enough of this seems like they're businesses. My husband's grandma's a 92-year-old, and I swear my partner is why she's still around. Because legally he is her kiddo. Pretty sure that's why she's lived so long. See? Like, one of the things too with like the studies they've done with the people who live really long on Okinawa is they have a sense of community too. So many of them still like have so much active family life. They know their great-grandkids, their great-great-grandkids, and they are surrounded by this, you know? Of course people are surrounded by love, like, unfortunately, there's a lot of health conditions that will just take people, but having something to live for, something to look forward to, something to love will keep you going. As soon, or actually even beyond love as well. Some of the longest lived people I've known have lived because of spite. Weirdly enough, that can be a motivator to live long. Not the one that I recommend though, but it is interesting to see. It's interesting to see why people end up living long. There's so many different factors too. But love is definitely a way that you can live long. But it isn't a cure-all for sure. Oh, it's coming together. It's crazy to think that this was just a blank canvas 3.5 hours ago. Oh god, it's really been 3.5 hours. I've been working pretty slowly on this. But I've been chatting. And enjoying company. Taking it slow, thinking about things. I have no idea what area in the ghost town I'm going to draw next. I don't want there to be, let's do a circle. I want there to be weird windows on this one. I'm going to do actually a classic, I need to zoom in for this. Drawing circles, my enemy. Circle. Please, please. There we go. That's good enough. Oh. I'm not sure if this is true. I heard that from a YouTuber that Japan will pay people to care for their elder parents. And if that's true, that is so cool. Many people just get tossed into places just to be forgotten about. I feel like preschools and senior homes should be in the same buildings. Yeah. It definitely helps a lot. Before I switched to streaming, or actually should say before I started being pretty much unemployed, my health tanked. I used to work as a caretaker for an elderly woman. And that's what that job is, but it's like in Japan I do believe they have like government funding and like proper businesses set up to help pay for the elderly to be taken care of, but there are like wealthy elderly that do pay people to help take care of them and look after them and be there for them. That's what I used to do. And if my health didn't take it, I would still be doing that. It's a really, really good job. But I love hanging out with old people. They're very interesting. I like hearing their stories. I'm a school bus aide for disabled kiddos? Hell yeah. I respect that immensely. It's something that like when I was growing up, I want to be friends with people regardless of anything else. And so I ended up becoming friends with a lot of the disabled kids I went to school with. And so I always was on like the short bus, as they call it commonly. And I cannot thank the people who do that work enough, because seeing like my friends get help in and out of their wheelchair and like getting to see all these different ways that I never realized that mobility could be a problem. On top of there's other disabilities besides mobility, but it's like genuinely such an important service. So genuinely thank you, Iridescent Void, for doing that. It's such an important job, and looking out for those who struggle is so important. Everybody deserves a chance to reach the same places, to achieve the same things. If you want, you can call me Junie. Okay, I will call you Junie. Though I will probably default back to Iridescent Void, because I have a weird habit of just calling out people's full usernames. I don't know why, it kind of feels nice. Almost like a proper title. Wait, Junie, that's cute. Reminds me of Junie B. Jones, the kids' book. Alright. I remember what I wanted to do. I'm going to have it so that the windows actually curve to accommodate that window. And also the roof curve. Oh yeah. I might edit this later and be like, no, I hate that window. But for now, I like this. I get that a lot. Yeah, it's probably one of the main associations people have. Though it is kind of cute to also think like juniper berries, like something like that. Or the month of June. Alright. I think I'm gonna just do 2 windows on either side. My first full name is Juniper? Hell yeah. It's a nice name. But I also really like juniper bushes. And I also like juniper berries as well. My full name, or like my first name, if it's not shortened to Mettie, is Matilda. But I prefer Mettie. It's much more comfortable to me. Besides, I like all the different variations that exist in different cultures that sound pretty similar. Like in Irish Gaelic, the word for a head that's been, or like the stump of a neck that's been severed completely off sounds very similar to Mettie, but it's like a very British way, you know? So it's like, Mettie is how you usually say the stump of a severed neck in Gaelic. So I think it's fun being Mettie, because it's like, yeah. The neck completely severed off? Yep. So it's like the stump of the neck. So if somebody's been decapitated, in Irish Gaelic, they call it Mettie. And it sounds like Mettie. the way that, especially a lot of people in the UK, their accents, they usually like don't pronounce T's. Not all of them, but some of them do. So, Mettie. I like that. It's fitting. So I like being Mettie. Because Matilda is nice and all, but hee hee. Especially as somebody who's a ghost, I like that little touch. I have like this weird habit where like I go to, there's this Irish Gaelic dictionary called Tumblr. It does make you think of that movie from the 90s. What movie? Mettie? Is there a movie with Mettie? Or Decapitated Heads? I feel like there's probably a lot of movies with decapitated heads from the 90s though. Decapitation has always been a obsession with humans. No, Matilda? Oh yeah, I love Matilda. Yeah. That's something too, is I really, really do love the movie and book Matilda. But, well, it's kind of funny. You got Junie B. Jones and I got Matilda. Really good movie. I love Matilda. It's a good movie, but I like being Mettie. I read a lot of Junie B. Jones as a kid. Me too. It was an incredibly popular children's book, and I can understand why. I used to love the art for it as well. Some people really don't like when their names have associations with like books or media, but I always think it's pretty cool. For a lot of my childhood, I cannot distinguish between that book and my real life. Hell yeah. I was talking about favorite children's book a while ago. I don't know why, that's really funny. You're like, this happened to me though. This happened to me. No, I promise this happened to me. It's just like the plot. I like Junie because it was the first nickname I ever got from a friend before. Not a relative. Oh, I like that. That's a nice association to have with it. I have way too many nicknames that my friends give me. A lot of them aren't even relevant, but I'm also a niche, and having nicknames is hugely in our culture. So, I have a lot of nicknames. I love nicknames. I remember one book, she gets super upset at not being able to get in a fire truck or something. For a good portion of my life, I just thought it was my memory. That's really funny! Wait, that's awesome. I like this Cotton Kisses lore. No wonder you're so good at self-inserting. You've always been like, but that's me. Wait, but that's me. That's so funny. I love that. I don't think I've ever had anything like that happen to me. That's actually really cool. I honestly find it kind of odd when people feel super upset if their name is used in a form of popular media. Yeah, I don't really get it. Because it's like, I don't know, I kind of think it's cool, like, and something too is like, naturally, just be who you are, and you're naturally going to be unique, right? Nobody else was born the exact same day, the exact same place, with all the different influences and inspirations, and I feel like a lot of people who get upset is because they crave to be unique and different. No, I got super upset when my name was used in form popular. I was like 12. It's really interesting. I can understand like kids and like teenagers feeling that way, and I can understand too like adults who haven't had the circumstances to like reach that level of maturity, but it's funny. I followed a person and they got made, and I followed a person and they got mad that I called my community Starlings and was like, well, now I gotta change my community name. I was so shocked. That's interesting. My name is Opal. Don't ask me if I got it from Steeple Universe. Understandable. Oh, see, that's the thing is like, I think community names are interesting. Like, okay, one, Starling is a bird. That doesn't make sense to me. Like, actually, the more I think about what you just said, iridescent void, the more I'm like, that's so weird. Why would they get... Respectfully, that individual needs a lot of growing up to do, and maybe they are a younger individual who has yet to experience more of the world. But interesting. It was weird, and they made a weird comment about how there's so many junipers lately. Okay. So? That's so interesting. They were in their mid-30s. Oof. Well, I hope that they're able to grow up. I don't know how to say that lightly. Like, why would you? Like, also, like, I think what's going on with them is probably there's a lot more in their life that they aren't happy with if they're attacking others for this. Like, it's okay if, like, people have things in common with other people. That's not a problem. Am I right? Hope they're doing better now. Yeah, for their sake, genuinely, like, being uncomfortable with people having any similarity, I hope they get the help they need and are able to properly realize where this is coming from. I do hope they're doing okay. Yeah, like, if something that small is stressing them out, then there must be, like, a lot of stressors going on in their life. And I hope that they're able to figure that out and be able to no longer let that bother them, because that is something that is genuinely toxic, and that's not good for them either. Feeling uncomfortable, feeling upset over things like that. I really, really hope that they're able to feel better about that, because that's not healthy. Simply, it's not. Like, if somebody was also a ghost named Mettie, I'd be like, fuck yeah. Look at that guy. Do you want more lore about EO? Sure, I'm always excited to hear more lore. I love lore. I spend way too much time in video games reading lore. Do you think that Ghost Town has a church? Would you like a church? I don't know what they'd be worshipping, though. There could be a temple. I don't know, like, where you can go to, like, pray wherever you want. It's like, interesting enough, there's like a statue of me in the background. It's like really egocentric for some reason. Ah, a temple, yeah. Okay, let me... Was that the most... No, it was this one. Nope, not this one. Where's the ghost town? Here. I'm going to readjust some things, but this is the first drawing I ever did of the ghost town, as stated before, but... So if this is like the castle, was that Nightmare Mettie? Funny, like a giant fish. No, there's no worship. Mettie is not to be worshipped. I'm just the Margrave. I just run the show a little bit. So if this is like the main castle or like chateau, then I kind of want to readjust it where there's like actually just a cliff all the way up here, like a woods next to it, and then like have the city expand this way. And then I kind of want it to like having a temple in the woods, like that's overlooking the sea. So like it's a very personal experience for who comes by would be nice. I don't know if those red arrows in my scribbles make sense, but I'm gonna readjust some stuff, but I definitely want there to be a temple. That way, like, if you want to pray. And actually, we were talking about gods and, like, how to create them for, like, homebrew and stuff earlier. And so we could have, like, I could make gods. I definitely want to make the ghost town exist in, like, a greater lore and world. So having, like, different entities or, like, different that people can pray to would be nice, too. I was just asking. My character likely doesn't have anything to do with it. No worries. You could also, you're like, weirdly enough, you're like the person, you're like a monk who takes care of like the temple. Because you take care of the temple cats. And there's like a ton of them for some reason, because to like keep prey out. Because when people leave offerings, you gotta make sure that that shit goes to God, and so you have to like try and keep the like vermin or like rats out. I don't like the word vermin, but like all the different like animals that shouldn't be in there. Ooh, more lore. Let's see some EO lore. So, in the universe EO is from, there's this program called the Spaceport Program that was created by the USA and Russia in an attempt to gather resources from Mars. EO's bestie is Agent Voidlock, who is a black-capped chickadee, who has increased intelligence from the program and experiments. He escaped the Milky Way by hyper-launching his escape pod to Andromeda, crash landing into Io's junk tech pile. Ooh, that's so cool. This is why my community's name of Starlings has a double meaning. It's both stars and birds. That's so fucking cool. Oh yeah, you're right, Cotton Kisses. I gotta drink more water, you're so right. Remember to hydrate as well, everybody. But that's so freaking cool, Judy. That's so cool. That's awesome. Both stars and birds. I'm a huge fan of birds. And I love the stars. I love space in general. So, that's so freaking cool. Alright, I've got a drink. Per Cotton Kisses demand. Ooh. Water. I can't wait until the summer ends and I can start drinking tea again. I miss drinking tea. If I have to hydrate, Mettie does too. Alright, cotton kisses. You need like some sort of ability where you could hold me and check and be like, bitch, you gotta drink. The further into the lore we go, the more connected my characters become. All my OCs are in the same area of time. Ooh, that's so cool. Having like interwebbed characters with like ongoing stories is really cool. Ooh, you shared a picture of Ancient Voidlock? I'll go take a look. Whoa. Oh my gosh, the stream ending thing you sent is so beautiful. Oh my gosh. Oh, and is that the black cap? That's Voidlock? Oh my god, I love it. Wait, that's so cool. Oh my gosh. That's so freaking awesome. Holy crap. I think it was my stream ending picture. That's so cool. You are seriously talented. I love Voidlock. So cute. I love black capture kitties though. I love them. They're so lovely. Your character design is so cool too. The hair, the stars. I also love the choice in skin color too. That rich, vivid blue. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm so excited. I'm so happy to have another artist and creator in the Ghost Town. I love seeing your stuff, like seriously. Chickadees are my favorite bird, and Faye vocal stem, hell yeah. I remember when I was younger, I was obsessed with doing their call too. But it feels really, really good. Can't do any bird calls anymore though. I just like listening to them. Growing up, I used to run around with a bird almanac, hell yeah. Where I live is out in the woods with several other people, and we live in a swamp, or like next to a pond that's like completely naturally forested, never been dredged or anything. And so we have so many different birds. We also have sandhill cranes that walk up, and I love it, I love it, I love it. OMG, nothing else is more flattering than another artist complimenting specific parts of your art piece. Very, very true. I like when people like can focus on the detail and be like, wait, I love this about it. Mew, and I'm like, alright, time to pull up Cotton Kisses art too and flatter them. Seriously, you got Cotton Kisses, you too need to be sharing art. Points at you. You don't have to, but I just like you are also very talented. But Junie's art is really, really nice. And also the fact that it's in an animation too, like the way that it like the stars dart across, like it's so cool. A lot of times I'm like, I should make an animation of this, and then I'm like, what if I don't actually? What if I'm lazy about this? It's captivating for real, literally. It's so good. I think the only animation I've really done for my channel actually is just my starting soon screen. But it's really funny because I'm just like laying on the floor and there's just ghosts doing like stupid shit around me. But Mew and I'm like, just a second everybody, and I'm like, starting soon. I'll do that. But I love when you do like, I love animated endings, and I love animated beginnings. Like, like it's so much work and so much thought got put into it, and you can see like in the movement that you put in, like it's genuinely really, really nice. I love it, I love it. It just looks really stupid. Wait, we gotta do starting soon. Apologies because the music is definitely gonna overlap. But like, this is just so simple. Look, the ghost doing stupid shit. The ghost cat. Starting soon track is definitely layered over. Alright, we're back. It's so nice to look at though. My Starting Soon and BRB are also animated. It's cats and pets though? Hell yeah! Ghost rat. It's the only ghost that's not moving in my Starting Soon screen. I like that it's just sitting there. Ghost Town is not limited to just ghosts, but it's funny. Ooh, I shared them. Gotta take a look. Oh my gosh, these are so... Oh my god, I love them. Oh my god, the rotation of the orange cat's head is so good. Being able to capture rotation like that is really, really nice. Holy crap. You're seriously talented. Aww. You having your cats and their names for the Starting Soon? Oh, I love the way you did the stars in the background. It reminds me of oil pastels, but like done really, really well. I love it. I love it. Holy crap. Seriously cool. Also, shared Valentine IO. Ooh. Your projects. Oh, yeah. That's so cool. I love the fuzzy boots. The choker, the sort of like corset sweetheart neckline with the lace. Oh my god, the cute little wings. The like detached gloves? I don't know, I said sloves. I think I went to go sleeve and glove, and so I said both. Sloves. That doesn't sound right at all. God, that's so cute. And then the hair buns being put up like that. Oh, into hearts. That is so... You put a lot of thought into your pieces, and it's genuinely really, really cool to see. I love that. All the little things. Sloves, yeah. New word. New evil word. Sloves. I do love sloves. I cannot. That sounds so wrong. It sounds so wrong. I hate it. It's like in between of so many words that should not be combined. I No, we're banning that word. New words banned from the ghost town. Sloves. Ooh, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. It reminds me of like slug, but also like, I like slugs, but also like love, and then also sleeve and glove. Art saved my life, and so need to treat it with love and care. Literally. Taking time to think about the details, thinking about all these little things. Genuinely, I really recommend everybody have some form of self-expression, whether it be writing, whether it's art, whether it's music, whether it's even like working on projects, sculpting, modification things, like I like that. Being able to be productive, but most importantly for your own sake, you know. Oh, those are really nice. The glowing, the shading, the way the hair was done, holy crap. The first one's absolutely stunning. Let me zoom in on the second one too. Oh, the pose? Okay. I love the heels and the way it like tendrils around. The wings, the hair coloring. I love the way you did the moon too. Holy crap. The expression, the nose shape too. Wow. That's so awesome. No wonder those are some of your favorite illustrations you've done. Those are really, really good. I love that. It's something too, like, it's always interesting when you, like, make a piece and you're like, wow, I'm actually really proud of this one. And, like, with those two, like, one of the two main points, the first one, I gotta say, the lighting, the feel, the vibe is so good. The second one, the pose, the composition, the style choices, and the outfit design. Like, there's so much to take pride in those. I love it. I love that you're sharing your art with us, because you're talking too that like you don't want to post it, but like I'm so happy that you're able to feel comfortable sharing it with us, because genuinely it is awesome being able to see your art. I'm so glad you're able to work on art and have that as such a helpful aid. I love art. I love creating. All right. I don't know what I'm doing with the section. I said one thing that I'm glad I did was I defined a few things that I wanted in the market, and it's arch. Very arch heavy with the architectural design, so when I start defaulting, it's like, alright. But luckily too is that the ghost town is a very similar design to a lot of some of the other towns that I like doing, so it should be fine. The first one is actually Lady Amalthea from The Last Unicorn, my favorite movie, and I shared a colored version of my free coloring page. Oh, that's awesome. Holy fuck. It's cool when you do fan art of something you love and it comes off so that good. I've never watched The Last Unicorn, but that's really, really cool. I've heard from animation fans that it's really, really beloved though. Very ethereal movie. Maybe I should check it out sometime. The Last Unicorn is a trip. Hell yeah. Well, I do love my trippy animations. Do it. I will definitely have to put it on the list of animations I gotta watch. I hate putting off watching things though. If I'm doing anything, it's almost always reading. But I got a huge watch list, but I gotta. I love when people, the Ghost Town, like the Ghost Town citizens are like, you should check this out. You should check this out, because almost all the time it is something that I genuinely do enjoy. So it's like, I gotta. My list grows. But I also love like really interesting animations too, especially more trippy ones too. Like one of my favorite animated movies of all time is Fantastic Planet, the French animated movie, which is once again a movie that's very trippy. Oh god, I love that movie. I mainly watch stuff because I struggle to read, so watching or listening is nice, especially if I need to work on a crochet project. Hell yeah. I understand. I usually, when I'm working on projects, I almost always have like a video on, but something too is like I need to be like really focused if it is like something story-wise. Like I do not want to miss a second, so I usually like really try and focus when I'm watching shows or movies. So then I like can't really multitask in that sense. However, if I'm reading, it is way more easy for me to read, but then have like audio thing going on. Or if I'm drawing too, it's really easy to have an audio thing, but it's like visual things, I have to be focused, but I can't just like watch something. I'm like, all right, so they did this composition choice, they did this music choice, they did this thing. I like how they did that. I'm going to have to like, I start really analyzing things. It's like hard for me to relax when watching because I'm like, all right, they did this animation choice. Okay, let me slow down, look at these keyframes. And it's like, okay, Maddie, you do not be needing to do all that. But it's like, no. Yeah, but I definitely need to. I definitely just read a lot because I can read really fast. I try and read as much as possible in a day, especially before night. I try and read at least one full series, like novel, but I love web novels. But I'm really into Chinese BL or like Danmei, and they have so many novels out there. It's like primarily something you can find in novel format. But I gotta get back on my watching thing. When I have like my days off where I have to give my voice a break, I probably will. BL mentioned the stream, of course. Who would I be? Cotton kisses when they know I haven't brought up BL for the entirety of the streams. Like, is this Medi? Is there a doppelganger? Not every same stream do I mention it, but it's always in the brain. Exactly. Cursed with the BL brain. Damn, this is actually really nice. It's funny because like I'm not even right now. I'm kind of going brain dead because I'm mostly focused on talking and like I think about other things as well. But like this is actually coming together quite nicely. Like in approximately 33% of stream, yeah. But I really like BL. I say and then I like zone out thinking about BL. It's so funny that one stream when I was playing Night Rain, I could not stop talking about it and it's like, shut up, please. You're losing, please. Your squad is struggling. You have to shut up, please. I don't remember if I ever won a single match playing. Oh, I'm cursed. LMAO, every time you mention BL, you died. That's my ultimate debuff. My ultimate weakness. If somebody ever wants to just ruin the ghost town or like get rid of me, they're like, alright. First thing of the strategy. We gotta get them talking about BL. But I will stop. This stream I must stop. But yeah, I read a lot of it. But it's also really fun for me too, because a lot of times I like reading foreign novels, and I'm very into linguistics as a study. And so like especially when you're reading like Chinese novel, you cannot properly never stop talking about BO. Maybe. One of my friends I was talking about that is looking to become a VTuber, and also not the one that's interested in becoming part of the Ghost Town lore, but the other one. They were talking to me too because they also read a lot of BL and they're like, we should have a BL podcast. I'm like, oh god. It's never gonna end. And it's never gonna end. There's actually this exercise that artists do. I don't know how to describe it, but it's mindlessly doodling as a form of meditation. But you drawing this and talking remind me of that. Hell yeah. One of the people I know who does that is, the first one I think I really got into was, if you've ever seen Peter Draws, he's a very strange individual. And he will just ramble on for hours. And he does like very, very abstract, organic, like very interesting stuff. And I used to watch that a lot back in 2017. Yeah, 2017 was when I used to watch a lot of his stuff, and I forget what it's called, but yeah, he just talks and doodles. That's what I feel like this is for me. But I've drawn so much architecture in my life that it's pretty nice just to be able to turn off your brain and doodle. And luckily for me, my brain is actually mostly filled with architecture. I feel like I have like two things that I feel like I mention almost every single stream, and it's like BL, or I've started really mentioning Chinese food tour YouTube a lot. It's just, I watch a lot of Chinese food tour. I just really like seeing all the different architecture and all these different places and all these different foods. Like, it's so culturally diverse. I love it, I love it, I love it. You and I won't shut up. Chinese food tour, yeah, oh my god, seriously, if you want something, like if you like to watch like food related things, the channel is literally just called Chinese Food Tour, and it's done by this guy named Ah Sing, and oh my god, one, he's just a sweetheart, and he kind of gives a little bit of like history to the different places he goes to, but he just loves chatting with everybody, and he's just got really good vibes. Oh, to be happy just once in my life by eating yummy Chinese food. We will get you their cotton kisses, I promise. You deserve to eat yummy Chinese food. And I like how he like really tries to describe the flavors as well. And I like that a lot. But I have a really, really bizarre food taste though, because I love tripe. And it's not commonly found in America, but it is overseas. And I love tripe. And that's very common in a lot of regional cuisines of China. Tripe? Yes. Can you guess what tripe is? It comes from an animal. If you can figure it out, you get bonus points. You get a ghost town reward. I don't know what it is, but you'll get something. Fish? No. It's something within an animal. It's a body part. And it's usually sliced up. And it's something that a lot of people, interestingly enough, actually find kind of gross. If it's not in America, it's probably stomach, intestines, or liver. One of those is right. It is intestines. My brain is going blank because my brain went hooves. I wonder if hooves are edible. It seems like you would be able to potentially turn them into like a broth, because just like bone broth, but I don't know if that's possible. I don't know much about the anatomy of hooves. Maybe you can eat hooves. I'd be up for it. I know people eat like things related to like the area around the hooves. But yeah, it's intestines. And it's really, really yummy, especially if you get it at hot pot or if you're at a barbecue place. But tripe is very often used in a lot of cuisine. They are, I'm pretty sure. I think my parents used to see it in stews. Hell yeah. I want to try hooves. It sounds yummy. I'm pretty much for trying anything though. But something too is like, as somebody who's an Anishinaabe, it's like really important for me, like personally, for me to try and eliminate waste as much as possible. And so like one of my favorite things when I'm in Scotland is having their sausages, because like they properly use intestine, and like a lot, it's still like a lot, and it's like I like when people like try and use every part of the animal, because if they're gonna like slaughter them, you know, tripe is yummy. I'll eat it. I'll try most things once. Me too. I have some allergies, unfortunately, that block me from trying a lot of things, but I'm completely up for trying pretty much anything. And some of the things I like about watching Chinese food tours, he goes all over, and he also goes to different countries as well, but mostly in China, and just all the different cultures. He goes to so many different indigenous tribes too that have been taken in by China, and it's just really, really cool. Finally, I found the art piece I really want to share. Ooh, I'm excited. I'm excited. I wish to see. Yeah, but if you ever want something that like gives you a little bit of history lesson, and then also like like introduces you to a lot of culture and new architecture and like a lot of cool things. Okay, I'll be lurking while listening in. Anything, even if you decide to stop lurking, Patch Stones, no worries. An indigenous tribe that's been taken in by China? Did I hear that right? Like indigenous to China. Because it's, I mean, China is an empire. But always good to have you here, Patched. Do whatever you need to do. Absolutely no pressure to stick around if you don't need to. Oh my gosh, that's so nice. Oh my god. I love it. The way you did the mermaid scales, the way that they're catching the light, the way you handled light overall in this piece is so beautiful. Holy crap. And the texture on the hair came across really good too. The expression, the smile. There's a lot of details to this. And I love the foreground. The seaweed that's a bit blurry. Holy crap. That's so nice. Also, I love the way you do your like, what is that called? Where you like sign a piece to make sure people know who you are, and then also to make sure it isn't stolen. It's nice. Yeah, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I was just wondering what indigenous tribe outside of China did they take it? That'd be funny. Nah, indigenous usually just refers to somebody who is, from the land that they are from, or like a culture from a specific area of land. Usually it's a lot more, tribal based, but like you can be indigenous to anywhere. This is so old, it has my old signature before I was the iridescent void. It's cute, I like it. I was coloring with juniper, I like that. Coloring with juniper is really cute, I like that. The iridescent void seems like, it's like coloring with juniper, really cute. The iridescent void is like, that's cool as fuck. And I like it, I like it. It's always interesting when you change branding around, it's like, alright, no, I want to be called this. But I like that. Either way. I didn't like the lack of anon, I understand. That's something I do like about VTubing in general, like also being a PNG tuber, or like, because you can also make yourself mostly known as an identity that is true to you, but also somebody else. I'm also less cutesy than the name implied. I'm going to take my photos. Oh, that's why I'm lurking. Ooh, I was gonna add that with a message, but I got distracted. Oh, I'm so excited. I want to see the pictures. Ooh, night photo shoot. I'm so excited to see Patched. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm excited to see them. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I love your photography. I love photography in general. It's so cool. I'm so full of joy and love. I love drawing and seeing people's works. Alright. Holy crap, this is coming together. I'm going to not make it. Okay, this goes up or high. Okay, before bed, I will share one traditional piece. I made this multimedia piece on the cover of my fashion doodle sketchbook. Ooh, I'm excited. Hell yeah. Cotton kisses and whimsy. And whimsy. What's the point if you're not being a little whimsical? I do like whimsy. Me when I have like spirals and like I'm a ghost in a cool little town. I love whimsy. Okay. Let's see. Trying to think of what details I need to add. Oh, I forgot to add a door here. Actually, yeah. Maybe I should make this just no, I should make it a door. I think maybe primarily it's going to be wooden doors, mostly wood panels, with just standard iron or steel. Actually, probably iron because I want it to be a little bit rusty on the outside. Like very what you'd see commonly medieval times and later on. Well, medieval times spread for a long time. But these are definitely more romantic gothic times. Let's see. Okay. They're not fully gothic. Definitely this has a lot of inspirations from... What is that called? Savoyard. Traditional art is so different compared to digital in some ways, and has been fun learning both. It is very different in its surprising ways. Oh, wow. That's so cool. The way that it shimmers in real life, that's so cool. Wow. That's genuinely incredibly impressive. I love it. I love it. I love it. Also something too with like the traditional media, like I don't know how you accomplished all of the sparkles and like the way it glitters, but that's so cool. Iridescent Void is a very good name for that. Glitter paint? I've never seen glitter paint before. That's so cool. I rarely ever paint in traditional ways. Probably the closest thing is I kind of like doing watercolors, but it's a nightmare for me. I genuinely respect the fuck out of people who like can traditionally paint. I am not good at it. Much more of a pen sketcher, which, I mean, okay, like that's surprising considering how I'm drawing this, but that's so cool. Something too is like understanding the mediums you want to use, the type of canvases, the type of tools. It's like so cool. My friend can paint traditionally. It's insane. I don't know how she does it. But also, accidentally drinks oh gods. She's too distracted in the art, I understand. Sometimes you're so distracted while drawing you'll drink paint water, and you know, that's just one of the things. One of my friends, she's really, really, really into painting miniatures, and it's always so cool. I like to sit next to her and just watch her paint. She's been trying to force me to get back more into painting, though. There was a time where we were just sitting around watching medieval history videos, and she was just painting her figurines, and like, because she likes playing D&D, TRPGs, like Warhammer, and all sorts of stuff. And so she was working on painting some of the figures, and she's like, you gotta paint too. Because I have canvases and paints in this house, and they're like, do it. Gotta paint together. I'm like, okay. I never finished it though, maybe eventually. But I think I get frustrated with painting. It's a lot of work. Mixing the colors, blending it, getting it to feel the way you want to. Soon. Maybe one of these days. I do have a hand cam. I could always do a painting stream. I like painting, but also I hate it at the same time. I'm really more of a watercolors person. I've only started using pastels, and I've rage quit so many times. Yeah. Pastels are difficult to work with, but I get better every time, and it's so worth it. Hell yeah. So the thing is, like, the feelings you feel, frustration, anger, rage, looking at a piece and be like, God, I can't believe I did that. Like, why? You know, I wish I could be better. Like, all of that is genuinely something that is helping drive you to be better. And that itself, even though it hurts, sometimes it can be frustrating, sometimes you want to give up, like, it is proof that you have learned, because you can look at something and be like, no, I see these flaws, and you can figure out a way to make it better. And even if you can't, you keep trying and trying and trying and trying and trying, and you'll get there. It'll take some time, but you'll get there. Something too, when it came down to me drawing places, as you'd expect, did not look good. And maybe somebody looks at this and like, actually, Mettie, you fucked up all these different things. You know, that's a valid thing. Somebody who has, you know, experience and can realize all these sort of flaws, that's okay. However, it's also important to take pride in yourself. Actually. So, take pride in yourself, and if you ever find yourself frustrated and you can't take pride, that's okay too. Because it proves that you're trying to find a way forward, and that's important. I may have spammed pets. Do not worry. It is okay if you spam pets. There's not a no spamming rule when it comes to oh, that's a cute Syrian. Oh my gosh. Absolutely gorgeous. These babies. Oh my god, Morgan is beautiful. I mean, all of them are. But just because they were talking about Morgan earlier. What a beautiful little face. Aww. Oh, Ramses is really, oh my god. For an old man, he's very, very gorgeous. All of them are. Oh my god, Hermes. Oh, he's so kitten. Oh my god, his paws folded together. I want to move that cute little pink nose. Oh my god, thank you for sharing. Holy crap. Morgan, Gaia, Soulberry. Oh, I love them. That is not spamming. You spent a perfect amount. Heck, it's 1 a.m. It is okay, Junie, if you need to head out. Like, no pressure in staying around. In fact, I should probably go to bed as well, because for me, it is 2:19, so. Like, something too is I find interesting is, like, when people sleep bed. I gotta go to bed eventually. And you guys probably should too, especially if you are in the Western Hemisphere. I have a decent amount of Ghost Town citizens, though, who are from other places where this time is more convenient for them, but I kind of want to finish this piece before I end, because it's like, really? One piece? Really? Me, I am. Hi. Hi, Cotton Kisses. It is good to see you. It is always nice to have you out and about hanging. It's always so interesting when I hear people talking like, oh no, I'm actually from this. I'm like, whoa. Meddy said hi to me. Of course. I always feel sad whenever I like get really distracted in the game and I realize somebody came in and said hi and I didn't say hi back. I'm like, no, they didn't know. But luckily I've gotten way better at checking chat frequently to try and make sure that I see people saying hi. I want people to feel welcome. I want them to be greeted. I also shared a JoJo Bizarre Adventure related meme I made. Ooh, hell yeah. I love JoJo. I love it. Hit them with a classic. It was I, Dio, all along. I love it. JoJo mention? JoJo mention? I love JoJo. There's so many good JoJo memes. I love it. The picture of Hermes, seriously though, is so cute. What a little baby. Oh my god. He looks so soft too. Hermes just looks so sus in the pic. He is literally smiling. He is! He has like a grin on his face almost. Like he should be showing his little teethy soon. Oh my god, it's so cute. He's so beautiful. I love cats. I'm so glad we live in a world with cats. It's little joys like that, it's where it's like, oh my gosh. Things may be rough in certain regards, but at least we have Kitty. At least we exist in a world where we can also search up and be like, whoa, so that's what a palace cat looks like? That's awesome. Did you know that apparently otters are like cats? No, I did not. I wonder what behaviors they have in common. That's really cute. I love otters. I know that they like to pick up rocks and stuff. And I know that they can be really friendly and they like to play and have fun. Okay. I'm like trying to think and not just keep doodling a little bit because I want to add a little bit of like chimneys and such. He is so funny too. In the morning, he will wake up and start making a little chirpy noise. When I respond to him, he will run into my bed, lay on my chest, and purr and lick my nose as if I just returned from war or something. That is so cute. Oh my gosh. Wait, I love that so much. Holy crap. Wait, also, has chat been clipping off the side this whole time? I just looked over. I'm like, why does it look like some messages have been clipped? I think it has been. All right, we're fixing that. I love that. Oh, I love your kitty so much. That is so sweet. It's so nice when cats show how much they love you. I have no idea either. I just heard examples of otters being cat-like in this otter video, and I believe it. Hell yeah. Oh, it has? Yeah? Alright, we're fixing that. Hopefully from here on. The way I set up my chat box is, like, really strange, where it's, like, in the middle of, like, a 1020 by, like, 1920, no, 1080 by 1940, like, screen, and then I overlay it on my OBS, and so, like, it's in the center, so it's weird positioning it. I gotta fix that. He is a big love bug. He is so cute. I love that. Aww. He is just all love. He cuddles so much during streams. I'm tempted to be a camera streamer just to show off how cute my cat is. I understand. One of my cats, or one of the cats that lives here, Miles, he is a Siberian cat who's so fluffy and cute and chubby, and he will rush into my room where I stream. And so I ended up setting up my hand cam, that way he can be sitting next to me while I stream. And so I have a few streams that I've done where he's been sitting in here with me. If you ever don't want to show your face and you have like a space or like a desk or an area where you aren't using it, you could always have it if he's okay just laying near you but not next to you. You could do it that way too. That's how I've been doing it. Of course, if you do ever feel comfortable to be a camera streamer to show him off, I support entirely. It's always really cute when cats want to be streaming. Ooh. During my stream when I was playing Elden Ring, I had Remy guest star. Hell yeah. It's always a nice feeling. And a lot of people like it too. When I try and sometimes, I stopped doing it recently because I got lazy about it, but I usually try and post 2 YouTube shorts from each stream. And when I first posted my first YouTube short of when Miles showed up on camera, oh my god, I got so many likes and views. I'm like, oh. So if you do ever, like, if you do want to make a career, like, really do want to gain a lot of success, not necessarily a lot of success, but if you want a little boost in numbers, you can always, like, also just post, like, if you ever have a YouTube, just, like, post videos of them. Because it's interesting how many people actually really, well, a cat that's well taken care of says a lot about a streamer's personality. If you see that they're scared or uncomfortable, red flag, right? Just the fact that they love cats as well, so that's always a possibility. I wish I could stream more with my cats, but also something too is that Miles loves doing flips, and he almost knocked over my camera once, and then it would have been a whole fiasco. So, it's important to also keep yourself safe too, because people can be scary out there, especially when people get parasocial. It's like, okay. I love that, I love that, I love that. I'd love to catch one of your streams where I get to see one of the kitties. Of course I plan on catching one of your streams regardless, but kitty. I love cats. I'm not going to be able to draw this window. Like, actually, maybe I should do a different window. It's funny, if I actually wanted these windows to be, like, gothic, I probably should be adding, like, trefoils and quatrefoils. I may share the YouTube short I made of Hermes. Hell yeah! You've been already doing it. Nice, nice, nice. You're going to hear it for a moment. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's so beautiful. Aww. Still leaning down. So pretty. The way he moves. What is he saying outside? Oh, I love this. I'm gonna leave the comments. Also something too, if you do want to attract more people to watch it, of course, I know that you might be a bit shy about that. You can also use hashtags, like related to cat camera, or anything like that. They can help boost too. I'm still trying to figure out a lot myself. I still don't even know if I really want to boost this channel all that much. The limbo of like, okay, I like hanging out with people, but also, ooh, he's actually tagging his sister's tail. That was when he was 12 weeks. I still haven't figured out hashtags. Yeah, hashtags are difficult. Like, what do you tag that? Usually for me, at the very least I do, well, for me because I'm a VTuber, it's like hashtag VTuber. If it's just focused on Miles and his cat cam, then I do hashtag cat cam, hashtag cat, hashtag animals. And then if you want to be kind of silly about it, hashtag funny, because sometimes that will put people on, like YouTube will boost it. If you use a PNG mostly and you're a PNG tuber, hashtag PNG tuber, hashtag EN PNG tuber, hashtag indie. I always feel obnoxious though trying to figure out hashtags. It's like, oh god, oh, but it does help boost. And I want people, if they would want extra support or want extra numbers, I want to give some tips and tricks if need be. If you're like, Mettie, actually, can you shut up? I do not want that advice. Don't worry, I do not mind that either. But I'm like trying to think of it, cool little things. But oh my god, I'm obsessed with that video of Hermes. It's so cute. I'll definitely try that sometime. Hell yeah. Absolutely no pressures to do so. I was like, if I can help, I want to help. I'm always like, what do I tag this? What do I do for this? What do I do for this? It's interesting too because there's not any real proper guides for this sort of thing either. It looks like a video from America's Funniest Videos. True. America's Funniest Home Videos. I used to watch it so much when I was younger. It's always so funny. Thinking back. That was even before the internet really popped up off too. the original meme culture in a way. Okay. I'm currently thinking, like, I'm trying to make a mental map of where I want this to be placed. Because the first picture I ever did, this one. Okay, I need to sleep. I'll leave my laptop up with Lurk. I appreciate you and thank you so much for chatting with me. Of course! Thank you for coming by. Thank you for the raid as well. I'm so grateful that you're able to come over here because 1, I love your art. 2, your animals are so sweet. And you yourself are a very sweet individual. So, good night. Good night, Junie. I hope you rest well. I hope your animals do too. And thank you for hanging out. I'm always so grateful. Rest well, rest well. Alright. So, let me see. You could tell I got Huffy Farm just because I'm like, I gotta think about how this is gonna be laid out. Because I kind of want the market district to be by the sea, and I'm gonna change the layout. I gotta make a map at some point, but I'm trying to think. Because I kind of want, because it's a market district, meaning that there should be, like the dock should be maybe this way, because this is going up probably in a hill. So then this is where the ocean is going to be. And so then probably going steps down a few tiers is probably going to be the dock area. I definitely want the dock area to be a little less rich, a little less, because considering all the fish that will be coming in, it would be a bit more stinky. And the docks historically in many places may have been a main center of trade, but also a center for poor people. Like, I do believe in British culture, living at the docks was considered a negative thing, being a boatsman, for a lot of reasons. The Clash song, London Falling, London Calling? London Calling? London Falling? I'm blinking on it. You can tell I'm falling asleep. Getting sleepy. Comments on it. Something about lobster and how it used to be for poor people, literally. It's so funny how things change like that. Because that's something too, is like, lobsters and crabs used to be considered dirty. The sleepiest person. Oh, I am so sleepy. Literally, if it wasn't for my friend making me a cup of coffee earlier today, I probably would have passed it a long time ago. But I haven't been sleeping well. Literally last night, oh my god, this was the coolest thing. I wish I had a picture of it. But last night I fell asleep at my friend's place, and they have these really tall windows. And I live like kind of a bit more in a city, and I was sleeping, I was laying down and I was like looking out the window. I was just looking at the moon because I think it's the full moon either today or yesterday. And I was just thinking about, like, you know, life, as one does when they're awake at night. And I fell asleep and I was looking at the moon and I'm like, I just was hoping for like some better idea of what to do, like what to focus on, like what, all these sort of things, you know, just common sort of prayers. And I fell asleep and I woke up to my friend pointing at the window and saying, "Look, Betty, look!" And I'm like, what? And we're on the 3rd floor and there's a small praying mantis right where the moon was when I fell asleep. And it's like, what? How did, there's like, we're in like a, it was so, actually, the person I was with actually took a picture of it. It isn't a good picture, but I gotta show it because it's like, it was so weird. It was so strange because it was right where the moon was. Like I hadn't moved at all. It was the same window and also 3rd floor? Excuse me? How did it get there? Like, let me see. I'm gonna, I don't know if I can crop this. Praying mantis god. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, like, it's literally on their window. Like, look at that. It's just a little guy. And it's so funny too because like my friends, when they dropped me off, oh, because you're praying. Literally, it's like, praying mantises are my favorite bugs. Like my favorite insects, I should say. Because when it comes down to 6-legged, like, bugs, they're my favorite. My favorite insect. And then, my friends texted me and they're like, it's still here. And we had like a rain, like it was not necessarily great weather. Let me see. I'm like, it's on the window, so actually, I can't show this one because it will kind of, somebody could piece together where they live. GeoGuessr has made it more dangerous, but, like, It was still there, and I'm like, that's crazy. Ooh. I have way too many tabs open. What is this? Keep that one. Let's close my OC ones. Be gone. Be gone. Yeah, so it's like, okay, that's so weird. That's so weird. I don't know what that means, but I do like that I got to see a praying mantis. Sometimes weird things be happening in life. Coincidences that are like, okay, this seems like it's more than just simple reality. It definitely means something. Something good, right? I trust Cotton Kisses to tell me what's up. I mean, when I like have like a weird amount of faith in like what you tell me, I'm like, yeah. You know what? Since Cotton Kisses said so, I believe. Turns out it's like a horrible look. But it is interesting to be praying and then wake up to something that's also praying in the same spot. It's like, okay, weird. But I love praying mantises. They're very strange. They're one of the only insects that my mom hates though, because big enough ones will eat and kill hummingbirds, so it's like important to keep them away from your hummingbird feeders. I'll literally be like, I'm pretty sure pigs can fly. I have no evidence, but I just feel it. And you'll go, I believe it. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Maybe you should be like a part of the temple for the ghost town. like weirdly enough, that's like the only person I have faith in. It's like, okay, weird. You'll just say the most absurd shit. I'm like, okay, yeah. You know what I trust? Everybody's like, no, don't trust that. Why are you getting counsel from fucking Cotton Kisses? No. I actually might do that. Do it. That'd be awesome. Whatever you want to do, whatever you want to be. You can also have several jobs. You're like, actually, I want to work for the temple, but I also want to be like a, like diver or something. Because it goes along so well with my character and them being anxious and insane. Hell yeah. You like live out in the woods, like kind of away from the ghost town, and you're just like rambling about different things. And you're hanging out with the cats. So if you want any other pets, like, that is completely cool too. Also, Cotton, would you actually, like, because I was thinking, like, we have your projects, but do you think we should make a channel on this server dedicated to, like, self-insert? Because, like, then it would be also really useful for me to put resources in there too, like, for the ghost town. Yes? Okay. Then I will go over and I will add that. Casual. Add. For your projects. Ooh, what should I name it? Should it be like Ghost Town Citizens? I've sent. Ooh. Oh my god. I'll make the channel in a moment. I gotta see. Oh my gosh. That's beautiful. The lighting? Oh my god, the symmetrical shots. Especially the slightly off things in them. Like, the second one with what kind of looks to be a star in the back that's really shining. Whoa. Oh my god, these are so beautiful. Oh, the one of the sky with the moon lighting up the clouds. Oh my gosh, the cloud shapes, the color. Oh my god, the kind of vignette effect that it has. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. The way you've captured light in these, the light and darkness, and the way that it contrasts so heavily, like, you are... What are up with you guys being freaking talented? What the hell? Patches when they just, like, drop the most beautiful photos and be like, this was on my phone camera, so I don't expect the best quality. It's like, no, those are beautiful. Ghost townies, that's sort of what I've been calling them in my head. Okay, we can do that. I got a frog. Oh, wait. It is. Look at it. Look at it. The last pic with a frog. I love it. And the, like, tall blade of grass, that's like a dark shadow over it. Oh my god, that is so beautiful. And it looks like there's little dewdrops in the grass too that are catching the light. Oh, that's so beautiful. In all honesty, I thought that was a leaf for a moment. That's so beautiful. Holy crap. Patches, that's so good. Ghost townies? Alright, we can call that ghost townies. Ghost townies. I gotta update some of the, I have like interesting things about like, alright, let's do, I'm going to go over to, or actually, should I just make it townies? citizens inserts. Let me think, because it kind of looks like it's chopped off for some people. Because it just looks like it has for me. Hashtag Ghosttowmettie. Alright, but let me go over for now. Let's do rules, I do believe. Yeah, channel function is where I have it. What did I add? Oh, I have memes as well. Oh, I forgot I added more stuff. Alright, let me at the very least put in. Ooh. Going to put in channel function hashtag Ghosttowmettie. Then wait. Oh, I'm still getting used to working on Discord. I'm not used to having a Discord server. That's so intelligent and smart and correct, Mettie. Thank you. I'm going to make it Ghosttowmettie. Let's do, I made it below food. Oh, I forgot that I added food. Remember Mr. Crazy asked for it. I still gotta try the recipe he gave. He gave me a recipe on stream for green onion kimchi that you can make without like needing it to ferment for too long, and I'm like, oh, it sounds so good. One of these days I gotta. Alright, so food. Post food pics here if you'd like, or recipes. And I'm like, okay, we're pausing stream actually. No more drawing. We're working on this right now. Like weirdly enough, promoting my Discord server. Alright, hashtag Ghosttowmettie. This is for self-inserts or OCs you would like to put into the ghost town. Alright. This is so cool. I love chatting with you guys. I love seeing what you guys are up to. Save. There we go. Yay! No longer is the— wait, where's my pen? Oh, there it is. The pain of being a digital artist and be like, wait, where's my pen? Of course, some people like— I always respect like artists that can just use their fingers for things. I used to do that when I was younger. My friend always loses their tablet pen, but I have a really small like Wacom tablet that I got years ago where you can like put your pen through the loop on the top and so you don't lose it as much. The amount of times I've nearly lost my pen. Heart attacks. Ooh, I put some more sky pics and sat in like the most— ooh. Hell yeah. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Seriously. These are absolutely gorgeous. Okay. Holy crap. You're like, these are only with the phone. I need a proper camera. You are so talented, Patches. Oh my god. The like sun rays and the you have an eye for photography. Like seriously, these are so genuinely breathtaking, every single one of them. I especially love the second one though, with like the way the clouds are lit up and with the two different sources of lighting. Holy fuck. That's so— oh my gosh. Thank you for sharing. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna be showing these to people, by the way. I'm gonna be like, look at what Patches made. They're like, who's Patches? I'm like, look at this. Are they talented? Seriously, like that's actually incredible. Holy crap. Alright, I gotta get back to drawing, but oh my gosh. I use a certain app on my phone. Well, that helps with lighting, but that's still like— to know where to put lighting, to know how to fix lighting. It's called mood. Like, that's still like impressive, because even these shot themselves with composition, it's like genuinely breathtaking. Being able to know what tools to use, how to use them itself is a talent, it's a skill. Highly recommend for photos. I'll have to check it out. Though I'm not much of a photographer. If I do, I'm usually taking the dumbest photos imaginable. Mettie, how do you design your characters? Oh, I mean, like, characters in general, or just whatever? Because, like, for instance, like, well, I just closed most of my character sheets, but, it's up to you, you know? I just should start doodling, like, okay, we're going off of this for a moment. I'm going to make an original character all of a sudden. And you can choose, right? I don't know if you're going humanoid or not, but for me, I think, right, let's say I'm doing a self-insert, right? First things first, I start with what I know my head shape is like, because so, a little bit boxy, but overall pretty rotund. Like this. And then, usually I think about it just shape, right? You just get the bare basics down. Because if you know how you like to draw yourself, right? I'll draw my stupid ass ears. No, I won't draw them. Anyway, my weird webbed ears are here. I'll just draw this for now. And then, let's say, for instance, or maybe I should make an original character, but if you're doing a self-insert, like, let's say, for instance, I want them to be, ooh, wait, these are webbed ears. I'm making them be, like, a variation. Let's say I want them to be, I was saying earlier about, like, what if they were a sheep? Like, I was talking about all the different things. So first things first, I think about sheep ears, and they're droopy. I think about what inspirations I have, right? So let's have it droop. Your speed art is crazy. Thank you. So let's have it be droopier ears like that. And then let's have the hair, because it is wool, be really curly, right? Let's have it kind of hang in front of the ears. I'm just getting a general idea of the shape for now. So a lot of bumps, like wool. But I want to have some of how my hair looks. So let's do where it like kind of sticks out a little bit. I like a similar length to what I have now, maybe a little bit longer. Let's make it a little bit more curly, because it is wool. And then let's go down to a neck. And because it is like a sheep, right? What sort of influences do I want to take from it? And so there's a few things to take into consideration. Now, if you've ever seen a sheep ears, they usually have like tags if they're like from a farm. So we could imagine, instead of necessarily sheep tags, we could have it have like a dangly earring that's kind of is similar. And something too is you think about, you know, what is the character's background? If they are a priest, right, maybe that's related to their religion, right? Maybe these triangle shapes represent something related to that. Maybe a circle at the bottom. Like, for instance, in my original story, a common thing is also triangle shape, but it's usually like an oval in the center with a triangle at the bottom. And then, let me finish the rest of this hair a little bit, and then I'll erase. Then, I'm going to add, this definition right here is called follows the sternocleidomastoid muscle. But let's say, for instance, I want them to be somebody that seems like very, like, not necessarily like Catholic priest influence, but somebody that feels a little bit more like Mediterranean before Christianity took hold, where there's a lot more skin exposure. Maybe they're draped in more sort of robes, right? So let's have it be hanging down. There's a little bit of chest exposed, but there is the suprasternal notch. Then hangs over like that. We need something to clasp this here, so let's just do a basic sort of, this will be like a metal thing, and then I love doing this with a lot of my designs, where it's like a metal circle to like hold the fabric in place, and then something to pierce it onto the other side. You can be making up these words and I had no idea. I can write it. There's sterno, so like sternum, right? Then cleido. Then mastoid. I'm just a nerd. Sternocleidomastoid muscle. That's what that is. Oh, the flippity bobbity bone muscle. And then this is the suprasternal notch. Yeah. And something too is like, learning anatomy will in general like help you. Of course, like you do not have to be putting in those details. I know for me, like one of the reasons I do it like this instead of like, oh, you do like a shape, right? You know how people do like, oh, there's a head of circle and then they do like that. I can't do that. It's actually a weakness of mine. My art teacher, I've only taken 2 art classes my whole life, but my teachers hated that I couldn't do it. So this is like a metal piece that like pierces this, and this is something to hold in place. So it's going to be literally like if a blanket was folded on top of them. And then I'm going to do a hand really quick, just to get a pose in. Yeah, I've been learning the anatomy of skulls because I want to learn how head works. Hell yeah. Anatomy is super, super useful. And then, because it's a sheep, they have hooves. So if you really wanted to, you can make it like be hoof fingers, but I'm just gonna make normal fingernails. For me, I'm always lazy, and so I always just make the fingernails black. That's one of the reasons why my fingernails are mostly black in almost everything I draw. So there's hand. Just a rough hand to get the general idea. Just to let them know that this hand is bare. And then I want to have... Let's have them be, like, adorned. Like, the fabric itself is comfortable, but it's loosely flowing. Maybe maybe this version of me is, like, a sheep priest of flowing water, and so everything is very loose. But these bracelets actually have river stones in them, right? So it's like a loose sort of flowing garment. And you also think, like, what sort of influences do you want? You can also just doodle random things and see where it takes you as well. But I like to think, right? Like, how would this work? But I also sew and do embroidery as well, so I think about that. So there's, like, an arm sticking out a little bit. It's just a very loose fabric. However, I do want it to be slightly different, so let's have it, like, close into this clasp. Now a little bit more definition. Let's say it's actually, what if it actually is kind of wrapped but tucked into, like, loose pants? Something too is you'll see that I zoom out, I make my canvas bigger. Of course, this isn't gonna work for everybody, but just, like, think about what inspires you, right? Because for me, I did sheep. What do sheep have? What do they use? How can I incorporate this into this design? I'm going to make it have very loose pants that are just tied together. Let's use just a simple sash. Tied tight around to the waist. So we go in with the waist, and then very, very loose pants. Low crotch. This is the sleeve that overhangs. This is the edge of the elbow. I'm gonna need to make that defined. Let me do it like that. And then I'm just going to do quick hatching to, like, let people know this is the inside of the sleeve. So this would be probably the corner of this sort of blanket or piece of fabric. And then this one is mostly so, like, yeah, you just think about it like that. That's how I usually do it. And I can do another one in a moment, too. But think about what you want to be, right? A priest, what of? You take care of cats. Do you want to have cat ears? Do you want to be a spirit related to cats? Were you once an animal that was then given a divine form? Just think about that. Like, of course, if you have any ideas, too, I can also help you doodle them out. I do not mind. I love helping people with their characters. So then you can imagine, right? Just imagine these pants go all the way down and then they have, like, sandals, right? Very loose, very drapey, like, doesn't want anything too heavy on them, wants to be very, very comfortable, very soft fabric. Then I'm gonna add more bangles. This is just a very rough draft, and then you just insert whatever face you want. And the way I go about faces is usually just a quick hand. Like that. And actually, wait. No. I was like, I need pockets. No, you don't need pockets. Something, too, is because of the sash, if it's tied tightly, you can also have it so that there's, like, a bag, like, there's a pouch. Maybe it's full of medicines. Maybe you have, like, a really cool sort of bag full of, like, potions. Maybe you also work as an alchemist, so then you, like, add a bunch of potion bottles or, like, little vials that hang off of this sash. You can just edit and focus on different things. Also, feel free to take this design if you want. I just was thinking about it. Or alternate it as you wish. Do not mind. Then liquid. And then it's, like, tied onto the sash. So yeah. That's how, in general, how I go about making characters. Usually I think about a concept I like. Taking notes as we speak. Hell yeah. And then I go in with little details. In general, I have very kind of droopy eyes, but and I usually have light eyelashes, but because they're holy, I kind of want it to be like they're looking off distantly. And maybe they're a little bit more tired. Maybe it's a habit for them to do face paint that means something to them. Maybe they have, you know, the symbol going down their face, looking off to God. Like, let me have like a triangle face paint that goes down. Because for some reason we're going with triangles this time. And then, because I usually have dark bushy brows, I could either keep that or I could make them light and a little bit more fluffy, a little bit more rounded. And that's for self-inserting, of course, but I can do other, like, original characters or, like, creatures as well. So, whatever you want to be, just take time, figure it out. And I've got a very, very simple nose. And then droopy. Droopy lids. I don't know if that looks okay. And that's something too, is like, now zooming out, I'm like, that face doesn't look right. And then you just readjust as you need. Start to realize like the off differences, things you want to change, and you just readjust as is. I kind of want the hair to go forward in the face. Actually, I kind of want to have the ears farther back. I'm like putting way too much detail and focus into this, but like, yeah, so that's like general. There's like a sheep priest version of myself that I did really fast. I don't know how fast I actually did it. Oh, I forgot too, I gave myself like a sort of like necklace here. Obviously not the most detailed, has its flaws, but yeah. So there's a general idea about how the mental process I go through. But, I mean, that could go for anything. You want to be a demon? Alright. What do you like about demons? Do you like just having horns? Okay. What have a horn shape? What sort of animal do you like? A sheep priest version of you now exists in the world. It does. the fucking praying mantis, I forgot it was there. I have a lot of versions of me that exist. Me and my 5,000,000 variations. Where is it? Where did my sheep go? Wait, did I close it? Oh no, wait. Eh? Oh no, it's here. Dumbass. You just got rid of, you just made that thing invisible. But yeah, if you have any ideas too, it's like, you know, there's so many different variations that exist. Like, you're like, I really like the number 6. And then you can make 6 horns. Maybe you want them to be a dumbass. Maybe you want them to have really big pointy ears. Maybe you want their ears to look like bat wings. Maybe you want them to have split bangs like that. No, are you just getting goofy? Are you just drawing? I'm just having fun doodling this. Maybe they wear a v-neck. They wear jeans. Maybe they have like a really cool like ringlets, like gold ringlets. Yeah, but it doesn't. You can do whatever you want. Whatever you so wish. Actually. The more I think about sheep, I actually want this one to have a bit more of a nose that goes out a little bit like this. Kind of similar to how a sheep's nose goes out. Yeah. But if you ever want help thinking about what you want to be, I can help. I definitely want to do species and stuff, but it's mostly going to be creatures. Like we have Batoyan, right? My little bat guys. Which is in general like the default mascot of Ghosttownmettie. I can draw them really fast, I think. Speedrun. They look stupid as fuck. I love them. And they got their little... Ooh! A bug just landed on my nose. Leave me alone. Actually, thank you. Oh, I had to take my glasses off. Little bat speedrun failed because of intervention from bug. And they got wings that go out like that. Be gone, bug. We have little bats to draw, literally. And let me see. Gotta make their body go out a bit more. What am I doing with this? Okay. Actually, first things first. I'm still trying to figure out bat anatomy and how to draw them because I don't know if you've ever noticed, but bats actually have arms in their wings, right? And at the peak of their hand, or at the peak of their wing, is actually their thumb. And then they have fingers that go down like this. And it's so fucking cool. Too chunky. So they actually have, like, genuine, like, very similar things to hands. Move that over. This is a bat anatomy. I'm like, I can draw the Batoyan really easily. Gets hit by a bug, and then it's like, no, I have to talk about bat wing anatomy. Yeah, it freaked me out so much as a kid. Isn't that interesting? And so, like, it's easy to just default to something else, but, like, it helps you understand why bats' wings are the way that they are, and then it's, like, connected to the body. And they got little elbows, too. I was like, that should not be. So technically, Batoyan are, like, they got, like, human-ass arms. And then it usually attaches to, like, by their tail, and they got little feetsies. They got little feetsies. I love bats. Start crying. Bats, one of my faves. They're inspired off of brown bats. Little bat feetsies. I'm gonna draw them better. This is like evil. They got little pointed toes. Oh my god, I'm struggling to see without my glasses. Fuck. I'm drawing based on vibes alone. I'll put my glasses back on in a moment. I gotta actually set up a glasses toggle because I think it's funny if I didn't. Ooh. This is the first time I'm drawing a Batoyan from the back. There's their little ears. Am I drawing off vibes? It's, like, useful, too, though, because when I don't have my glasses on, I see because of movement. So, like, as long as I keep slightly sketching, I'm able to, like, detect where I need to put everything. And that is useful. Me and I'm like, look at the wings. But I have mostly astigmatism. Actually, my eyes have gotten worse. I got new frames the other day that I'm, like, going to take to the optometrist. You legally blind? No. But I it's not good. I have some weird things going on. I have a warped cornea, which makes my vision, my perspective actually be really weird. Oh, wait, I want to do a little mouth. And then a little bump. So I have a warped cornea, which causes perspective to be really skewed on a horizontal thing, so I don't know what people normally see. I have visual snow, which also distorts things, and then also on top of that, I have really bad astigmatism. You got that Alive in House in Wonderland perspective, literally. I'll put my glasses back on. And so, it's like really interesting seeing and like hearing what other people see, because for me, like, people say that what I experience is like warped CCTV footage. You know how like at night CCTV footage is always really grainy? That's what I see in general. But then with my astigmatism, it's really bad. Like, I cannot see road signs while I drive. My doctor's like, yeah, unfortunately, we don't really have a way to fix that. You just gotta get used to it. The arms look so shredded. This is like slightly off, but yeah, this is technically what bad arms look like. I also got autism. It sucks at times, literally. And something too is like the more light there is between me and an object, the harder it is to see. So one of the reasons why I live like a fucking vampire. I used to think everyone saw that way as a kid. It's crazy. Astigmatism is really interesting because not only does it like blur lights and like causes streaks, but it also just causes light in general to cause a nightmare. Just freaking stars in every light, literally. And so like for me, like the more sunny it is, the harder it is to see. the more there is between me and an object, the more it's harder for me to discern things. They also got little tails. And so, yeah, astigmatism is really interesting. It's been getting worse, though, because I can't drive and see, like, road signs, so I'm like, okay. Because I don't have any nearsightedness, too, and they're like, interesting case. You have a very interesting eyes, and we don't have much to actually fix for you. Which is interesting, because it's like, every time I go to the doctors, they're like, well, that's concerning, but we don't know what to do about that. Good luck. Please, please, please. But whatever. I'm excited, though, to go to the optometrist soon. I think mine is, right now, is kind of better, but due to a coating on my glasses, yeah. I have a coating on my glasses, but I gotta upgrade them. It's difficult, because I can't drive with my glasses. Thank you, doctors, for being helpful, literally. Oh, I wish I didn't have to go to doctors all the time. But whatever. These arms look so shredded. Little bat's feces. I love them. I'm gonna just copy and paste. I'm too lazy. Also, I should go back to drawing the ghost town, but I'm like, I have to. We need to draw Batoyan. Shredded as fuck arms, yeah. They're fuzzy, but then they're shredded. I mean, they have to constantly be pulling their own weight, like literally. Then look at this little, mouth. Ho 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 ho. I love brown bats. I don't know why the arms are so shredded. Whatever. The shredded Batoyan. Oh, perspective. Indeed, cotton kisses, we are indeed doing perspective. Today shall be a fine day of figuring out the perspective for this bat. Me when I'm just a little guy. I don't think I would be a brown bat being a little guy. I'd technically be just a funny fish. And then of course I got the little red mark to match my own. Yeah. And they're veiny too. If you ever look at the underside of bat wings, they're always really veiny. Can you draw a moth, but it's about to eat? A moth? Maybe I can try. Let me think. What is the moth shape? Moths usually, this is like a butterfly shape. Moths usually kind of have just like that. They're very like that to me. I am the moth. Okay. Let me see. What type of moth would you like? Moth. I'm pulling up a reference. Do you want to be a silk moth? They're cute. Actually, no, zero moths. I don't think... Wait, do moths even have mouths? Do moths have mouths? Yes, some moths have mouths, while others do not. Some moths have a proboscis and feed on nectar like butterflies, while some don't. And only live off of what was consumed as a caterpillar / larvae. Interesting, that's what I thought. What has moths that have proboscis? Because I think silk moths don't eat anything, they just are mouthless. The like epitome of that thing where it's like, I don't have a mouth, but I must scream. Moths with proboscis. Hummingbird moth. Oh, they're pretty. Oh, they look funny. I like them. White-lined sphinx moths. Those are pretty. We're learning moth facts today. Do you want to have a proboscis or do you want a silly little mouth? Or do you want to have no mouth but you're still trying to eat? You like absorb it through your mind powers. Moths are so interesting. Oh, that one has a long proboscis. This is the oddest question I've ever gotten. What? You gotta think about it. Do I want a proboscis? I don't know. What do you think about that? I'll draw a little moth eating. If need be. Or if you want to change the animal, that's okay too. Would it be a moth with no mouth? Must be crazy, never having to eat. You've already gone through the stage in your life where you've eaten and then you're like, I'm free. I always find it really interesting when there's animals with like different stages of life. I feel that way about jellyfish as well, because they, like, baby jellyfish aren't like baby jellyfish. Like, oh my god, it's like, they have like different forms, and it's, what is it called? My marine fun facts are failing on me. Jellyfish forms. Polyp and medusa. So what you see as a jellyfish is a medusa form of a jellyfish. But then they drop down. Just a second. Credit to whoever made this. I'm literally showing jellyfish life cycle. So these are medusa, and then they go into eggs, and then planula, and then they do this. And so this is like what they exist, and that's fascinating. Tadpoles! Those things never made sense to me. Tadpoles are also fascinating. But like jellyfish also have that weird cycle where it's like, huh? What do you mean? I think like none of these look so like, let me pull up some polyp versus medusa. I love tadpoles. Jellyfish, polyp versus polyp, and medusa body forms. I want real pictures, thank you. Yeah. Like, a lot of the things that look like sea anemones and such, like, look. These are both jellyfish. Medusa versions give birth to that. And then the polyps give birth to medusa. And it's like, whoa. I've never thought about the jellyfish life cycle. All I know is SpongeBob. Isn't that so interesting? I feel like moths are interesting to me in the same way. Shred his ass. Somebody in the future is gonna find this like shredded ass bat and are like, wait, I need that tattooed. No, I don't think that would be the case. I think I'd be so startled if somebody got my art tattooed. Like, I wouldn't be against it, but like, huh? Really? Permanent? Scary. I hope they get it tattooed. That'd be funny. Oh my god, the other day I got recommended, I didn't watch the clip, but I just saw the title of it where like some VTubers ended up having a fan name their children after them, and it's like, that's incredible. I don't know how I'd be able to react to that. Like, of course I'm like happy that I meant that much and they like the name I have, but also like, huh? I don't know what VTubers it was. I only saw it in passing, like a YouTube thumbnail, but if you search it up, you'll find it. Yeah, which is like, that's crazy. Little Mettie. I mean, Mettie's a cute name. If I made them happy enough and they really like my name, then hell yeah. But then it's also like, oh, now there's like the weight of like, I absolutely cannot get canceled and I need to do as much for the world as possible. That way that this child never regrets having this name. Oh my god, we're almost done. I want something up here though. Honestly, kind of what I want. Oh, almost done. I want something stupid. I shouldn't. I need. Let's make a tower. I want a tower in the background, something that stands out, and then I want to have like clouds. I hate drawing clouds. Because how do you do that? How do you capture the feeling of a cloud with just lines? I like look at people who do it, right? Like I've talked a lot about Kentaro Miura this stream, and he has really good effects for like smog and stuff, and I'm like, how do you do that? Clouds are so odd, aren't they? There's so many different formations too. There's really wispy ones. There's like really scattered ones. I'm calling everything odd because I'm falling asleep. That's okay. I'm helping lull you to sleep. You're like, that's odd. And you get every time you say that, you just get sleepier and sleeper and sleeper. I'm glad to be able to accompany you as you fall asleep. It is my... What word am I looking for? You can tell I'm also falling asleep a bit. It is my gratitude. I am very grateful to aid you in that way. It's my pleasure. Ooh, like hypnotism. Same. We are all sleepy together. Also doesn't have to help too that like the music I switched to after the Baba Yaga theme is like a really like pleasant piano. It's like I could sleep to this actually. It is very calming music. I'm glad. It's so nice. I love it. This is one of the songs that I love to play the most on piano. This isn't me playing it, but it's from A Witch's Tale for the Nintendo DS game. Actually, I kind of like how I textured these clouds. Somebody's gonna be like, actually, buddy, I hate those clouds, but I kind of like it. You can play piano? Yes, I can. It's the main instrument I play. I play quite a few instruments. Piano string 1? I don't know. Eventually, when I become more confident in it. Because usually when I play piano, I am just like either practicing or I'm like getting sad. I just sort of assume that he can play every instrument I can name. I wish. I can play a lot of them though. And I can't name a lot of them. Yeah, because I play mountain dulcimer. No, well, I do play mountain dulcimer, but I play, once again, I'm going through this piano, acoustic guitar, electric bass, trumpet, clarinet, mountain dulcimer. And then I play some drums, but I don't do like a drum set. I have a rain drum that I play and a traditional Anishinaabe hand drum. What else? Is there anything else I'm missing? Oh, ocarina. And then I can also whistle really well, but I don't know if that counts. But there's this one, if you ever have heard like the like nostalgia song like Heartaches. What's a mountain dulcimer? I'm just play pretty much all of percussion. Hell yeah. It's really... I suck at percussion outside of like really, really simple drums. So I'm very, very impressed by that, Patches. What's a mountain dulcimer? I'll send it in so you can tell. Mountain dulcimer. It is a hollow piece of wood that's kind of shaped similarly to like other stringed instruments like you see like a cello and violin. However, it's like usually laid on your lap and there's 4 strings, 2 that are tuned the same, and you kind of strum back and forth, but you can also play different ones. I can do both marching, concert band, percussion. Specifically my high school workout. Oh my god, marching is rough. That's so cool. Mountain dulcimers look so freaking cool. Yeah, like a lot of the instruments I know how to learn is because I've inherited them. Like for instance, my mountain dulcimer was one that my late step-grandfather gave me because he always wanted to get into music. Oh, he also gave me violins too, but I suck with bow. I cannot play a bowed instruments. I was on bass drums, my back suffered. Oh god, those are heavy. Aw, Patch's poor back. Sending healing mind beams to you right now. That's impressive though. It's amazing. I have a lot of respect for marching bands because that is a lot of work to be able to play and move like that and know the routines properly. Healing mind beams, yes. I'm gonna make this a wizard tower. It'd be funny if I had different like towers throughout the ghost town. In high school, marching bands always made it look effortless. Honestly, seeing the figures from above were fun. Hell yeah. I love instruments. There's some vids of my YouTube from my high school competitions. I think, whoa, that's awesome. I kind of really like when schools like upload like certain performances because then you can look back in nostalgia and be like, oh, remember this? Oh my god, you remember this? And you get to look back and like, it's always cool to like to look back and be like, oh my god, I forgot about that person or that incident. I have many things like that, but it is cool. That type of documentation is nice. This is gonna be like a plaster tower. Very smoothed over. Oh my gosh, throat kinda hurts. I'm gonna drink more water. Remember to hydrate. Get something yummy to drink or eat. Make sure to feel comfortable. Posture check. Ah, a fountain. I just realized it. So pretty. Oh yeah, this over here in between the market stalls. Yeah. Honestly, it was totally an experience for a wind ensemble. Went to Carnegie Hall. I'd rec band to anyone, any day, just for the traveling alone. Dang. That's cool. That's really, really cool. I was only in a band briefly, like classical band, but I played clarinet. And I love playing the clarinet. I was thinking about getting a new clarinet because my old one has gotten, well, originally when I got it, it was busted because it was secondhand. So I really want to get a really nice one. There's a certain feeling when you're playing. Oh, I also used to play piano in front of people as well for concerts. But God, I love it. It's a good feeling sitting out there. Okay, handsome squirter with the clarinet. No, couldn't be me. I definitely prefer playing piano, but I do like the clarinet a lot. Actually, I forgot to define this a little bit more. I'm gonna make this a little bit darker. I feel like this is something you can steer through. I like the clarinet a lot. I also like the oboe. I like wind instruments a lot in general. I love the saxophone, but I also really, really love jazz. Actually, I love every genre of music. I'm not the biggest fan of modern country, but I have some friends that do, and that's okay. I'm not against just really any type of genre of music. Is there a genre you dislike? Modern country, though not all of it, but majority of it. What else? Is there anything else? Not really. Like, I love also really obscure music as well. I was gonna say every genre, and then I was immediately thinking country. I like old country because I think it's silly. Also, like, my grandfather was really into Hank Williams, so I know a lot of those songs by heart. Also, I love Patsy Cline's music as well. Old country I like. Modern country, I could care less about your pickup truck and your girl and your broken heart. I'm sorry. Of course, some of it can get deep, but I don't really like the way that they sing in a lot of ways. Of course, if that's your shit, you know, whatever makes you happy, but not for me. My favorite genre is definitely classical music, and then jazz. But like, I love Miles Davis. For jazz, I love Saint Saëns Camille. Also Waldteufel. I love waltzes, nocturnes in particular. What else? And then I grew up hearing a lot of Motown. And I'm a really big metal fan. I love symphonic metal, if you've ever listened to that. One time in the college shower, someone played a country music playlist. It really is all about trucks and town girls. Literally! Patchstones. I love almost every genre. Hell yeah. Also, like, I love experimental music too. I just can't do techno/dubstep. I understand. That can be a lot for some people. I like it. It's too much for me. Understood. Oh my god, if you ever go to a rave that's doing it, oh my god. It can be very, very intense. I very much respect that. I like every genre. I think I have like an artist that I love in almost every genre. Same for like heavy death metal. I understand. I really like death metal. Something too is like, oh my god, one of my favorite bands that I've gotten into more recently is Dark Mirror of Tragedy, but it's spelled O-V, and it's a Korean metal band. But it's like a mix of death metal and symphonic death metal. So, I mean, symphonic metal. So all of a sudden it'll go from really intense to all of a sudden there's this most beautiful, mellow, sort of somber violin that plays. And it's like the gap moe is there. But if people don't like that, I completely understand. You find me listening to like Arctic Monkeys, The Telephones, Aurora, etc. Hell yeah. I support. I think a lot of times too, I really like... Ooh, I listen to really strange stuff as well. Like, most of the covers I do are like Vocaloid, and I like Japanese covers, anime songs, of course. But I do like Well, I also love... the main thing for me when it comes down to music, I think I really like lyrics. And so I think that's the main drive for me in any band, and also the cultural context in which they exist. Like, one of my favorite bands of all time is The Clash. Like, I love punk, but I also love, like, Ghosttownmettie. The whole reason it's Ghosttownmettie is actually because of the first ska band. Well, one of the first ska bands, but kind of like the predecessor to ska. And I don't usually listen to ska, but it's The Specials, which was a band from the UK that was always making music in protest and like calling out all these sort of problems that were going on at the time. It was, you know, ghost town is, this place is turning like a ghost town, and it was talking about all these different problems that the politicians in place caused, and I like the meaning behind it, the poetry, the symbolism. I love, it's like the appeal of good poetry, and I love poetry. So it's definitely a big draw for me, especially if it comes from a place that I respect, a place out of, you know, frustration of systems that are made to hurt you, systems that you have made you lose people, you know, and I like that a lot. However, also sometimes I do catch myself listening to goofy music. Actually, a lot of times too. Something a little goofy, something a little lighthearted is nice as well. Can't get these clouds to look the way I want. But, yeah. For me with music, it needs to inspire me. It needs to make me want me to make something after it. I need to see a movie in my mind. It's gotta have personality. I understand. Oh my god, one of the songs that have actually inspired a lot of my designs and also stories is actually a song by Crosby, Stills and Nash, which is actually the band has... Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young has been referenced in JoJo several times. I love seeing bands I love mention JoJo. But it's Cathedral, and it's actually about when one of the members started tripping in a church in England. But it's like, oh, it's such a weird song. I love that song a lot. That's probably the main one that has inspired me a lot, the most. I have a lot of... It's... Oh my god, Crosby, Stills and Nash are a very, very interesting band. They have a lot of really weird songs. I don't know what to call their genre. Holy fuck. I'm looking at this and I'm like, I really like this. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. They're the last names. In fact, if you've ever read, if you've ever read Scott Pilgrim, Neil Young, Young Neil, Stephen Stills is literally the same name as... if you're, like, it's a very popular band in Canada. It's a classic. And Young. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. There's two different versions. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. So it's actually often referenced in Scott Pilgrim. Of course, Scott Pilgrim isn't everybody's taste, but when I was younger, I really enjoyed the style of it. Brian Lee O'Malley has a really, really interesting style. I like it. Alright, I don't want to have to color this. That's one of the reasons why I mostly do, like, black and white, because, like, how are you supposed to... So there's, like, clouds. I don't like this brush using for this. It's rough wash. I just gotta go big. But yeah. Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. They were a band that was mostly existed in the 1960s, going into the 1970s, which is actually where a lot of the bands I like is. I grew up with a lot of influence from like Jimi Hendrix, who they were friends with, alongside Redbone, alongside like a lot of people of that time. So yeah. And like Neil Young especially has several stands that are in JoJo, interestingly enough. Part 7 has Sugar Mountain as well. It's, I don't know. But I have also a familial nostalgia for that. Just how it goes. I don't know why I'm trying to color this. I suck at coloring. I'm gonna use like a watercolor brush, that way if I fuck it up it doesn't matter. Ooh. Oh my god, I've been streaming for 5 hours. Fuck. I should probably stop sooner than later. Maybe I shouldn't color this at all. Oh, Captain, what are you hiding from? You've been hiding from the start. Did some lover steal your heart? Or did the full moon make you mad? I wonder if I'm gonna get copyright strike for that on YouTube. What a nostalgia feeling to those music. Seeing even just the sky colored makes it so pretty. I'm glad. I don't know what I'm doing with color at all. I'm always so confused about it. But, I don't know. Color is very fascinating. How does it manifest, you know? What does it look like? And so usually using references and studying is really important. My favorite pieces usually come off of studying things, like actually using references and such. That's the best way to learn anything. I have no idea what to color these buildings. I mean, my things are pretty much purple. Makes me happy and that's all that matters. Apparently, Purple Heart. It has a stamp of approval. Thank you, Cotton Kisses. I kind of want to switch from to a different watercolor brush. Do flat watercolor brush. Wet wash. We could do that. Oh, yeah. I was saying I got recommended a YouTube short that was somebody trying out like a program that's focused on making more like realistic watercolors for art. And I'm like, wow, it's pretty cool. Seeing all the different features, but I think I would get so overwhelmed trying to learn a new art program. That shit is exhausting. Alright, we're doing purple roofs. You know how like there's places in Europe that have like almost entirely orange roofs? We're doing purple here. You weren't limited to just purple, but we're doing purple. So he's like, no, I hate purple, you can't. Too bad. Yeah, I know those places. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna make it so these like kind of like shingled roofs are purple, and then the ones that aren't shingled and like kind of have these stripes are blood red. I don't know. You get to see me not knowing how to fucking draw for a moment. Choose or pick colors. Haha. I love this brush. Finding brushes you like when drawing is one of the most important things. Having a brush will change, like a brush that you like and know how to use in a way that you like. Oh, that is actually a game changer. Do I know how to use this brush? No, I do not. But gods, I try. I love textured brushes. I don't know how people can work with non-textured brushes. One of my friends almost entirely just works with like flat brushes, and I'm like, oh, how? It's so pretty. I've never seen a brush work like that. This is actually one that came with Clip Studio Paint with one of the updates. Wet wash. I don't know if it exists in modern ones, or like newest ones, but I like it a lot. I like the default water brushes that they have. It's very accurate to like watercolors, the way that it spreads. Alright, let's getting the rough colors down. I don't know if I like how this looks, but fuck it, we'll fix it. I'll go over and darken things and lighten things. Is Clip Studio a subscription? I don't think it, you can choose to buy it permanently. That's what I have, but I don't know if it is. I think I heard rumors that it was going to be like a permanent subscription, which I did not buy at the time. When I got it, it was like a one-time purchase. I one-time bought it. Hell yeah. I don't know if it changed, like if that changed recently, so I would not take my word for it, but when I got it, I just bought it one time. And it's something too is like, it's pricey, but they also have a way to like, if you get like the best version, it has animation built into it, which I actually I was lucky enough to be able to afford at the time, but it was also on sale. Clip Studio Paint also often would go on sale. Or certain, like, drawing tablets would have, like, codes for it as well. I don't know if it still happens, because I'm kind of out of touch. A lot of things. Alright. I might have to save this for another day. Honestly, I should have drawn this at night. I'm way better at drawing night settings. I mean, I could still fix it. I'm making the windows blue because if there's a blue sky, that's what they would be reflecting. I believe that you should save it. Alright. I'll save it. I'll save it. Also, true, I haven't saved it this entire time. Okay, first things first. I'm getting rid of the color actually for now. I'm going to make a folder. Wait. Oh, good. To put everything in, and then we'll do. You haven't saved the entire time? Yep. Look, it says illustration. Yep. Me freaking everybody out. I'm so glad my computer did not crash, but alright. I should probably end stream and I'll drink way more water and take care of myself. Everybody who has chatted today, thank you guys so much. We've had a lot of new chatters today, which makes me very happy. Always glad to have my returnees as well. Thank you to all the lurkers. Thank you to everybody who's been sharing stuff in the Discord too. That's awesome. I'm so happy. And I hope to see you guys again next time. And also thank you to the VOD watchers in the future. I always forget to say that. And I'll see you again next time, hopefully. Bye-bye!